Chapter 4966. The illusion was directly torn to pieces by Jian Li, who was so angry, and Jian Wushuang was able to see the true whole picture of the sea of boundlessness ahead. I saw a giant tree that could no longer be called a tree, rooted at the bottom of the sea and bordering the sky, with an indescribable canopy, almost vast and vast than a celestial plane. A strange fragrance also penetrated into the nasal cavity. This is a fairy laurel tree larger than a heavenly plane. In Jian Wushuang's memory, the world tree in Xiadaijin's Dagyushin was not as grand as the fairy laurel tree right now. He saw it really, on the crown of the fairy laurel tree. There was an ancient fairy hall hidden in the clouds. Jian Li, who was raging into the sky, directly hit the fairy palace in the broken illusion. Yan returned to the soul without possessing the body, but also hurriedly chased up. This ancient fairy hall lasted almost 9 days, lonely to the extreme. Jian Wushuang immediately stepped onto the fairy hall. On the vast fairy palace square, there are huge laurel trees growing, and on each fairy laurel tree, there is a quietly hanging round, emitting a hazy moon. Roughly counting, there will never be thousands of moons. The entire ancient fairy hall is shrouded in the brilliance of the moon, which is indescribable. At this moment, Jian Li, who was raging into the sky, walked forward holding a true sword with a long and narrow blade. The square seemed to be rumbling as she stepped on it. The next moment, the originally closed palace door suddenly opened, and dozens of white clothes flew directly from the inside. Each of these white clothes is at the lowest level of rank 3, and they are listed in the front of the square one by one, and they look forward as if they are facing an enemy. Jiang Li didn't even look at them and walked straight ahead. The one standing in the front with an old face and white clothes hurriedly shouted, "Stay aside, no one can go to the fairy palace without my fairy monarch's word. Get away if you don't want to die." Jiang Li whispered angrily. His violent sword intent was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Lao Changbai was taken aback when he heard the words. Obviously, he did not expect the heroic woman in front of him to be so domineering. Seeing the terrifying aura on her body at another glance, Lao Changbai gritted his teeth and stepped back and shouted in a low voice, "Forming!" As his voice fell, dozens of white clothes all released their first blow at this moment. Their powers are connected to each other, forming an indescribable and magnificent ancient moon fairy formation. At this moment, the boundless strength of the power is fully displayed, and the vast ancient moon in the immortal array shoots out infinite strands of magnificence. The endless lunar blooming power surging out from every white, clothed body, purely and incomparably provide the fairy formation. This is an immortal formation that has assembled more than 10 rank 3 Dian Immortals with all their strength. Even a rank 6 Dian Immortal dare not look down upon it. But the most wrong thing is that they use the wrong object. An enemy of not only rank 9 Dian Immortal, but also Sword Immortal, can easily let them know what a miserable end is. If the girl is going further, don't blame us for being impolite. The old-faced Dian Immortal said in a deep voice. He seemed to be so confident in the power of the ancient moon fairy formation that he spoke to remind Qi Jiangli. However, Jiang Li's expression was deep and cold, and he directly raised his sword and cut forward. A sword intent that is as prosperous as the sea slashed straight up. The sapphire square was plowed by this sword intent to plow a trail that was as wide as 1,000 feet, and the floor tiles were broken into dust. Seeing this shocking scene, all the white clothes took a breath of air, and then desperately input power for the fairy formation. However, the next moment, the sword intent that shook the sky and the earth directly cut away the Gui Wessian formation. It was too easy and freehand. It was as easy as tearing open a piece of white paper, combined with the full strength of the 15 3-turn Dian Immortals, and even failed to save a breath of time. The sword intent smashed the dead, just broke the fairy formation, did not hurt a white robe, but shook them all out. The ultimate goal of this sword intent is that ancient fairy palace. At this moment, a black-haired white robe quietly walked out of the fairy hall, holding a real sword, his heroism and freedom to the extreme. Facing the real sword that came from the sky, the black cloth and white hair pulled out the real sword from its sheath and brazenly confronted it. Countless sword intent swept from behind him, shocking the world. The two collided and the whole broken square shook. Jian Wushuang also opened his eyes at this moment. Another sword fairy. In the entire vast and infinite sea domain, even Immortal is an index and Sword Immortal is just a legend. But in this boundless sea, Jian Wushuang saw 3 Immortals one after another, and he was already shocked to the point where he couldn't speak. The difficulty of becoming a Sword Immortal is even beyond the concept of cultivation. You know, if you want to become a sword fairy, there is no mature system. Every swordsman can only explore slowly and then create his own sword. But nearly 9 out of 10 swordsmen died on the way to create their own swordsmanship. Only the remaining swordsmen, who are far less than 10%, are qualified to yearn for the path of the sword fairy. There is no concept of cultivation as a result of practicing the sword. Yen Fan is an example. In order to become a sword fairy, he once wielded his sword for a Chinese year. A long year is enough to allow a monk who is in the beginning to climb into the realm of eternal fairy. But in this Chinese New Year, Yen Fan was only used to wield the sword, and the difficulty of becoming a sword fairy is evident from this. Blocking the sword intent with the sword intent. When the two were completely offset, the black-haired and white-clothed stood on the broken square again, retreating half a step without a trace on his right foot. It was this subtle scene that was caught by Jian Wushuang, and then he directly determined that this black-haired white robe was definitely not a sword fairy. A half-step retreat means that in the previous confrontation there is not enough power, and a true sword immortal would never retreat half a step under that sword intent. But even though he is not the sword immortal, he is definitely only 1 line away from the sword immortal, infinitely close to the sword immortal. The world is silent. There is no more fight. www. Until novel. Calm, the real sword is in its sheath, and the iceberg-like face of black hair and white clothes slowly bursts into a smile. However, John Lee, who was originally full of anger, changed his face slightly at this moment, and his eyes were a little dodging. Good fellow, why is this old thing here? Yen Fan, who had a lively look on his face, was shocked and hurriedly walked to Jiang Li, blocking the sight of the two. Ahem, I said that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. We should go. Yen Fan said with a taboo face. Jiang Li glared at him. Going? Yes, I will level the fairy palace first. After she finished speaking, she slapped Yen Fan and flew out and walked forward. Long time no see. At this moment, the black hair and white clothes spoke, and the joy of reunion after a long time, and a trace of vicissitudes were hidden in the words. Jiang Li's complexion was a little more unnatural, but he quickly returned to normal. Chapter 49-67. Then she said, Why are you in this place? The black-haired and white-clothed said again, It's been too long. I don't want to sleep any longer, so I got here as a company with my old friend. Jiang Li sneered, It's really leisurely and elegant. How's your life? The black-haired, white robe asked immediately. Not so good. Get out of the way. My old lady is going to level this broken place. Jiang Li said in a deep voice, returning to his previous coldness. Yen Fan also hurried over at this time, first coughing deliberately and then whispering, Madam will not get angry. Let's go. The black hair and white clothes laughed, looked at him, and said, Brother Yen, since we are all here, let's come in and sit down. We haven't talked together for many years. Yen Fan hurriedly rebuffed, That's not necessary. Let's go back to sleep, and we won't disturb your good things. After he finished speaking, he was about to take Jiang Li away. At this time, the fluttering and extremely charming voice came from the fairy palace. Leaving in such a hurry, you haven't done anything wrong with your heart. So why don't you even dare to sit here? Jiang Li instantly glanced at Yen Fan, who was about to flee. Yen Fan was shocked all over, then slowly turned around, righteously said, I haven't done anything wrong, but today I happen to be tired, so I won't come to bother. Jiang Li didn't bother to listen to his nonsense anymore, and directly took him into the fairy palace with strides. Yen Hu's face was ashen ashes, and shouted at Jian Wushuang, The disciples, come and save me. Helpless, Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly and walked into the fairy palace together. The fairy palace is vast, the clouds are vast, and a faint fragrance rushes out, giving people a sense of indescribable comfort. And under the scent of this delicate fragrance, the force in the meridians is recovering at an extremely slow speed. Walking in the back, Jian Wushuang roughly took everything in this fairy palace into his eyes. The fairy palace is simple and elegant, and everything built by Wenyu has little decoration, but does not appear empty. Small stars and round moons the size of a palm are dotted in every space, making the whole fairy palace look like a flowing galaxy, extremely magnificent. Under the black hair and white clothes, Jiang Li angrily walked forward. At this moment, a whisper came into Jian Wushuang's ear from behind. It's really strange that there is actually a little Zhao Yangxian who is also here. Should we blast him out? Why don't you see them? Is the relationship with us, Xianjun, very unusual? Shut up to me. Don't you think the things just now are not embarrassing enough? Don't blame me if anyone is talking. After being reprimanded by the old-fashioned white clothes, the gray-headed guys who were cut with a sword by Jiang Li stayed aside honestly, not daring to say anything. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and didn't take their words to heart at all. In this sea of boundlessness, his own strength could prove something more than what he said. As they entered, in the depths of this fairy palace, clouds began to float. Accompanied by this ethereal cloud and mist, there was an extremely gorgeous woman. Different from Jiang Li's domineering and heroic spirit, this extremely gorgeous woman has gentle brows and indescribably gentle and charming. Even Jian Wushuang rarely sees such a gorgeous and gentle woman. Just like a full moon, it means haziness, and holding a long-haired bunny in her arms adds a touch of softness and charm. Seeing this scene, Yen Fan's expression was extremely unnatural, but she still forced a smile. Then all the white clothes in this fairy palace bowed their hands and said, I have seen Guangyue Xianjun. The gorgeous woman, known as Guangyue Xianjun, smiled slightly, and she reached out her hand to phantom thousands of clouds to hold them all up. Then her gaze slowly swept over, and finally her gaze fell on Jiang Li and Yen Fan. Farewell last time, long time no see. Jiang Li didn't follow her practice. He stepped forward and said coldly, Why are we blocking our way? If you don't explain it today, don't blame me for flattening your broken palace. Facing her threat, Xianjun Guangyue couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Jiang Li, you are still as irritable as before. Crack. Jiang Li's hand holding the hilt of the sword at his waist suddenly squeezed, as if it was possible to hold the hilt out of water at any time. Madam, calm down your anger. Yen Fan said in a low voice, trembling slightly. Guangyue Xianjun smiled again. However, in my opinion, you are the only one who can hold Brother Yan's heart. Hearing this, Jiang Li's expression eased slightly, and his palm loosened the hilt. At this time, Yen Fan hurriedly said, Well, this is a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is solved, we won't stay here too much. What's the rush? Haven't seen you for so long. Don't you want to sit down and reminisce about the old? Jiang Li looked at him with a sneer. Sit down for me? Then, despite Yen Fan's whole body resisting, Jiang Li still sat down in front of the case. Jian Wushuang also took a seat and was forcibly placed in the middle of the two by Jiang Li. The heroic middle-aged man with black hair and white clothes sat down next to Jiang Li. When they were all seated, Guangyue Xianjun also sat down, his eyes filled with joy that could not be concealed. The last time we left, we were still obscure monks, and now we are goodbye. After a few years, we have all become duplicity. Xianjun Guangyue was full of emotion. Although his face was extremely calm, his face was already quietly blushing. She let go of the little rabbit in her arms and patted her palms lightly, and then the next 2 columns of fairies, holding delicate silver pots, walked up on the clouds and mist, and then laid them down one by one. This is the lunar dew I survived after we separated. Now, it's finally time for us to get together again. Jian Wushuang stared at it, and the silver jug poured out a cup of fermented rice, and suddenly a strong fragrance was released. Even if he was a bad drinker, he couldn't help swallowing his throat. There's no other reason. It is because this moon dew is too mellow. But after Yan Fan saw the moon dew in front of him, her saliva almost squirted out of control. Then he ignored Jiang Li's frustrated gaze and directly took a long drink from the glass. Let's drink together. You know the moon dew of Guangyue brewed. The black-haired white said with a smile and poured a glass for Jiang Li. Jiang Li snorted coldly. Instead of touching the wine glass, he just picked up the wine jug with his mouth to the spout, and the cow drank boldly. The wine line was scented in the air. Looking at such a bold Jiang Li, Jian Wushuang and the black-haired white clothes were a little bit dumbfounded, and immediately picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Chapter 49:68. The moon dew enters the throat and turns into the sweetest wine line, which penetrates the internal organs, making it indescribable and comfortable. But at the same time, this fine wine called Yulu was extremely vigorous, and Jian Wushuang felt that the fairy body became hot after a cup. Putting down the wine glass, Jian Wushuang looked at the black-haired and white clothes and found that he was already watching him. His eyes were facing each other, and the black-haired white robe smiled friendly at him. Jian Wushuang replied, and then continued to look straight. Good guy, it's really exciting. Yan Fan seemed unsatisfied and simply put down the wine glass and learned how to drink like Jiang Li. Not to be outdone, the black hair and white clothes also picked up a hip flask and started drinking. Ling Jian Wushuang was a little surprised that the soft and charming Guangyue Xianjun also changed his previous weakness, lifted the hip flask, and started groaning. In this way, the original tense situation turned into fighting each other. Out of curiosity, Jian Wushuang tried the weight of the jug and couldn't help but slap his tongue. There are thousands of hidden inside this jug, looking at the exquisite wine stored in it. No less than 100,000 caddies. If all these 100,000 caddies are lost, I am afraid Dianxian will be completely drunk. As time passed by, Jiang Li threw down the jug first, but it was empty, without a drop of fermented rice. It's so happy! Jiang Li's expression was not drunk at all, and satisfactorily retracted his feet on the case, and then sat back where he was. After a while, Yan Fan, black hair and white clothes, and Guangyue Xianjun all finished drinking the wine in the pot in turn, and their faces were more or less a little drunk. How are you doing these years? The black-haired and white-clothed looked at Jiang Li, and finally made up his mind to ask, being exiled here, who can be happy? Yan Fan and I have been in a deep sleep, and we rarely wake up until today. Jiang Li said slowly. The black hair and white clothes were silent, but soon he looked at Jian Wushuang again and asked, Then this one? Without waiting for Jiang to leave the mouth, Yan Hui immediately said excitedly, This is the disciple of the Sword Immortal, and he is an inexhaustible stunner. As soon as these words came out, Guangyue Xianjun's beautiful eyes turned towards Jian Wushuang. She is very clear about Yan Fan's pride. As Wangu era, she used a sword to suppress the strong existence of Wanzhou Tianyu. Even the emperor wanted to draw him into his command. At that time, many Jinghong Tianjiao wanted to be his disciple, but he had never accepted one. Now that the years have passed, and when we meet again, there is an additional apprentice beside Yan Fan. How can she not be surprised? Hearing this, the black-haired and white-clothed could not help but smile. Oh, it seems that Brother Yan has a good vision. He is indeed a good seedling, but it is too much to say that it is Jinghong Tianjiao. How can Jinghong Tianjiao be a trivial one? The realm of eternal fairy? The fairy palace fell silent for a while. Jian Li also looked upset at this moment. Songting, what do you mean? It's not interesting. I'm just correcting some problems. The black-haired white said with a faint smile, and Yen Fan, who was originally excited, also changed his expression, watching him say meaningfully, listening to what you said, it seems that you have received a disciple who is really shocking Hong Tianjiao? The black-haired and white-robed man named Songting said quietly, almost he has understood his own kendo, and he will come to the Sword Immortal in the future. Yen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. You guy, still like to joke like you did in the past. Your apprentice goes to the Sword Fairy? Don't be kidding. Only my apprentice can go to the Sword Fairy. Okay. The fairy palace was silent. Songting looked at him and continued to whisper, competition? Come on, whoever is afraid of who? Yen Fan said with disdain. Hurry up and let your apprentice come out. We are in a hurry. As his voice fell, a black dress walked out from the depths of the fairy palace. In this fairy palace, all dressed in white, it seemed extremely out of place. The black-clothed youth's gaze and complexion were all extremely calm, like a real sword with a completely hidden edge, which made people absolutely unable to see through. And with his appearance, that calm gaze also locked Jian Wushuang for an instant. Turn 3 Dian Immortal. When Jiang Lian returned to both, he also knew why Chongting was so confident. His apprentice had already reached the level of the 3rd revolution. Rank 3 is already a qualitative change, not to mention that he has realized his own swordsmanship. Even facing rank 6 Dian Immortal, he has enough power to fight. It's really tricky. Yen Fan murmured in a low voice, then quickly approached Jian Wushuang, and then lowered his voice. Good apprentice, my face is all on you this time. It's all up to you. Up. I'm afraid this is not so good. I don't want to do it too much. Jian Wushuang said with a wry smile. Good apprentice, we must save me and hit this old man in the face fiercely. Yen Fan said in a low voice, almost kneeling before Jian Wushuang. Finally, Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Then I will give it a try. Yen Fan immediately burst into flames and almost jumped onto the table. My disciple has already agreed, so am ready to start. Songting was startled when he heard the words. He did not think that Yen Fan did not flinch, but challenged. Are you crazy? See clearly that my disciple is the 3rd rank Dian Immortal. Just being oppressed by the force of growth is enough to make your disciple stand upright. Yen Fan snorted. Stop talking nonsense. This Sword Immortal will let you take a look today. What is the real shocking talent? Jian Wushuang slowly got up. Zhang Li on the side grabbed him and said in a low voice, Don't try hard. Stop in time if you feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, it's okay. He smiled slightly and stood in the center of the fairy palace. After seeing this scene, Xianjun Guangyue, who had originally planned to prevent it, had to give up, and at the same time she was sweating for Yen Fan. Yen Xian dealt with the first 3 rounds of Dian Xian, which has been the result of no suspense since ancient times, and there has never been any act of Yen Xian to counterkill. Even the most shocking Tianjiao is impossible. Could it be that all the previously fixed thinking will be subverted today? Songting gritted his teeth secretly. This extremely unequal battle, even if his apprentice won, it would never be too glorious. After all, the gap between Yen Xian and Dian Xian cannot be made up at all. With eyes facing each other, the black-clothed youth, who looked like a hidden front was waiting to start, suddenly said, You are very powerful. You are different from all the swordsmen I have seen. Your sword intent is too pure, as if you have experienced the temper of blood and fire. Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang's original calm state of mind could not help but ripples. In this very short period of time, he could guess the characteristics that Jian Wushuang wanted to hide. He was definitely a terrifying existence. Chapter 4969. Wushuang Kendo, born out of the supernatural universe. It is the ultimate kendo inspired by the old man who guards the tomb of the gods in the depths of the universe. From now on, it was Jian Wushuang's strongest sword. When the whole kendo is fully integrated, he will instantly become a sword fairy. And all the sword intent of Jian Wushuang basically comes from Wushuang Kendo. Wushuang Kendo has indeed undergone the tempering of blood and fire before it can grow to this day. All of these were guessed by the black-clothed youth at this moment, and Jian Wushuang had to be shocked and wary. After speaking those words, the black-clothed youth directly squeezed the hilt of the sword at his waist. The aura of the whole figure was completely restrained. He said in a deep voice, "So next I will go all out. Don't think that I will lower my strength to fight you, including the Yanli realm, and I will not lower a bit." Jian Wushuang nodded and said quietly, "Of course I can, and I won't hide my strength." The black-clothed youth said, "That's it." As the last word fell, thousands of sword intent suddenly emerged from his feet. The sword intent is like a Changhong running through the heavens and the earth, making the entire fairy palace in shock. Immediately afterwards, the Guangyu Xianjun sitting on the jade seat waved and lowered the endless moonflower, which directly turned into a barrier, enclosing the two. With this enchantment as the center, a martial arts field was formed, allowing them to let go of their hands and feet in this battle without destroying the fairy palace. Song Ting, who was black and white, couldn't help expressing satisfaction when seeing this scene. The disciple under his seat was really amazing. Only the sword intent released from him formed a force of overwhelming pressure, almost immediately controlling the entire aura. In the competition between swordsmen, the first moment of the sword is extremely important. The so-called starting point, in a way, can already establish the battle. Song Ting immediately looked at Yan Fan again and saw that instead of worrying about him, he looked at this scene with a smile and couldn't help feeling angry. This battle, even if it was won, was extremely disgraceful. Thinking of this, Song Ting couldn't help but sneered. Knowing that you are defeated, you want to fight, your master really does not care about the life and death of your apprentice. If my apprentice starts harder, I'm afraid I won't have to tell the winner. Yan Fan's face instantly became cold when he heard the words, but then returned to normal. It's a wishful thinking to use your disciple, your inexperienced kendo, to hit my disciple hard. Oh, are you so confident? Song Ting said playfully, "When did this sword Immortal not be confident?" Yan Fan said, stepping directly on the case, proudly speaking out a shocking word. "If my apprentice doesn't beat your apprentices today, then your apprentice will be considered clean today." Crudeness means being too crude. The fairy palace was dead, and all the white clothes were twitching at the corners of their mouths, including the Guangyu Xianjun sitting on the jade seat. "Yan Fan, you are presumptuous." Song Ting smashed the case made by Xian Guishu with a hard shot and straightened up, his face sinking like water. This is a naked humiliation. If it were not in the fairy palace, he would have already taken the sword. Yan Fan said with her lips, "I'm not presumptuous. Why? Can't you tell the truth now?" "You are so confident that your apprentice will win." "Why? I don't believe that my disciple wins." "Do you believe that your disciple wins?" "Then, how about some more conditions?" Song Ting tried his best to suppress his anger. "What conditions?" Yan Fan said, raising his eyebrows. Song Ting said coldly, "If my disciple wins, your kendo belongs to me. If your disciple wins, my kendo belongs to you. How about?" Without waiting for Yan Hui to speak, Guangyu Xianjun, who was sitting on the top of the jade seat, had a solemn expression and repeatedly stopped him. "No, this condition is absolutely not allowed." "I think this condition is not bad, but I have to add something to this condition." Yan Fan smiled quietly. "If my disciple wins, then tell your disciple the secret of how to reach Dian Fairyland." "Aye, Song-Ting was startled, his expression slightly unnatural, but in the end he agreed. Once this condition is settled, it can't be changed. It is no use for Guangyue's Xianjun to be worried and angry. And the reason why she was worried and angry was completely because these two rivals actually gambled out their own swords for this competition between apprentices. This is really fatal. After reaching the point of Sword Immortal or even quasi-Sword Immortal, the competition between them is a matter of life and death. Often just one start is enough to determine life and death. As the original swordsmanship of the Sword Immortal, once it is fully known by evenly matched opponents, there is only one dead end. These two seemingly unremarkable conditions are the fate of a sword fairy and a quasi-sword fairy. This is what makes Guangyue Xianju nervous and dignified, and she has also made a decision in her heart, no matter what the final result. She will not let the two show the sword. Jian Wushuang and the young man in black, who were completely enveloped by Yuehua, did not hear any conversation from outside. In their eyes and ears, there is only each other. At this moment, the breath revealed by the black-clothed youth was completely different from the one previously released, vigorous and vigorous. This made Jian Wushuang as if he was not facing a swordsman, but a sword, an épée without a blade and a sheath. Next, let him be more certain of his thoughts. The young man in black drew a sword from behind, a dark épée. It can't be described with a sword anymore. It can be described with a heavy ruler or even an iron plate. Without a sword edge, it was like a heavy ruler. Jian Wushuang had solemn eyes, and everyone who could use this épée sword was a swordsman who had tempered his sword to the pinnacle. The épée has no edge, and the skill is not working. Without the sword's edge, it has more lethality. Jian Wushuang can even be sure that Chang Yanxian can't even take this sword. At this moment, the young man in black seemed to be completely integrated with the épée in his hand, and his eyes became completely black. The greatest respect for you is to let you kneel under my sword. Jian Wushuang shrugged, and an invisible sword condensed in his right hand at this moment. This is the visualization of Wushuang Kendo, with sword patterns slowly circulating. Song-Ting, who had been watching the scene from afar, looked a little dignified. No sword is invisible. This kid is not easy. But Yen Fan was so proud his chin was almost up to the sky. He once had a brief discussion of swords with Jian Wushuang. Although there were only two swords, he truly felt the aura of real swordsmanship. I may be able to beat you, an old thing, my disciple, let alone your disciple who is not as good as you. Chapter 4970. Yen Fan secretly proudly said in his heart that in his current cognitive considerations, Jian Wushuang and Song-Ting were already side by side. Under Jian Xian, he has no rivals. In the Yuehua barrier, the black-clothed youth was the first to leave at this moment. He held the heavy sword high in both hands, and his whole figure was like a gloomy light, crushing towards Jian Wushuang. Zheng! Struggle! Jian Wushuang confronted him brazenly. An invisible sword in his hand directly blocked his heavy sword. As soon as the sword came out, the black-clothed youth fully used every inch of the meridian in the fairy body, twisted the huge and incomparable heavy sword in his hand, and smashed it again. Sparks overflowing. Endless sword intent swept out, swallowing Jian Wushuang from all directions. At this moment, the black-clothed young man seemed to be tempering a sword embryo. A sword heavier than a sword hit Jian Wushuang's invisible sword. The entire Yuehua enchantment was covered by overflowing sparks. There was a satisfying smile at the corner of Song-Ting's mouth, and everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Yen Fan didn't feel nervous because of this, but was still smiling as if not worried. On the contrary, Xianjun Guangyue was the most nervous, and seemed to be ready to stop the two fighting. But the originally silent fairy palace began to whisper. Who do you think can win these two? Is it necessary to say? It must be the disciple of the Song-Ting Immortal Sovereign Seat who won. You haven't seen his kendo. Good guy. Even the same realm Dian immortals can't get close to him. Yes, that immortal is definitely not good. It is not easy to be able to survive until now. If you continue to fight, you will probably vomit blood. In the Iwehwa barrier, under the rushing sword intent, the black-clothed youth has completely entered the state, but in just a few dozen breaths he has drawn out 90,000 swords. However, what made him a little surprised was that Jian Wushuang actually resisted all of them under these 90,000 swords. How can that be? Have you squeezed enough? A voice sounded quietly. The black-clothed youth was startled. What? His response was a heavy kick. Boom! Under this foot, he flew upside down for 100 feet, and only after knocking out a crack in the Iwehwa barrier, he was able to stop his body. Jian Wushuang retracted the kicked right foot, shook his wrist, and said coldly, "If you are tickling like this, I think it can be over." What? The black-clothed youth's figure was shocked, and the 90,000 swords he squeezed out with all his strength were only tickling in his eyes. You are looking for death. He burst into tears, and million sword intent burst out of the fairy body at this moment. Then, these million sword intents condensed into a huge treasure behind him, almost breaking the entire Iwehwa barrier. Dangu sword Dao dash! As the black-clothed youth screamed, the huge treasure behind him also moved, slashing down with a huge épée in both hands. Jian Wushuang, who was standing still on the spot, felt that the top of his head was covered. He couldn't avoid it and could only face this ancient sword. At this moment, Wu Jining directly blessed. Jian Wushuang did not release Wushuang's sword, but used the flowing cloud grass sword style. As another kendo, the whole spectrum of Luyan grass sword style represents vigor and exuberance, which can protect Jian Wushuang from any serious damage to the maximum. Luyan grass sword style 7th style. The grass leaves turn green. The endless emerald green sword intent rises into the sky, turning into blades of grass, brazenly facing that ancient sword. At this moment, even the Iwehwa barrier began to be filled with cracks. Good boy, you have split this sword instead of choosing to fight it hard. It's amazing. Yen Fan muttered in a low voice. His appreciation was beyond words. Song Ting on the side was also shocked to the extreme. As a quasi-sword fairy, how could he not detect Jian Wushuang's intentions? This is completely breaking the thunder blow with the least cost. Young man in black, this sword has been defeated. Thousands of grass and leaves brazenly confronted him, and then, under the gaze of all Dayan immortals, they calmly split the black-clothed youth's ancient sword. This scene is too plain but too shocking. The young man in black didn't even react. His kendo treasure was completely disintegrated, leaving no trace. The emerald sword intent also disappeared, replaced by another sword intent, a lonely sword intent. Jian Wushuang stood with his hand in his hand. His robe fluttered in the wind, and countless sword intent blossomed from his feet. At this moment, he took the lead in cutting out a sword. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, the 2nd style, river. The lofty Tianhe swept across from the sky, and even directly tore open the Iwehwa barrier under the Guangyue Immortal monarch. Then countless sword intents rushed up, converging together into the broadest Kendo river. At this moment, the entire fairy palace was completely shaken, and all the white clothes were panicked to the extreme and began to subconsciously retreat. They all felt an extremely strong threat. Song Ting and Guangyue Xianjun all stood up, their eyes completely solemn. This power has made them feel uneasy. Yen Fan laughed and said loudly, "Happy, happy! I saw this sword again." Jiang Li, who has rarely spoken all the time, has a reddish complexion, and he is obviously warlike. Jian Wushuang's sword. Jian Jinxian Palace. At this moment his figure completely disappeared. Only the vast kendo Tianhe rushed forward. There was only unbelievable in the eyes of the black-clothed youth. Faced with this mighty sword intent, he could not even rise to resist. However, as the kendo Tianhe got closer and closer, he finally gritted his teeth abruptly and directly raised the heavy sword in his hand to greet him. The clothes on the upper body of the black-clothed youth instantly exploded, and the fairy body expanded several times. The heavy sword in his hand easily tore through the space and slashed towards the Kendo Tianhe. Boom! The unspeakable martyrdom exploded in the fairy palace, eclipsing all the stars and full moon. The Pei 100,000 swords all slashed forward, but only smashed the Tianhe for several meters, and then all the swords with the people were swallowed into the Tianhe. Like mountains and seas will be poured, only Tianhe surging. The fairy palaces are like lone boats in the wild sea, crumbling. Xianjun Guangyue successively released his power to stabilize the palace, then looked at Yan Fan and said angrily, "Look at the good things your apprentice has done." Yan Fan shrugged, then looked at Song Ting, whose face was as gray as death, and said proudly, "How about Song Ting?" Song Ting was still in shock, turning a deaf ear to Yan Fan's ridicule. Jian Wushuang's sword completely exceeded his imagination. How could this terrifying and unimaginable sword be released by a small swordsman? Even though he is a quasi-sword fairy after seeing the sword, he has the idea of going all out. And this sword naturally can never be released by a swordsman, a small Zhao Yangxian. Chapter 4971. When the Kendo Tianhe was completely suspended above the entire fairy palace, it directly stopped flowing, as if it had solidified. In the next moment, the Kendo Tianhe burst into pieces, and the endless stream of light spilled over the entire fairy palace. All the white clothes looked at the dome of the fairy palace and were shocked again. I saw under the dome, as the sword Tianhe dissipated, two figures appeared. The sword has no double face color as usual, as indifferently as if nothing had happened. But at this moment his right arm stretched out against the heart of the black-clothed youth. The exposed fairy body of the black-clothed youth was densely covered with scars, and drips of divine blood poured out from the wounds, which was difficult to stop. He looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. His face looked like ashes. If the fingers that touched his heart were replaced by a real sword, he would have disappeared and the fairy body would be broken. Time seemed to stagnate. Jian Wushuang retracted his palm, did not say a word, and then fell on the ground of the fairy palace. At this moment, all the white clothes, as well as Tsangting and Guangyue Xianjun, looked at Jian Wushuang together, all in disbelief. With the power of cultivating immortals, it was beyond imagination to win an all-out, three-tier Dian immortal so easily. Yan Fan grabbed Jian Wushuang and laughed. "Awesome!" Tsangting sat back where he was with a look of despair. Afterwards, the young man in black also fell from midair, looking at Jian Wushuang with a complex expression. He seemed to be still immersed in that scene, and he hadn't recovered from his fears. He could never think that he would lose, and there was no room for defeat. How, Tsangting, who wins and who loses? Yan Fan turned to look at the desperate Tsangting and asked with a smile. Tsangting slowly raised his head and stared at him before saying for a while, "I lost, and I will give you what you want now." After he finished speaking, he directly stretched out his hand and flipped it, and immediately a series of ancient, incomprehensible sword patterns emerged from his palm. This is Kangting's kendo, but the kendo he released only appeared for a moment, even if Xian was directly dispelled by a force. Song Ting raised his head and looked at Yan Fan with a smirk. "Okay, let's say it's a decent old friend. I don't want to copy your old friend. Besides, do you think I am coveting your kendo? How do I say it is also a sword fairy okay? I just want to show off my apprentice to you today." Having said that, Yan Fan couldn't help laughing out loud anymore. But Song Ting's complexion changed several times, and in the end only helplessness remained. Guangyue Xianjun, who rushed over, also shook his head, helplessly. The free and easy middle-aged man in front of him seemed to be the same as before without any change. "It's all right, the wine is drunk, the words are spoken, and the fight is done, we should go." Yan Fan waved his hand and said, "We still have things to do, so we want to chat with you." "Up. Hold on, just leave like this?" Song Ting said coldly, making the atmosphere of the entire fairy palace fall into silence again. Then he cleared his throat and said again, "Guang Yue, don't keep it. Move out all the remaining moon dew. There's not a drop left if you don't drink today. No one wants to leave." "Okay, don't give it away. I may see you when it's okay. It's just like our relationship." Standing on the fairy palace square, Yen Fan waved his hand and said, in order to avoid Guang Yue Zianjin's scorching hot gaze, his whole figure almost shrank behind Jian Wushuang. Xianjun Guang Yue narrowed his gaze to the bottom of his eyes, then came to Jian Wufang, looking at him with elder eyes. Jian Wushuang raised his mouth unnaturally. Then Guang Yue, Xianjun directly stretched out his hand and raised his right arm, placing an object in his palm. "You are his apprentice. This is the meeting gift I give you. It is very useful to open it later on the occasion of life and death." In the palm of the palm there is a full moon with hazy moonlight, which is extremely beautiful. Jian Wushuang couldn't laugh or cry, but didn't refuse the kindness of Emperor Guang Yue, so he solemnly put it in his arms after thanking him. And Song Ting and Yen Fan went side by side, walking in the forefront. "You have accepted a good apprentice whose future achievements are never below you, and it will only be a matter of time before you reach the Sword Fairy." Yen Fan smiled when he heard the words. "My goal is not only to get him to the Sword Fairy, maybe to advance to a more difficult-to-guess realm." "So confident." Song Ting looked at him. Yen Fan sighed slightly and then said, "It's not that I am confident, but that he convinced me that his future is more than just a Sword Fairy. Do you know why I was calm after he defeated your apprentice?" "Why?" "Because I know he can easily defeat your apprentice, and even behead it instantly. It's also because I will target him, not your apprentice, but you." With the concentration of Tsongting, Rao was shocked after hearing such shocking words. "Do you know what you're talking about? In the Nineth rank Dian Immortal, and am only one line short of climbing the Sword Immortal. Even if I'm not against you, I won't be far worse." Yen Fan sighed again. "I know, but I still don't change my opinion, because I've discussed kendo with him before this. He blocked one of my swords and did it effortlessly." Song Ting took a deep breath. "What you said is true." "Although I don't have much truth, this sentence is absolutely true." Song Ting sighed faintly. "If this is the case, I can no longer guess where his future will be. We can't see so far. The only thing we can do is to act as a guide." Yen Fan looked into the distance, thinking, "By the way, you old boy haven't told me what's the realm of your apprentice. I saw at a glance that he was taking something and was promoted to Dian." Song Ting smiled. "Sure enough, nothing can escape your eyes. Yes, I did give him a kind of fruit that contains great luck." Yen Fan was completely shocked. "I'm going. What Jiguo would be so defying that it can help break through the realm?" He was full of pride. "I will call it Hanyuan without sea fruit for the time being." "Hanyuan no Haiguo? What kind of name sounds so cheap?" "Ahem, be careful when you speak. This is what I call it." "I knew it was you, old boy who obviously didn't have a high style and had to pretend to be unpredictable. Having such a strange name has brought down the overall grade." "Damn it, I won't say anything." "Don't stop, you go on. Let me see if I can try a few hundred for my apprentice." "Are you a mud pill? Do you want to try out hundreds of them? The ultimate fruit that contains supreme fortune. You can get another one if you can't help it." Chapter 4972. After learning that the so-called Hanyuan Wahego was born in a place called the Domain of No Seas, Yen returned with great interest. After directly setting out the real address of the domain without sea, he hurriedly took Jian Wushuang with him, preparing to go to the domain without sea. Remember, that sea-free territory is a little weird. I was almost trapped when I brought my disciples into it, but with your 2-sword celestial guards, there should be no major problem. Song Ting's gaze was a little dignified. Yen Fan waved his hand. "I know, I will be careful." When he was about to leave this Guewe Immortal Palace, suddenly a figure ran out of the Immortal Palace, his expression tense and firm. Looking at the figure about to go away, the young man in black said loudly, "Can I ask your name? I want to write it down and fight with you again in the future." Jian Wushuang stopped where he was, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a radian, Jian Wushuang. The three bodies were like stars and streamers, coming and going in a hurry, and disappeared into the boundless sea in a flash. Jian Wushuang. I took it down. The black-clothed youth murmured, his eyes finally firm, putting away his sullen expression. Song Ting looked at his disciple, and his pride was revealed without any cover. Lao Tzu's disciples are not bad either. I really want to see how they will grow by then. At this moment, Xianjun Guangyue lacked the kind of hazy moonlight that couldn't be looked at directly, and was a bit more lonely. Her thoughts seemed to have returned to that too long time. Sometimes endless longevity may not be a good thing for Yanxian. The countless ancient battles and nihilistic years have made them think about the ultimate meaning of existence. After leaving the Guiwei Immortal Palace, there has been no news about Diqing. Although this is only a short period of time, Jian Wushuang is also more worried. You must know that the longer the timeline is, the possibility of finding a clear truth will expand indefinitely. Because the entire borderless sea has no boundaries, it is almost equivalent to a universe, and the difficulty of finding a Dayan in such a universe full of fatal dangers can be imagined. Originally, Jian Wushuang wanted to continue looking for Diqing aimlessly, but was directly led by Yan Fan on his way to the realm of no sea. "Good disciple, you just follow us. I paid a lot of money to get this news from the old boy in Songting. You can be sure that you will become Dayan Immortal after eating that kind of hanyuan without sea fruit." Seeing Yan Fan, who was very excited, Jian Wushuang felt a little helpless. Climbing into the realm of Dayan Immortal from Yanxian is a difficult and almost impossible thing. How could there be some kind of fruit that contains atmospheric luck, which can have such an unimaginable effect against the sky? You must know that even the former emperor of the 6 Crow Emperors did not have such a treasure of promotion. Therefore, Jian Wushuang did not hold much hope and confidence in this. A realm without seas. There are places in this sea without seas that are not seas. It's not that this old kid fooled me again. As he continued to move forward, Yan Fan began to doubt the real position that Songting gave him. Jian Li said at this moment, "Of course there is. You have to know that in this borderless sea, there is something that will not sink in the sea and will not be swallowed by any force." "You mean the corpse of Yanxian?" Yan Fan touched his chin. "If that is the case, then Hanyuan Wahegao might have been born in that place." Jian Li curled his lips, showing no trace of disgust. "What kind of ghost name? So weird." Yan Fan touched his nose. "I also think it's amazing, but as long as you can rise to the realm of Dayan Immortal, it will be a good fruit." Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly when he heard the words. He knew his own situation best. He had realized before that there was no source of immortality, and he could hardly reach the realm of Dayan Immortal. This is why, even if he is extremely proficient in the use of the immortal style and realizes the strong sword, he cannot be promoted to Dayan Immortal. Without the reason of Xian Yuan, Jian Wushuang's promotion journey was completely blocked. But he still has the last ray of hope. If Hanyuan Wahegao can really allow him to enter the realm of Dayan Immortal, then he will be able to easily crush rank 6 Dayan Immortal. So he also looks forward to it. With 2 true sword celestial beings following them, they moved forward at a speed of 10,000 li in a flash, almost able to traverse a celestial domain in a few breaths. This is the case. It took a long time to travel to the land without sea. When the endless black sea in front of him was replaced by the gray-white land plain, even with Jian Wushuang's concentration, he couldn't help but be surprised. Those that make up the gray-white land plain are not other things, but messy bones. The endless bones, shrouded in a unique, barren, dead breath, make the viewer's heart palpitations involuntarily. This is simply a scene left only by a great battle between the ancients, and the land plain composed of endless fairy bones is even wider than the heaven and land plain where the frontier was located. After seeing this scene, Even Yen Fan couldn't help but slap his tongue. Good fellow, how many deaths did you form here? It's really magnificent. Be careful, there may still be living things here. Jiangli frowned slightly. Are you sure that Hunyuan no Haigua is here? Yen Fan nodded affirmatively and then pointed to the front. Absolutely here. You see here, there's no order and heavenly restrictions. Yanli is in a state of chaos and unknown, which is quite in line with the meaning of Hunyuan, the old man of Tsangting. The kid sums it up well. Looking around, Jian Wushuang soon felt that what Yen Fan said was not unreasonable. You read www.thelandofakhonshu.com, which is made up of endless bones of immortals, is already a land of no heaven and chaos. Let's go! Find the fruit first. This little corpse field is nothing. Yen Fan said, and flew to the sealess area first. You are walking behind me, no matter what crisis you encounter. Don't do it yet. Jiang Li also walked forward after an exhortation. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then stepped into this sealess realm after he was covering his entire body with his strength. Step into it with one step, and the unknown and chaotic power will come. The strength of a sword, like a sword, kept cutting the strength of the surface of the fairy body, causing Jian Wushuang to feel a slight discomfort. Seeing his discomfort, Jiangli casually dispelled the chaos around Jian Wushuang and formed a barrier around him with a sword intent before he stopped. Thank you. Jian Wushuang solemnly thanked him. Hearing this, Jiangli raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, Remember, I will call my wife in the future. Chapter 4973. Then, before he could react, Jiangli turned and walked forward. Rubbing his nose, Jian Wushuang followed up immediately. The endless bones of the immortal underneath. I don't know how long it has been gone, there is no fairy rhyme, and it is full of death and desolation. Looking around, they were all Yenxian bones, and there was no other living aura. But the more so, the more vigilant it is. This is an unbreakable truth. Yen Fan walked in the forefront. He was so lazy as usual, it seemed that he didn't care about all crises. And one of these details made Jian Wushuang close his eyes. It was the Yenxian bones under his feet. None of them received any trauma, and they were preserved intact. This is almost impossible in the borderless sea. If you want to build a land on the borderless sea, you must kill the immortals and use their bones as land. And this naturally can't avoid conflict. As long as there is conflict, the bones of the fairy will be incomplete. But from the point of view of the moment, these fairy bones were too complete, as if they had died voluntarily. This faintly made Jian Wushuang feel something wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Strange. Why didn't I feel the breath of that fruit? Yen Fan asked with his chin in doubt. They had been stepping into this sealess area for a period of time. If there is that kind of air transport fruit that has the anti-sky effect, I am afraid that it is absolutely impossible to hide the breath. This is why Yen Fan is strange. But shortly after he said this, an unimaginable, rich breath followed. That kind of rich aura contained unimaginable atmospheric luck, which made Jian Wushuang unable to calm down for a moment. Good guy just ahead. Yen Fan was overjoyed. The old boy in Tsangting didn't lie to me. I'll follow and get the fruits as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang nodded and galloped forward without any hesitation. No matter what the final result is, he must seize this opportunity. After all, he has no way to break through the realm of Dian Immortal, so he can't give up any chance. When they came to the very center of the entire sealess realm, the thing that contained the supreme atmosphere of luck, they could see thoroughly. It was an unimaginable and extremely huge towering tree. The brown branches, the emerald green tree cover, and even the cinnamon tree that had previously supported the entire Guiwa Immortal Palace were huge. And the supreme atmosphere that is so rich that it can hardly be removed, it is flowing from the towering giant tree. Good fellow, it seems that this fairy tree bears more than one fruit. Yen Fan said with a smile, seeming to be extremely satisfied. Then He watched Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Apprentice, see the teacher pick a few hundred for you today to try it out." Without waiting for Jian Wushuang to answer, Yan Fan's figure flashed straight forward. But the feeling of anxiety in Jian Wushuang's heart became even stronger. As if to prove his idea, when Yan Hui urged him to go to the fairy tree, the fairy corpse under his feet suddenly shook. Then the fairy corpse instantly cracked, and thousands of huge tree roots were drilled from under the center of the earth. Each root of the tree is so huge that it can't be added. Even a real dragon can't compare with it. The roots of these trees were all besieged to Yan Fan in the first place. But Jiang Li seemed to have foreseen long ago, and suddenly drew his sword. This was the only second time Jian Wushuang saw Jiang Li's shot, and the first shot in front of the Guiwa Immortal Palace. Although it was only a single blow, it surprised all Dayan Immortals. And this time, Jiang Li quickly drew a long sword from his waist and cut straight forward. Although there was only one blow, 1,000 sword intents were instantly differentiated. Every one is the strongest sword intent. Nearly 1,000 sword intents slashed forward, smashing the giant tree roots into pieces in an instant. Yan Fan had already reacted, reaching out his hand and completely shattered the remaining roots. But then a more majestic force burst out from the whole body of the fairy tree and forced Yan Fan back. "Those who covet my fruit die." A sound that shook the sky and the earth followed from the fairy tree, and then the branches split, exposing a huge mouth. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang was slightly shocked. Such an immortal tree, which was fed by countless celestial bones, surged into an unimaginable general trend. This general trend, even beyond the power of rank 6 Dayan Immortal, has the power of rank 9. Yan Fan slapped his lips. "Good fellow," I said, "why the old man in Songting had to persuade me to be vigilant. It turns out that this strange tree has reached rank 9. Jiang Li pursed his lips. "Is that the reason for you?" "Ill persuade. I'm a sword immortal, okay?" Yan returned with anger and didn't fight. "Dare you look down on me?" Jiang Li raised his head and nodded the fairy giant tree in front of him with his chin. "Go and chop it down and prove yourself in front of me and the disciple." "Okay, Jiang Li, wait for you." Yan Fan resented, then rushed forward angrily. "Those who covet my fruit die." The fairy giant tree made a sound that shook the sky and the earth again, and then twisted the root of the tree, which was bigger than the real dragon, and smashed it towards Yan Fan. Yan Fan, who was angry, did not draw his sword, but pointed it out directly. Thousands of sword intents were swept out in an instant, and the tree roots were easily crushed into powder. "Are you going to hand it over by yourself, or wait for me to cut you into 2 pieces and find out by yourself?" Yan Fan said coldly. The fairy giant trees whose roots were cut one after another seemed to have tasted pain, and the crown of the tree that was so huge that it bordered the sky began to shake. But it also seemed to be extremely angry, and the huge mouth on the branch said wildly, "Today I am dead, and I will never give up a Taoist fruit. I will turn you all into nourishment." "It's really noisy." Yan Fan picked her ears and then rushed forward. Next is an extremely shocking scene. A fight that was almost one-sided and without any suspense began, facing a real sword immortal, and the realm of Dayan Immortal of rank 9. This immortal giant tree was destined to be a giant sandbag. The broken roots, the torn apart tree canopy, the wailing that almost never stopped, walked in the center of the entire fairyland. After hitting the back, Jian Wushuang couldn't bear it. The fate of this fairy giant tree was really miserable, but it was indeed hard-spirited. Apart from howling, he didn't even ask for mercy. Just as Yan Fan was about to cut off the waist of the giant sloth, a voice resounded like a gossamer, but panic. Don't fight. I give it to you, I give it all to you. Say it early, and it's going to be all right. I have to take you apart before I will hand it over." Chapter 4974. Yan Fan murmured dissatisfiedly and then retracted his palm. Hurry up. Give me as many as you need. 180 are not too many. If you dare to give me one, I will have to tear down you today." The immortal giant tree was dying, and when he heard this, he wailed again, "180, were you mud pills at that time? This is the Tao fruit that I bear, and only one can be born every other year." He scratched his head when he heard the words, "Then you have to hand over as many as you have. My apprentice will be promoted today. If the promotion is successful, your benefits will be indispensable." "Well, I only have 2. Even if you destroy me today, there are only 2. The fairy giant tree said, dying. Yen Fan didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, and directly kept beckoning. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang and Jiang Li looked at each other, then swept over. Then, under the miracle of Yen Fan's great strength, the forcing fairy giant tree spit out 2 palm-sized fruits in succession. The moment the emerald green fruit appeared, the space of hundreds of millions of miles was filled with unimaginable luck. This kind of air luck actually began to slowly construct the rules of heaven when it swayed through the air. Strands of dense, ancient patterns flow quietly in the air, so that the original desolate and silent aura disappears without a trace. Yen Fan and Jiang Li said anxiously at the same time, "Swallow it." Jian Wushuang, who had originally wanted to reject it, had to cheeky, picking up a fruit of luck and swallowing it directly. In the next moment, the fruit of luck directly turned into 1,000 radiant flowers, flowing down his throat and into his limbs. Okay. A tyrannical force that could not be added suddenly broke through all the obstacles in his meridian and began to circulate back and forth. At the same time, wisps of divine blood burst out from every pore of his fairy body, and in a flash, bleeding fog came. Jian Wushuang hurriedly sat cross-legged to thoroughly digest and absorb the air transport in the body. Seeing this scene, Yen Fan couldn't help but smile. Yes, it seems that promotion to Dying Immortal is already a sure thing. Jiang Li also nodded slightly. They were extremely optimistic about Jian Wushuang's talent, and it could even be said that it didn't really matter whether they had this fruit of luck. They believed that Jian Wushuang would definitely be able to ascend the realm of Dying Immortal for no more than a year. This fruit of luck is just an advancement of the established facts. Seeing Jian Wushuang's breath continuously circulating and the various great auras circulating each other, Jiang Lian didn't relax either. Work together to set an enchantment and guide the air transport in another fruit to him. The luck in this fruit is so great that it makes the immortal body a bit difficult. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's spirit and thoughts were united, guiding the air luck in the limbs and hundreds of skeletons, and jointly attacking the non-existent obstacle. Time passed by, shaking the chi luck for 9 days, and all began to return to his body, and then all the visions disappeared. And Yen Fan, who was watching the scene nervously, was slightly startled. "It's over." Jiang Li frowned slightly, obviously also a little puzzled. After a while, Jian Wushuang also slowly opened his eyes, and a touch of disappointment flashed deep in his eyes. Yen Fan said nervously, "What? How is it?" He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I still failed. Fucking. I knew that old boy in Songding was unreliable. I will uproot this tree now." Yen returned angrily, then turned around to pull the tree. "Guan, what's the matter with me? I only provide the fruit, but it doesn't guarantee that he will rise steadily." The fairy giant tree shivered, almost shaking. At this time, Jian Wushuang also took action to stop Yen Fan. "It's really nothing to do with it. That fruit does contain the fortune that can be improved, but this is my own reason." But he hesitated to speak, then stopped and finally said, "It's okay, or you can break through by taking a few pills." Hearing the words, the fairy tree said in a low voice, "I have given you all the last 2. I don't have any." Yen Fan snorted coldly. "Is it not your decision, but my decision?" The fairy giant tree sighed, and then said very angrily, "I live in a corner, just want peace of mind to enlighten the Tao and bear the fruit. Why do you always seize my Tao fruit? A tree will not be fruitful if you honestly bear fruit, so there's so much emotion. Yan Fan whispered. Hurry up and give me 5 more fruits, and we will leave. Where do I have so many fruits? In addition to you, a strong man came not long ago, wounded me, and took away a Tao fruit from me, plus the 2 in your hands. It's all mine. The fairy giant tree wailed, and after a long sigh he said nothing. But Jian Wushuang, who was standing by the side, suddenly seemed to realize something, and suddenly raised his head to look at the fairy giant tree. What did you just say? Other Dayan immortals visited you not long ago? What does he look like? Are his eyes red gold and 9 colored feathers between the tips of his hair? After a long silence, the fairy giant tree said again, How did you know? Are you accomplices with him? In his mind was like a 9-day thunder, and Jian Wushuang's heart was like beating a drum. What he described just now is exactly the appearance of Diqing. Right now, under this misunderstanding, he actually learned of Diqing's whereabouts. How did this make him unexcited? Then tell me, where is he now? Jian Wushuang asked anxiously. I don't know. Calm, but can feel that he has not gone far. Otherwise, he knows nothing. The fairy giant tree said, and then continued to silence. He stopped asking, but quickly thought about it. The news he got from the fairy tree proved that Diqing had been here not long ago, and Jian Wushuang and the others were probably still in the plane of heaven and land. The distance between them was no less than half a year, but with the strength of the Nineth rank Dayan Immortal, he could definitely walk a considerable distance. But the fairy giant tree felt that Diqing had not gone far, so it was very likely that Diqing should have been severely traumatized, and thus found a safe place to hide. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore, and turned around to look for Diqing's whereabouts. How about it? Do you know the whereabouts of your friend? Yan Fan asked in a condensed voice. He nodded. It is very likely that he has not left here. I want to find him as soon as possible, so as not to make waves again. Yan Fan nodded. Okay, then we will go along with you and protect your safety. Chapter 49-75. Leaving from the land of immortal bones in the realm of no sea, Jian Wushuang finally sighed, unable to hide his loss. He swallowed a hunyuan without sea Dao fruit, and he did not have any breakthrough in his realm. The supreme air luck contained in the fruit was only divided and absorbed by the 3 great roads, and failed to break through the realm at all. In other words, Jian Wushuang could no longer break through, and the realm of Yanxian was his ultimate destiny. Without a source of immortality, he has no possibility of being promoted to the realm, and his highest realm from now on will only be the immortal. This is undoubtedly fatal. Even if Jian Wushuang can now kill rank 3 Dayan Immortal, even in the state of Sandao, he can kill rank 6 Dayan Immortal, but this can't change his upper limit. The highest limit is Immortal Yen. In the future, when facing rank 9 Dayan Immortal, he will only end up being easily killed. Could it be that all of this really cannot be changed? The Tao fruit that the giant tree bears contains the supreme air luck that is too terrifying, enough to allow a fairy to climb into the realm of Dayan. It was precisely because of this that Jian Wushuang became more worried. He couldn't believe that he would actually be trapped in Yanxian and he could no longer make breakthroughs. The realm of Dayanxian was already in sight. Perhaps it was the loss of Jian Wushuang's eyes that Yan Fan reached out and patted him on the shoulder, and then said grinningly, This must be the problem of that, and Fruit Master, I still like you, as always. You will definitely be able to visit Dayan Immortal in 2017. I think it took Jiang Li and Jiang Li to be promoted to the realm of Dayan Immortal for a long time. After all, promotion to Dayan Immortal is not that simple. Jiang Li also raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yan Fan is right. You will be promoted to Dayan Immortal in at least 1 year, because you are much better than us. Immediately afterwards, Yan Fan gave him the last remaining Qi Luck Dao fruit. Today is indeed too hasty. Once there are signs of a breakthrough in the future, I will eat this fruit, and I will definitely break through once. Seeing the Tao fruit in his hand that was completely wrapped in Yanli and had no luck at all, Jian Wushuang's heart was extremely warm, and then he solemnly thanked him. Okay, you can't be so polite to us from now on. These are all the duties of a master. Yan Fan still said with a smile, the top priority now is to find your friend first. He nodded, and then a group of 3 people rushed to the distant sea of no edge. The so-called endless sea is endless, and even dying immortal can be lost in it, and the difficulty of finding a dying immortal in this one can be imagined. Judging from the perception ability of the fairy giant tree, I am afraid that it will take a long time to find the truth in the next time. But Jian Wushuang still decided to find Di Qing. No matter how long it took, after all, Di Qing was banished in the Sea of No Edge because of himself. With the continuous advancement, the Sea of Boundlessness returns to dead silence and coldness. Jian Wushuang was thinking about some issues as he walked forward. It has been a long time since he entered the Sea of No Edge. Although he has gone through several battles, he still feels that the Dayan immortal who is trapped in the endless sea does not seem to be as sinful as he imagined, and it can even be said that it is impossible to be exiled. Especially Jiang Lian's return to these 2 sword immortals, as well as the Guangyu immortal in the Guiwe immortal palace, the Tsongting immortal, and a kind of white-robed Dayan immortal. None of them have the bloodthirsty violence. Some are just pure. These detached true shackles, and even the strongest ones who can compete for the emperor's luck, are now exiled in the Sea of No Edge. Jian Wushuang guessed that all of this was most likely the exile led by Zhan Thuong after he ascended to the throne of the emperor. Just when he couldn't help but want to ask some questions, the endless waters in the distance suddenly swept up to kill. Yan Fan frowned. It's really a bunch of guys. During the time I was asleep, the Sea of Borders has been so messy. Jiang Li also said, You have slept for so many years. This place is already messier than you think. Then simply kill it, not see and not bother you. He said again, his palm already quietly holding the hilt of his waist. In this short moment, all those murderous breaths rushed in. There are a total of more than 20 figures, like a dark stream. And these figures are all chasing the front figure at this moment. After a short while, a voice that was almost astonished by the soul came from a distance. The hero had help! Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed slightly, and the majestic power was already gathered between his palms. With the sound resounding, a skinny figure wearing a sloppy and incomparable Taoist robe came behind Jian Wushuang in an instant, and then disappeared strangely and inexplicably. The remaining 20-odd people, surrounded by terrifying body shapes, stopped directly in front of them. Each of them was actually a 3rd-ranked Dayan immortal. Hand over the evil thief. The leader, Dayan Xian, said in a cold voice, directly releasing Yanlipi training and surrounding Jian Wushuang's 3 people. If you don't call out, don't blame us for being polite. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly, sighed, and did not speak again. If these Dayan immortals had asked in a good way at first, it would really be possible to know the whereabouts of that guy, but now there's only one dead end waiting for them. Yan Fan didn't even bother to draw his sword. He waved it casually, and hundreds of strong sword intent burst out, strangling them all into pieces. It only took a few breaths from speaking to it until it was all broken into minced meat. Sword intent returned to one. Yan Fankai said in a cold voice, noisy, regarding the enemy or potential disadvantages. He simply shot even far beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. However, the strongest person who can survive in the age of the ancient times, I am afraid that there is no softest place in his heart. Waved and wiped out more than 23 turned Dayan immortals and turned them into powder. Yan Fan immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. And Jian Wushuang also said coldly at this moment, if you hide again, you will definitely end up not much better than them. After a moment of silence, a voice that could not contain fear suddenly sounded. The 3 fairy monarchs are forgiving and the old Daojiang parade is here to thank the 3 fairy monarchs for their virtue. The space was rippling, and the figure that had originally disappeared knelt directly in front of Jian Wufang, his 5 bodies thrown on the ground, shaking like chaff. Seeing the scene, the murderous Jian Wushuang had already begun to attack, but he said in a cold voice, "Why do you want to bring disaster to us? Are you afraid that we will also kill you?" Chapter 4976. The sloppy Taoist who claimed to be the old Daojiang parade, his 5-bodied body was directly shocked, and then he shook and wailed. The 3 immortal monarchs don't know something, and the little old Dao is also forced to be helpless. It is really desperate to be intercepted by them, so they have to ask for refuge. If the 3 fairy kings are still extremely angry, they can destroy the little old Dao at any time. Kill. After Jian Wushuang and Zhang Lian looked at each other, they said coldly, "Leave." Thanks to the 3 immortal monarchs and virtues. The sloppy Taoist bowed heavily, and then climbed up from the void with gratitude. Only then did Jian Wushuang see the true meaning of this old way. A shaggy and withered hair was arbitrarily pulled behind his head by a bone hairpin, revealing a face with sunken eye sockets and dry yellow, and the 2-faced 8 character who added a bit of wretchedness. And under the open robes, a pair of bare ribs made Jian Wushuang a little doubtful about how this guy lived until now. Yen Fan curled her lips and then turned around to leave. Just when they all set off to leave, the old Daojiang, who was standing there and did not intend to leave, suddenly said, "3 fairy monarchs, what do you have to do?" "Leave if you don't want to die." After Jian Wushuang left the sentence, without looking back, he set off, and the loud Daojiang parade seemed to be hesitating. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "The 3 fairy monarchs and Xiao Lao Dao have traveled here for several years. They know any place. If necessary, I am willing to follow along." Jian Wushuang quietly stopped. In the next moment, 36,000 sword intent burst out from him, directly strangling and marching towards the river. Seeing the terrifying sword intent coming over the sky, Lao Daojiang did not flee in a hurry in the parade, but closed his eyes and motionless. The sky is trembling, and the sea of no edge has set off waves of great magnitude. Time seemed to stagnate. At this moment, the 36,000 sword intents did not slash towards Jiang, but hovered in front of him. Thousands of sword intents became one afterwards. Jian Wushuang came to him, reached out and grabbed the collar of his Taoist robe, and lifted it up. "What is your purpose?" Jiang Yugong even said something unfavorable. I have no purpose. Just want to report the life-saving grace of the 3 immortals." "No, if you're talking more nonsense, the sword is on your body." Jian Wushuang said coldly and then threw it away. Jiang Gang was dumb and finally murmured, "But I—" Jian Wushuang, who turned around and was about to leave, stopped and said in a condensed voice, "How sure are you to find a Dayan immortal in this borderless sea?" He was taken aback and quickly reacted and said, "It is difficult to return to Xianjun, but if the conditions are to be included in this area, it should not be a particularly difficult thing, because here is where Yen Xian can stay. Not many, and I just happen to know." "Who does Xianjun want to find?" Jian Wushuang stopped paying attention to him. "Don't ask so much if you don't know, just follow us." Above the boundless sea, the sloppy old Daojiang parade closely followed Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he waved his hand to take out something from the tattered Taoist robe, and then threw it above the sea. It rose hundreds of feet in the storm, forming a true treasure ship. The 3 immortals are going to board the Real boat. In order to avoid some unopened Dayan immortals from disturbing the itinerary, it is the best choice to travel by boat. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate too much, and then took Zhang Lian back to board the ship. In a flash of millions of miles, the true treasure ship shuttled at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Gongjiu sat on the bow of the ship and concentrating on controlling the direction. Jian Wushuang walked forward and asked, Have you ever seen a 9-ranked Dian immortal who has been traumatized and has 9 colored feathers in his hair? I haven't seen it before, but in the next sea area we arrive, there should be the one Xianjun wants to find. Jiang Gang said very simply. Jian Wushuang was not too disappointed when he heard this. After all, the news about Diqing was too small for this boundless sea. Don't worry if your friend is going to suffer some trauma. He won't be too far away from here. Maybe he can find it in the next place. Yan Fan patted his shoulder and comforted. Jian Wushuang nodded, and the only thing left to do was to look for it with Jiang Gang's guidance. However, after shuttled out of the vast sea, Jiang Parade, who was concentrating on manipulating the real ship, suddenly changed his face. No, there is something wrong ahead. As his voice fell, the vastness of the sea surface suddenly shook, as if there was a terrifying existence under the sea awakening. Hundreds of thousands of feet of dust surged up, like a heavenly gate rising from the sea, terrifying to the extreme. An unimaginable oppressive force squeezed in, and this sea gate, composed of billions of meters of dust, completely surrounded the Zibo Zen ship. At this moment, even the sky was dimmed. Standing at the bow of the ship, apart from Jian Wushuang, Zhang Lian's face was solemn, and the palm of his hand was already quietly gripping the hilt of the waist. How could there be such a strange phenomenon, and there is still an immortal Yen who can control the sea area? Yan Fan murmured, and then looked at the river Parade sitting on the bow. But he quickly denied that it was Jiang Parade who was causing the trouble. After all, a mere rank 6 Dian immortal could not get over such a big wave. And Jiang Gang said in a trembled voice at this moment, "My dear princes, what shall we do next?" Yan Fan ignored him, but looked at Jian Wushuang. "You will be behind us later. Remember not to get in the water." Jian Wushuang nodded. His whole body has quietly condensed an invisible general trend. At this moment, Zhang Lian is all ready to go, is ready to cut off the sea. There is almost no possibility of evading the Tianmen sea screen, which is hundreds of millions of feet high and can only choose to resist. When all of them were extremely solemn, only the old Daojiang, who was lying on the bow of the ship, showed an unusually calm complexion. At this moment, the Tianmen sea curtain, which is billions of feet high, is smashed down at this moment. It was as if the mountains and seas were about to fall. The terrifying general trend was like facing the siege of thousands of Dian immortals, making Jian Wushuang not slacking off. But the next moment, something changed suddenly. Jiang Parade, who was originally lying in the boat, suddenly swooped down on him, yelling, "There is a change in the sea of boundlessness, and none of us can escape." And until this moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly realized that this terrible and curious scene was not a real existence, but an illusion. Such a heavenly illusion actually deceived them all. "You old dog, I can't forgive you." Jian Wushuang was so angry that he couldn't add up. Chapter 49:77. But despite the sound of his anger resounding, he was swallowed by the roar of the waves like Hong Zhong Dalu. Boom! Amidst the billions of meters of dust, the sea curtain of Tianmen blasted down. At the next moment, the horrible scene expected did not appear. The moment the Tianmen sea screen, which is more than billions of meters tall, crashed down, it disappeared. Everything is like a mirage, like a dream, like nothing happened. Only the mist convoluted by the dust waves spewed out, full of the breath of death and desolation. Jian Wushuang put down the palm that was blocking his eyes and then looked forward. The sea is calm and silent. There is no other horrible scene before. "Damn, it's an illusion," Yan Fan said in a deep voice, his eyes cold. Zhang Li also had a solemn expression, and the 2 sword immortals were also bewildered by this illusion. Jian Wushuang then retracted his gaze and hurriedly looked at the ship. But apart from the 3 of them, there is no other figure in the boat. The sloppy old Daojiang Parade disappeared without a trace, not even a trace of it, as if it had never appeared before. "Damn, old thing, he really caused this illusion," Yan Fan said bitterly. "I've noticed something wrong with him." Jian Wushuang was puzzled. But why did he do this? Willing to take the risk of being suspected? Jiang Li seemed to remember something. His expression slightly changed when he looked at him. Let's see if there is anything missing on you? Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard the words, and then subconsciously touched his waist. The Boyang bottle containing the true shadow of the three emperors was still there. Not only was the Boyang bottle still there, but also the golden jade ring and some other treasures, all lying quietly in his arms. Everything is still there. What is this guy's calculation? Jian Wushuang whispered. Suddenly he remembered something, and hurriedly touched his arms again. After a while he smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no luck, and the fruit, I think it was taken away by the old boy. What? Qi Luck Daoguo was stolen. Yan Fan's eyes widened. I want this old thing to die. Jian Wushuang stopped him. This guy's whereabouts are weird. Obviously, he has been eyeing the Qi Luck Dao fruit on my body before. So he set up such a heavenly fantasy to lure us into the bait. If we chase him next, in case we are confused by the illusion again, it will be a big loss because of a small loss. If a mere luck is gone, it will be gone. I have other ways. Yan Fan gritted his teeth secretly, although it is said that it is really detrimental to the prestige of this sword immortal to be placed by this old thing. If I want to find him, I will definitely thwart him. As he spoke, he hit the edge of the treasure ship again with a punch. With a chick, the hull torn apart. Fucking, this boat is actually made of paper. Some embarrassed to leave from the paper boat. Yan Fan was ashamed and almost wanted to lift the entire sea area upside down, catching the sloppy old way. And Jian Wushuang, who was used by this sloppy old way to perform illusion, was extremely depressed, and it was not a small loss that a Qi Luck Dao fruit was stolen. In the final analysis, everything that happened was actually because he was too credulous in the Dian Immortal in this endless sea. In any case, Jiang Gang gave him a lesson. After condensing their minds, the three of them rushed forward again. Not long after, a plane of heaven and land, which was also constructed from the bones of Yenxian, appeared. The heaven and land plane on this side was much smaller than the previously seen heaven and land plane, but when it was different from other barren heaven and land plains, there are fairy trees growing on the land here. The dense forest of fairy trees exudes a strange and calm atmosphere. How about it? Do you want to go in and have a look? Yan Fan asked. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. There are not many land plains in this borderless sea. My friend will most likely be here. Jiang Lian nodded at the same time, and then first stepped into the heaven and land plain. Huh! The crisp cry resounded from the dense forest of fairy trees in an instant, and then a fairy bird with its wings spread out from the dense forest opened its huge beak and swallowed Jian Wushuang. As you can imagine, the huge bird head was almost torn in half by Yan's return. Have you ever seen a 9-ranked Dian Immortal with twin red eyes and 9 colored feathers in his hair? Jian Wushuang lay in front of the dying fairy bird and asked carefully, but what I got was a panic shaking his head. Let's go. Go ahead and take a look. Maybe you can find some clues, he said, helplessly. Then, in the next period of time, this plane of heaven and land was almost turned upside down. All the Dian Immortals that were hit, as well as all kinds of fairy birds and beasts, were beaten violently, and then, after questioning, they were allowed to leave. So back and forth, Jian Wushuang and the others didn't mean to get tired, but they didn't get tired of it. They reluctantly stopped until a magnificent flower covered the entire sky and land plain. Immediately after that, an uncontrollable angry voice resounded throughout the wild. Enough, let me stop. This seat has tolerated you for a long time and repeatedly hurt my seat. Do you really think this seat is muddled? As this resentful voice fell, the huge and dense fairy trees were all swept open suddenly, and then a figure with wings on its back came. Behind this figure stood dozens of figures, each figure exuding a kind of terrifying force fluctuation. They are all Dian Immortals. The figure with huge wings on his back was a woman with a pretty and delicate face. With their eyes facing each other, both Jian Wushuang and Yan Fan looked at other places with a little embarrassment at. There is no other reason. It is that the figure of this woman is too strong, and only the important parts are covered by feathers, and the beautiful figure is enough to see. Jiang Li snorted coldly, then stared at her. Get out of the way. The woman was startled and immediately said angrily, You actually let me go? Do you know who opened up this field? This seat is the supreme ruler here. Don't you hurt my seat, but now you dare to speak badly? Could it be that it's not going to die? Jiang Li's face was cold, and he held the hilt in his palm to prepare for a thunderous blow. Yan Fan hurriedly stopped when he saw this, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Apprentice, ask quickly. Jian Wushuang understood, and immediately asked, no offense. We came here just to find a friend. Have you ever seen a great fairy who was born with red and golden twin pupils and 9 colored feathers in his hair? Why should I tell you? The woman with wings on her back said coldly, It's you. You have to give me an explanation first. Otherwise, you will never be kind. Chapter 4978. Yan Fan put his hands on his hips and said with a face like a hobmeat, Explain? What kind of explanation? Aren't these all obvious questions? Your subordinates will come up to join in the fun whenever there is nothing to do. Of course, I just tidied up. Is this an account? Besides, I didn't kill them all. I just tried to teach you a lesson or two. It's enough to save you face. You. The pretty woman with wings on her back was speechless for a while, and her silver teeth stared at them eagerly. Her extremely large-scale chest was ups and downs, and she seemed to be enduring strong anger, but she did not make the next move. She has a strong and clear intuition that none of the 3 body shapes at the moment are good. I am afraid that the entire Tianlu powerhouse will suppress it together, and they will not necessarily get the desired result. After a while, the pretty woman with wings on his back said in a deep voice, Let's go. I'll take the blame for what happened just now. I just ask you to stop taking a step in this area. Yan Fan did not speak, but looked at Jian Wushuang. He then said slowly, We really only wanted to find a friend when we came here. The previous thing was indeed that we did not do it right, but if we didn't do that, I'm afraid we would have been besieged long ago. Needless to say, you can go. The pretty woman said coldly. She just wanted to invite the 3 evil spirits away. Jian Wushuang didn't say much either. After nodding his head and agreeing, he finally said, If you have ever met my friend, please let me know. After speaking these last words, they were about to turn around and leave. At this moment, the pretty woman with wings on her back suddenly said, What is the relationship between the guy you just described and you? Why are you looking for him? Jian Wushuang stopped walking and turned to look at her. You know. Answer my question first, she said in a deep voice. Jian Wushuang said, He is an old friend of mine. For some reason, he was banished in this endless sea, and I came here because I was looking for him. The pretty woman asked again, Then how do you prove that you are his friend? He thought for a while, then shook his head. It can't be proved, but if you have news about him, you must tell me. He is injured. I am afraid that his actions will be hindered in this sea of no edge. The water waves in the pretty woman's eyes seemed to be considering the authenticity of Jian Wushuang's words. After a while, she seemed determined to say, The guy you mentioned I know and stayed with me for a while. Jian Wushuang's heart suddenly shook. He didn't expect to receive the news of Diqing again. Where is he now? I don't know. I asked him to stay, but he refused. A frustration flashed in the pretty woman's eyes, and she continued, He may not be too far away, saying that he can't find it soon. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. As long as Diqing hadn't left the sea area, he would definitely be able to find out in a very short time. Thinking of this, he turned around and left without hesitation. Wait a minute. At this time, the pretty woman hurriedly descended from the sky, then put her wings away and came to Jian Wushuang. Are you really his friend? Otherwise, Jian Wushuang said helplessly. The pretty woman's cheeks suddenly turned pink. Then, if you are his friends, I will go find him with you. At the same time as her voice fell, all Dianxian said anxiously, Fu Yao Xianjun no, Qianlu can't be unowned. The pretty woman known as Fu Yao Xianjun curled her lips slightly, and then said coldly, Don't interrupt, this seat has its own arrangements. All Dian immortals were chilling, but still looked at her very nervously, and Jian Wushuang was also a little puzzled. Why are you with us? The pretty woman was flustered, her cheeks were even more red, and she stammered, Why, there's so many why. I will go with you to find it. Hasn't it expanded the possibility of finding? Jian Wushuang didn't stop too much, shrugged and said, Then go. When she heard this, her eyes were filled with joy. Well, wait for me for a moment. I will go with you right away. Then, in the next period of time, all Dian immortals who had negative opinions were beaten by this Fu Yao immortal monarch, and the force of the attack was not weaker than Yan Fan. It wasn't until these Dian immortals dared not to refute anymore. Xianjun Fu Yao nodded in satisfaction, followed behind Jian Wushuang, and soared towards the borderless sea ahead. Shuttle over the sea, Xianjun Fu Yao, who was behind Jian Wushuang, seemed to be thinking about something, and soon walked side by side with him and asked a little embarrassedly, Well, can I ask that guy's name? What do you do with this? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, more puzzled about her intentions. Yes, just want to know, you won't even tell this, right? Fu Yao Xianjun said in a panic. He was helpless, Jinjin. Di Diqing, what an overbearing name. Her face was reddish, and she muttered to herself. Regarding her abnormal performance, Jian Wushuang was at a loss, but did not pay too much attention to it. After all, the most important thing is to find the truth right now. Immediately afterwards, Xianjun Fuyao said again, Then can you tell me something about him before? Yan Fan answered her this time. I said, Little girl, if you ask me so carefully, isn't it because you have a feeling of admiration for the friend of my apprentice? The twitchy posture is not likable. Xianjun Fuyao flushed immediately. What? How can I like it? I just asked casually. Yan Fan smiled maliciously, then was slapped away by Zhongli, and until then, Yu reads www.okanshu.com's reaction to Jian Wushuang, whose emotional reflection arc was quite long, finally knew why this Fuyao immortal monarch was so concerned about Diqing. It turned out that she had already borne the kind of hazy affection in her heart. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but smile. It seems that the truth of the countless years of being single seems to be close to him. Leaving Xianjun Fuyao's heaven and land plain, the four bodies were like a magnificent streamer, traveling for hundreds of millions of miles. The borderless sea began to truly enter the stage of desolation and silence. In the continuous deepening, above the endless sea, there is no longer any heaven and land plain composed of immortal bones. Jian Wushuang also worries about whether Diqing will get lost in the sea area, making his search even more difficult. Just as they were moving forward in the endless black sea, a waterline followed closely. Chapter 49-79. Jian Wushuang, who was walking forward for a while, looked at Xianjun Fuyao beside him and asked, Is there any other heaven and land near your heaven and land plain? She immediately shook her head. It is an unimaginable thing to create a plain of heaven and land in this endless sea. Therefore, the sky and land are scarce to the extreme. Apart from the Fong Tianlu that I control, I have no idea. I know if there are other heaven and land here. However, I have also heard that in the extreme north, there's one of the largest heaven and land plains. The far north. Jian Wushuang whispered softly, Is Diqing just there? Just as he was thinking, Yan Fan's somewhat solemn voice also sounded, Be careful, a breath is coming closer to us. Except for the two-sword immortals Jiang Lian, Jian Wushuang and Fuyao Xianjun were both strong, and they became vigilant almost instantly. Then a strong and extremely powerful aura appeared from the sea behind him. Jian Wushuang immediately looked back and found that the powerful aura was a team of nearly 100 Dian Immortals. This team can be called a powerful force. When Jian Wushuang spotted them, the team also noticed their existence. Every Dian Immortal in the team wore a wide black robe, completely shrouded his figure in it, the most mysterious. And in the middle of this team, there are 20 or 30 Dian Immortals who are dying. Their limbs are bound by the Yanli chain and they cannot move at all. After seeing the 4 Jian Wushuang, the team stopped and stood quietly on the opposite side. "We are in danger," Xianjun Fuyao whispered, his expression ugly to the extreme. Although she is rank 6 Dian Immortal, facing this team of nearly 100 Dian Immortals, she has no chance of winning at all, and she can't even escape. But Jian Wushuang seemed extremely calm, as if this team was not enough to be afraid. As for Jiang Lian's return to the 2 Sword Immortals, he even regarded them as a joke. In addition to having ascended to rank 9 Dian Immortal, they also became such terrifying existences as Sword Immortal. Even in the face of strong people in the same realm, they can easily be beheaded, let alone these Dian Immortals. Jian Wushuang, who didn't want to have trouble, didn't plan to fight, but was ready to leave. But almost at the same time, the Black Robe team suddenly shot. A chain of Yanli chains that seemed overwhelmingly powerful rushed out of their hands, and then all surrounded them. Xianjun Fuyao's complexion changed drastically, and his mood had fallen to the bottom, and he didn't even have the thought to resist. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes froze, and Yan Li went straight into the sky. Facing the Yanli chain that was pressed by layers, he completely released his sword intent. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Jianyani, the first style, star. Millions of sword intent swept out, brazenly confronted. The two collided, and incomparable sword intent completely burst at this moment. The sky changed, and the Dead Sea raised thousands of feet of dust. The chain of nearly 100 kinds of Yanli only persisted for a moment, and then it shattered. The purest streamer of power turned into endless fragments, scattered on the sea of endless. The chain released by nearly 100 Dian Immortals, from appearing to completely dissipating, did not even hold up for 10 breaths. This can no longer be described as horror. Xianjun Fuyao, who had seen this scene in full view, was already stunned on the spot, and was shocked to the point of no more. She never expected that this guy who was just a trivial immortal would send such a shocking thunder. Facing such an extremely violent aura, Xianjun Fuyao just felt unable to resist. A sword cut open the chain of Yanli. All Dian Xian took a step back, and then shot to resist the terrible sword intent. Jiang Li and Yan Fan also started at this moment. They shot at the same time. All 6 long swords at their waists resounded clearly. The 2 swords were cut out. The sky collapsed directly. The sea of boundlessness also sank and cracked, and billions of meters of dust was rolled up, making everything chaotic. Nearly 100 Dian Immortals all looked up at this scene, and then they were swallowed by endless chaos. The sky and the sea were connected together, and chaos swallowed everything. Under this chaos, even Jian Wushuang was heart palpitated. The sword intent of Jiang Lian's return to the 2 was so terrifying that the borderless sea couldn't bear their swordsmanship at all, and it became fragmented. The chaotic sky was completely torn apart. The sea area was cut out of a sky moat, and the sea frantically poured into it. This is the full-strength sword of the 2 Nineth rank Dian Immortals and the 2 Sword Immortals, making everything lose its color. The long sword was sheathed at the same time. Yan Fan shook his head. It's really a group of people who don't know how to live or die. Everything has settled, and no Dian Immortal can survive the full strength of the 2 Sword Immortals. But there are always exceptions. Just as the sword intent dissipated, a gloomy light took advantage of the chaos to escape. "Want to go?" Jian Wushuang raised his brows and raised his palm and squeezed Yao Yao. The chaotic sky collapsed in an instant, and the figure of a black robe was captured and returned. It was a rank 6 Dayan Immortal. No, don't let me go. At this moment, the rank 6 Dayan Immortal was already in a state of dying. Under that sword, his immortal body had been completely shattered, and even Xian Yuan might be shattered at any time. Why do you want to shoot us? Jian Wushuang said coldly. The only remaining rank 6 Dayan Immortals said in horror. No, we just want to catch some single Dayan Immortals, not against a few Immortals at all. Jian Wushuang thought of something. As if he was thinking of something, he said in a deep voice, What is the Dayan Immortal who caught the single? Throwing them all into the city of exile, fighting each other, in order to accumulate luck for the Emperor's emperor. Rank 6 Dayan said in horror. He frowned when he heard that, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger. Tell me where the city of exile is. Okanshu. Come, Xianjun. I can tell you, but can you let me go? Can. The city of exile is located in the far north. You can reach it by walking straight ahead. As his last sentence fell, the fairy body was directly crushed into powder, and even Xian Yuan became nothingness. Jian Wushuang retracted his palm. His eyes did not fluctuate. The far north, the city of exile. Diqing, maybe it's there. Gudu. Xianjun, Fu Yao swallowed his throat uncontrollably, looking at the 3 evil gods beside her. For the first time, she felt a sense of powerlessness and fear in her heart. Now, she is secretly grateful. Fortunately, no conflict has erupted before. Otherwise, with the performance of the 3 evil gods just now, her little heaven and land plane may not even have ashes left. Chapter 4980. The gray-black, skeletal bones of Xianxian have accumulated to an unimaginable level with each other, and it is no longer known how many years they have been soaked in the endless sea. They were once the overlords of the heavens, but they have already fallen miserably at this moment and have become the cornerstones of the heavens and the land. And above this heaven and land, a magnificent and treacherous giant city stands in it. Should I exchange it with the treasure or leave the luck? In the deep corridors of the huge city, made of some material, a small, black-robed old man whispered. Standing in front of him was a thin Dayan Immortal. Leave luck. He whispered, then stretched out his palm, condensing a drop of fairly pure luck from his palm. The black-robed old man didn't say much. After reaching out his hand to remove the drop of luck, he let him enter the giant city. As the team continued to move forward, the black-robe old man tirelessly collected drops of luck. When a figure shrouded in a large black robe appeared, the originally dirty air was clear. The short, black-robed old man raised his head and looked at the black-robed figure in front of him. By instinct, he felt that this was a very young figure. Should I exchange it with the treasure or leave the luck? The black-robe figure didn't say much, and directly waved a drop of luck. The appearance of this drop of luck caused all the filth to begin to recede, and then fell in front of the black-robed old man. Seeing this drop of luck, the black-robed old man couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really good. I haven't seen such pure luck for a long time." Leaving this drop of luck, the black-robe figure flashed into the giant city, and the 3 figures behind him also entered together. This is a huge city, and it is also a city of killing. Dozens and hundreds of Dayan Immortals were left here. They were fighting each other, just to leave alive in the end. The Dayan Immortal who delivered a drop of luck to enter here did not participate in the fight, and completely acted as a spectator to appreciate this tragic battle. In such a city of exile, all Dayan Immortals are already crazy. The Dayan Immortal who had given his luck acted as a spectator, sitting leisurely in the void, condescendingly watching the Dayan Immortals who had fallen into battle under the light curtain. Boom! The huge split wave slashed open, completely slicing a Dayan Immortal into pieces. A sturdy body with a dense body of scars, the 3-turned Dayan Immortal, after beheading 2 of the Dayan Immortals in the initial stage, raised his arms in excitement. But he hadn't been excited for long before he was shattered from behind by a lean rank 6 Dayan, and his body disappeared. Under this chaotic fight, These supreme Dayan immortals have become the most humble existence. They fought wildly with each other, just to finally be able to leave alive. Dayan Immortal continued to die out, but then even Dayan Immortal came in again. This city of exile is completely a city of murder. After beheading many Dayan Immortals one after another, the lean rank 6 Dayan Immortal didn't scream, but left quietly like a ghost. He specializes in killing the lonely and declining Dayan Immortal, and he is often in no trouble. There are already more than 10 Dayan Immortals that have fallen in his hands. Then the thin and ghostly rank 6 Dayan Immortal saw a Dayan Immortal sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. This is a lonely and extremely weak Dayan Immortal. He seems to have suffered a very serious injury. The ground is still sprinkled with some colorful blood, and the extravagant clothes on his body are a little broken. Seeing this scene, the thin, ghostly rank 6 Dayan Immortal flashed greed in his eyes. He stepped forward slowly, and the fighting behind him seemed to have nothing to do with him. At this moment, there was only the mysterious Dayan in front of him. But when he was about to approach, the mysterious Dayan Xian quietly opened his eyes. Profound red gold, with unparalleled prestige, just staring at each other. The skinny and ghostly rank 6 Dayan was desperate. He could clearly feel that it was an existence he couldn't compare. Rank 9 Dayan Immortal. The absolute existence of Dayan Immortal realm is simply impossible to contend. The difference between rank 9 Dayan Immortal and Monarch is that the Emperor controls the Emperor's luck, but they don't. Escape, this is the only idea in his mind, but there are always ideas that cannot be realized. The thin and ghostly rank 6 Dayan Immortal only felt that the immortal body could not move at all, and a deepest level of fear completely surrounded him. Then the Dayan Immortal, sitting on the ground, slowly got up. His heroic and pure face was covered with frost. A total of 9 magnificent colorful feathers surging between the tips of his hair, exuding a general trend that cannot be seen directly. Let it go, let me go, I have no intention of being an enemy of you. Rank 6 Dayan Immortal was terrified to the point where it could not be added, but this was only his last word. At this moment, huge and magnificent 10-party wings suddenly burst out from behind him, dispelling all filth and blood mist. The brilliant glow from his body illuminates the entire city of exile. All the Dayan Immortals who were fighting each other, and the Dayan Immortals who were sitting above the void, watching this scene from a condescending position, held their breath and looked at that figure. The filthy power retreated, and there was no trace of blood mist that could soak his very body. Facing the tens of hundreds of Dayan Immortals in front of him, there was no fear in his eyes, even a little disdain. Then he reached out and took something out of his arms. It is a D-pin pill. The last Emperor pin pill can restore him to his heyday in an instant. He stagnated for a moment, then sent Dan Maru into his mouth. The mighty and magnificent Huameng shot out with him as the center at this moment, shining the entire city of exile, from the ancient times to the present, has grown to an unimaginable point. This extremely filthy city of exile, let him destroy it. The wings of the 10 directions shook suddenly, and the feather curtain composed of countless pure golden feathers shot out, making all the Dayan Immortals in front of them irreversibly destroyed. There is a fragile body of the Dayan Immortal, whose realm is the initial realm. They died on the spot, and even before they wailed, they disappeared without a trace. As for the fate of rank 3 Dayan Immortal cannot escape the destruction. Only rank 6 Dayan Immortal barely dodges, looking at him with fright. Shurfang's wings are moving in a regular rhythm, and with each rhythm, they can harvest the lives of several Dayan Immortals. At this moment, even the Dayan Immortals who were sitting in the void as spectators all had cold hands and feet, as if they were on the scene, feeling the cold, killing intent. The city of exile, which had been fighting wildly, was now one-sided. Under the strangulation of the Qi Jin Genyu, no Dayan Immortal could bear it. Chapter 4981. At this moment, all the Dayan Immortals who had been killed in the city of exile gave up fighting and fled in panic. This entire unimaginable giant city was shaken, and it began to become a little shaky. Rank 9 Dayan Immortal. Here is the master. All Dayan Immortals dare not even stand up. They can only run wildly for their lives. But this city of exile has no outlet for them. They can only be killed or killed, and only those who survive in the end can leave. And right now, the most tragic one-sided killing is going on in this city of exile. For some Dayan Immortals in the initial realm, they couldn't even make a sound. They turned into a cloud of blood. Only at this moment, there were more than 20 dead Dayan Immortals. Everything is shrouded in chaos and horror. And the Dayan Immortals who were sitting on the void, overlooking the city of exile, turned from initial panic to hysterical excitement. It is equivalent to being imprisoned on this plane of heaven and land. The Dayan Immortals who have been for countless years can only be regarded as lingering alive. Their fairy is long gone, like a body that has not been pursued, and only a tragic battle can awaken their memories. Especially watching the continuous fall of Dayan Immortals, they all became hysterical and excited. Kill, kill, kill! The scream that almost collapsed the huge city resounded. The wings of the 10 directions bloomed completely, and almost half of the city of exile was swallowed by an unimaginable general trend. His face was stern, as if he was above the realm of heaven and he was punishing him. He is teaching the truth of the heyday. Under his wrath, the black Waboxiang, the white Waboxiang, the golden Waboxiang, and the 3 real-life treasures came out together, completely letting all the Dayan Immortals who were killing them in despair. The black Wu Bao screamed wildly, and as soon as it spread its wings, it swallowed the digital Dayan Immortal. The Bai Wu Baoxiang cleared, and its huge treasure directly turned into countless white ons, confining all the escaped Dayan Immortals in the domain. The golden crow and treasure shook. It waved its huge golden wings and lowered endless golden feathers. Under this veil, all the Dayan Immortals on the run were burned. Nearly 40 Dayan Immortals were reduced to ashes within a few dozen breaths. This was an unimaginable scene, so that the Dayan Immortal who was thrown into the city of exile was slaughtered to death. Qi Jin Huamong hovered around Diqing, dispelling all filthy blood mist. He seemed to have walked out of the ancient times, with some unknown luck. When the city of exile was completely dead, there was only one figure standing right in the center. The Samwabeo phase disappeared, and Diqing returned to peace. In the city of exile, apart from him, there is no other Dayan Immortal standing. All the Dayan Immortals who participated in the killing seemed to have evaporated, and there was no trace at all. Diqing Ning stood there, looking at the dim light curtain above his head. He knew that the exit from here was above. Just when he was about to do it, the light curtain was suddenly opened, and then a powerful figure entered the city of exile. Nearly 100 physiques, nearly 100 Dayan Immortals. Every Dayan Immortal is actually at the lowest level of the third revolution. The moment they entered, they all locked the truth. The power that was terrifying enough to shatter the heavens was all released at this moment. Seeing Dayan Immortal, who kept moving closer, a wave of fluctuation flashed in Diqing's eyes. The Emperor Pin pills did restore him to his peak state, but this was not enough to keep him fighting. As an ancestral Golden Crow, he has given birth to 9 true lives up to now and is called the Immortal Golden Crow. And every time the undead Golden Crow loses a true life, it has to enter a long slumber to stabilize the fairy source. But Diqing had lost 2 true lives, and he should have entered a long sleep to stabilize the source. But he did not sleep, which inadvertently had hidden dangers. Once his 3rd true life is gone, his 9th rank will no longer be guaranteed, and he will fall into a long and endless sleep. In the face of these nearly 100 tier 3 Dayan Immortals, this 3rd true fate is bound to fall, but he is inevitable and can only challenge. The violent force broke out again, and the violent degree even made the entire city of exile shake more violently. It seemed that it might be broken at any time. This battle is even more terrifying than the first battle. All Dayan Immortals who entered the exile city did not kill each other, but all rushed towards Diqing. Yanli is magnificent, covering everything. Above the city of exile in the endless void, A black cloud that was so thick that it could not be melted was slowly burning, as if overlooking this scene. And behind this black cloud, more than a dozen figures dressed in large black robes stood quietly, surging with terrifying momentum. After a while, a deep and hoarse voice came from the black cloud, forcing all his air luck out. I can feel the strongest air luck in his body that does not belong to him. A group of black robe figures promised, and then all turned into a cloud of smoke, disappearing. At the same time, the light curtain covering the city of exile was suddenly opened, and black robe figures entered quietly. Jin Wu Baoxiang was directly torn into pieces by the terrifying power of Yen. This combined with the full blow of nearly 100 Dian Immortals, it was too terrifying. While tearing apart the golden black treasure, at the same time he repelled the truth. The extravagant clothes shattered, and the blood of God gushed from the wound. Nearly 100 Dian Immortals were all pressed at this moment, and a chain of powerful Yanli chains fell through the world and tied them to Di Qing's body. Di Qing exerted his strength and shattered the Yanli chains around his body, but then more chains fell, which firmly bound his limbs. In the next moment, nearly 20 ghostly black robe figures appeared quietly, and the first black robe figure came directly to Di Qing's body. He held up a sharp cone that was covered with dense patterns of light and slammed it into Di Qing's chest. In an instant, S-power was dissipated, the 9th rank completely disappeared, and his pupils dimmed instantly. Hand over the luck contained in your fairy body, I will let you leave here. Release the sharp cone, the black robe figure urn said. True fate was declining, and Di Qing was already angered, but his expression was still calm, and his bleak eyes were still disdainful. The next moment, the entire exiled giant city suddenly experienced a huge earthquake without any warning. Then there was an endless, majestic Tianhe, which suddenly tore the void, as if the mountains and seas were pouring down, covering them down. Tianhe is endless, concealing all development forces. The stars and the moon are all in it. All Dian Immortals turned their heads in horror at this moment, and then fled frantically. Having closed his eyes, Di Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and an incredible light appeared in his pupils. Chapter 4982. He felt an extremely familiar breath. That kind of breath is Jian Wushuang. The Tianhe is lofty, and the trend is endless. The sword Tianhe, composed of billions of sword intents, approached and swallowed dozens of Dian Immortals almost instantly. Cracks began to appear in the walls of the entire city of exile. Seeing that the Kendo Tianhe cover with mountains and seas came under pressure, Di Qing laughed loudly and then safely closed his eyes. Damn! The black robe was unable to resist the sword intent and hurriedly fled. Rumble. Everything is gone. This martyrdom, which almost covered the entire territory, lasted for a long time, and the swordsmanship river was completely dissipated until everything was gone. Under this sword, there were more than 20 Dian Immortals who couldn't evade and disappeared. The rest of Dian Immortals who avoided all hid in the corner with horrified eyes and looked around. The ground was plowed, and everything turned into scorched earth. Feeling the long river of sword intent dissipating all over, Zai Qing slowly opened his eyes, and then his pupils shrank. In front of him stood a figure, completely wrapped in a black robe, flowing with infinite sword intent. Then this figure stretched out his hand and slowly opened the pitch-black hood, revealing a beautiful and long-lost face. No, Wushuang. Di Qing's emotions at this moment were already beyond the point of being overwhelmed. He had never expected to see old friends in this sea of no edge, and Jian Wushuang showed a relieved smile at this moment, and then said, I finally found you. Di Qing did not speak. He felt a different emotion rise in his heart. This emotion has never appeared before. In the end, he said, You shouldn't enter the borderless sea. It is too dangerous here. Danger is coming, but you are still here. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and the sword in his hand directly smashed all Yanli chains. Then Jian Wushuang swiftly stepped forward and squeezed several D-pin pills into Di Qing's mouth. The entrance of Emperor Pin pills directly saved his true life that was about to fall. "Thank you," Di Qing said solemnly. "Don't say thank you. Now the top priority is to leave here," Jian Wushuang said, then turned and looked behind him. Nearly 20 ghostly figures in black robes have arrived, and at the same time they've been surrounded by Immortal in all directions. "Wushuang, you go first. I will block them." The truth that recovered from the weakness has returned to the previous coldness. An invisible general trend has quietly spread. Jian Wushuang heard the words and smiled. "None of us need to move. They can't hurt one of our fingers." Di Qing was startled, and some did not understand the meaning of his words. Although Jian Wushuang was extremely strong, he was still incapable of facing these hundreds of Immortals. "Leave it all," the black robe figure said, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of Immortals rushed forward eagerly. Facing the overwhelming Immortal, Jian Wushuang stood in front of Di Qing, did not even take a step back, and calmly looked forward. It was as if he was waiting for something, until a strange wave of ripples appeared in the void. 3 large black robes appeared quietly, standing in front of Jian Wushuang. The first thin black robe directly raised his hand a little. In an instant, like mountains and seas, endless energy poured out from his fingertips. Under this special fluctuation, the space was directly torn apart, and even the dozens of Immortals who were about to rush forward were turned into ashes. Di Qing's eyes suddenly opened to their maximum. One finger kills dozens of places. The lowest is rank 3 Immortal, and it is so easy to write, "How is this possible?" When he was even more shocked, the endless energy released by that black robe figure was sword intent. Destroy the enemy with one finger and defeat the army. There are only less than 30 Immortals left. How can I see these battles? After surviving, they didn't even have any fighting mood. They all fled in a frantic crawl. The figure of the black robe standing in front of Jian Wushuang didn't seem to have any intention of killing these Immortals. He turned to look at Jian Wushuang and Di Qing. "This is the friend you've been looking for." Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded, yes. After being stared at by that Qing Rin's pure gaze for a moment, Di Qing felt that the blood surging in the fairy body had begun to feel a little cold. He had only felt this feeling in Yu Chang, who was beside Jin Wuyang. Yen Fan under the black robe heard the words and smiled slightly. Yes, the Nineth rank Immortal, judging from the performance just now. He is a powerful character. Di Qing was taken aback, and he could see clearly the realm he had deliberately hidden with just a glance, which was enough to show that the black robe's figure was unfathomable. "Don't be stunned. Leave quickly, lest accidents happen," Jiang Li reminded in a low voice. Yan Hui nodded, and then released the sword intent barrier to cover them all before leaving here. Immediately afterwards, another black robe figure squeezed Jian Wushuang away, knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, and came to Di Qing's side. Di Qing was very puzzled, and he was shocked until the black robe figure pulled off his hood. Why are you?" Xianjun Fuyao turned red when he heard the words, and then said, Why, it can't be me. I won't appreciate it if I came to save you. I would have known that I would not come." He quickly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shrugged, with a subtle smile in his eyes. Di Qing was helpless. For this enthusiasm, Xianjun Fuyao, who had to blend his ancestral veins the first time he met, he held an attitude of keeping away from him. As soon as the injury healed, he quickly left. Never thought that they would meet again here. "Many thank you." Di Qing grinned reluctantly, with a somewhat unnatural expression. Fairy Fuyao immediately smiled upon hearing the words. "If you know your interest, this girl will take you away." She said that she hugged Di Qing's arm and was about to leave together. The only exit of this magnificent city of exile is above the head, and you can only leave by tearing open the light curtain barrier. All the surviving Dayan immortals gathered at this moment and soared towards the exit. Jian Wushuang and the others wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But the next moment, the light curtain barrier that was torn by Jian Wushuang's sword suddenly closed. With the closing of the light curtain enchantment, countless strands of dark blue huamang resemble a spider web, radiating on the light curtain enchantment, gradually forming a large array. As the four eyes of this big formation settled, a kind of suction like a tarsal maggot descended and enveloped the entire city of exile. The first thing that felt the change was Dayan Xian, who was closest to the exit. Almost in an instant, their fairy bodies began to wither and age, and strands of pure white light also rose from their bodies. Chapter 4983. Accompanied by that pure white light lifted into the air, all were swallowed and absorbed by that tricky formation. All Dayan immortals couldn't even make a sound, and within a few dozen breaths, they withered and aged to the extreme. Their flesh and blood peeled off, and even the charm that the fairy bones quickly lost turned into flying ash. In just a few dozen breaths of time, they were completely gone. Jian Wushuang and others all retreated quickly, looking at the big formation vigilantly. The entire city of exile was surrounded by a large formation, and after absorbing the luck of dozens of Dayan immortals, it became more and more terrifying. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang felt the qi luck in Xian's body began to flow slowly. This big formation, can you even take your breath? Yan Fan frowned. It seems that the master of Feng Tianlu is not simple. It's not easy to be called by Yan Fan. Then the master behind Tianlu is definitely more than the 9th rank Dayan immortal. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn, and he was ready to give his all. At this moment, Yan Fan and Jiang Li looked at each other and then walked forward. With each step they took, the void shook. Facing the huge treacherous formation above their heads, they simultaneously held down the hilt of their waists and then cut out a sword in an instant. The speed of this sword was so fast that even Jian Wushuang didn't see it clearly, so he cut it out. The void shattered in an instant, and the infinite sword intent was like a blooming fairy flower, and each path reflected an unparalleled trend. Hundreds of millions of genii brazenly slammed into the fairy formation, bursting out incomparable huamang. Di Qing was completely shocked by this sword, and hurriedly released Yanli to protect Jian Wushuang and Fuyao Xianjun. The two collided, and the general situation caused the entire city of exile to begin to shatter. The city wall turned into dust and eventually shattered. Even the one who was shattered together was the treacherous array above his head. When the infinite sword intent completely dissipated, everything settled down. The huge and magnificent city of exile has been shattered, leaving only some ruins, and even the void has been cut to pieces. Go, Yan Fan whispered, and immediately released Yanli's momentum to protect Jian Wushuang and the others. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, and immediately swept up together, ready to leave. And at this moment, the original broken void was suddenly shrouded in black clouds, and the retreat in all directions was blocked. The 5 of them were trapped in the most central position. It's coming out with its head and tail exposed. Yan Fan's eyes were rare and solemn, and her palms were attached to the hilt of the sword around her waist, ready to draw her sword at any time. Jiang Li was also at this moment, blocking Jian Wushuang without a trace. At this point, the entire city of exile was destroyed, more than half of the sky and land, and everything was shrouded in chaos. Along with the chaos, a thick and treacherous black cloud came to them. It's a good sword intent. You are one of the few guys who can break my formation so easily. An old, hoarse, and low voice resounded from the black cloud, and then the volatile black cloud began to change. It continued to transform, gradually transforming into a tall figure, and that fuzzy face finally turned into the appearance of Yan Fan. I appreciate you guys very much. Yan Fan's eyes condensed, And then he said with disdain, he's another guy who pretends to be a fool. Heiyun, who was exactly the same body and face as Yen Fan, grinned and grinned. No, I don't like pretending to be gods and ghosts. What I show is the strength I can't control. Furthermore, a sword fairy like you, I have also personally killed it. Only you want to kill this sword immortal. Yen Fan was even more disdainful. I have never seen anyone who can kill me. Heiyun laughed softly. Everyone who can become a sword fairy is unprecedentedly strong, and the power and air luck in the fairy body are more pure. So I like to absorb the air luck of the sword fairy, which is of great help to me. Just relying on you, you want to swallow this sword immortal's luck, so you are not afraid of my head being chopped off. Yen Fan said in a deep voice. He returned to calm. You can't kill me. Even if I don't do it, you are not enough to kill me. Yen Fan's eyes became cold. Why, want to try? Of course I want to try it. Countless years have passed since the last time I killed the sword immortal. Now I want to try it again. Heiyun slowly raised his arms. His deep eyes filled with excitement. Use your strongest sword. If I am satisfied, maybe I can let you make a living. Yen Fan laughed when he heard the words. His eyes suddenly changed cold at this moment. Old things, you know, there is no Dayan immortal worthy of my strongest sword, including you. I like your arrogance. If you are not my food, I would love you to be my friend. After Heiyun finished speaking these last words, he stepped forward. In an instant, the shattered void was swallowed by the chaos, and then wisps of black clouds overflowed from the chaos and surrounded him. At this moment, the terrifying and treacherous black cloud turned into a robe with black gold patterns all over his body. When this black gold robe appeared, the originally chaotic sky began to enter a state of surrender. Therefore, the dissipated masterless power also surrendered. A treacherous order of heaven was constructed in this chaos. At this moment, whether it was Jian Wushuang, Jiang Lian, and Diqing, Fuyao Xianjun, when they saw the black cloud in the black gold robe, their complexion changed drastically. That is the emperor's clothes representing the emperor's luck. And those who can wear the clothes of God have mastered the emperor's luck. Emperor Qi luck, just 4 short words, is too terrifying, so terrible that even the Dayan immortal who can create heaven with a wave of his hand can't compete with Emperor Qi luck. The emperor's luck, represents absolute control. Under the thought of the Emperor Daangxian's fairy sources are all things to play with. Jian Wushuang, who had been in contact with 6 emperors, knew more clearly what the emperor's luck represents. Even if there was only a ray of remnant soul left in the heavenly court of the past, Emperor Six Crows was enough to kill Diqing, who was the 9-ranked Dayan immortal. The 3 emperors in the Boyang bottle belonged to a different situation. Their emperor body and emperor gas luck disappeared, leaving only 3 weak true souls. But even if the true souls of the 3 emperors were extremely weak, as long as they reshaped the emperor body in the years to come, they would be able to return to their peak state. Once the emperor's luck was in control, Dayanxian had already transcended the shackles of the realm and reached a mysterious state. The emperor's luck represents absolute control, and no Dayan immortal can cause trauma to the emperor. This also means that when the black cloud reveals the emperor's luck, everything has become a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Yen Fan's eyes changed, as if he had already made a decision in his heart. Chapter 4984. Looking at the dark clouds that had already been added to the emperor's clothing, Yen Fan then calmly called Jiang Li's name. Jiang Li. I'm here. Leave them with me, I will stay. Jiang Li's figure trembled slightly and then whispered, They'll stay. You can't stay. The 2 of us must leave one. Yen Fan said, his eyes firm and beyond doubt. How could Jiang Li not understand what he was thinking after being a swordsman for countless years? And it was precisely because of this that she was so at a loss. Leaving, where can we leave? She murmured. Yen Fan smiled when he heard the words. Remember, you can go as far as you can. Whether or not, hand over master's kendo to Wushuang. This is your task. Jiang Li was already speechless, as if he was getting old in an instant. He stopped speaking, looked over Jiang Li, looked at Jian Wushuang, and then said with a smile, "Let's go." Thousands of strands of pure sword intent surged from Yan Fan's fingertips, turned into a long wind to hold them up, and sent them out of the chaotic sky. After Jian, he shattered the chaotic sky until disappeared. He took a breath and looked at the black cloud, already dressed in the emperor's clothes, the black cloud that builds the avenue of the emperor, looking at Yan Fan with interest. "You are the guy I am most interested in this chaos. Do you know what you are about to face?" Yan Fan smiled. His eyes were cold. "You can hide from others, but you can't hide from my eyes. Even if you have mastered the emperor's luck, you will not become an emperor. If I guess it is right, your emperor's luck, they were all obtained by devouring the luck of other Dayan immortals." Haiyun's face was faintly cold, and then returned to calm. "So what? When I leave here, I will become a real Emperor Dedeo. Who can stop me?" "The future is the future. Do you really think you can leave here?" Yan Fan smiled coldly, and then lightly drew the hilt of the sword with his palm, and an unparalleled cold light burst out. "Do you really think this can trap me?" Haiyun opened his arms and laughed. "I only need to swallow your luck, and then the luck of those guys. Then it will be time for me to break through here." Yan Fan's face trembled slightly and he felt bad. Haiyun smiled. "You don't really think they can leave here, right? I just let them go temporarily. Kill you first and then find them." "Only you can kill me," he said coldly, and then a long sword full of silver stripes and 4 rays of cold light was pulled out. As soon as the long sword came out, the chaotic breath dared not approach. At this moment, Yan Fan, with an incomparable Xuanha sword intent surging all over his body, there was a faint and chaotic atmosphere that seemed to resist. Even if the opposite of him is the dark cloud with the emperor's luck, he never had the slightest intention to retreat. "I want to kill you only in one thought, but now I want to know how strong you are. If I am satisfied, I might use your fairy body." Haiyun gave a weird smile, and then his arms suddenly rose, and the infinite chaotic aura escaped from his fairy body, and behind it condensed into a grand throne. Chaos is enough to overwhelm everything. But at this moment, Yan Fan was calm to the extreme, and her long black hair broke through the band and flew in the air like a broken ancient sword fairy. He held the hilt in one hand, and the snowflake blade pointed straight forward. Facing the black cloud with the emperor's luck, a cold and solitary breath burst out from Yan Hu's body. Infinite sword intent, like mountains and seas will pour, brazenly facing each other. The land and the sky are broken, and the sea of no edge has rolled up the dust. At this moment, everything is completely chaotic. At the same time, Jiang Li, who was running through the void, stopped and stared blankly at the boundless void, as if something had gone away from him. Jian Wushuang also stopped, and he also felt the palpitating tremor. Di Qing and Fu Yao Xianjin's complexion also dimmed. They all knew what it meant to control the emperor's luck. Yan returned to stay, even if he was terrible to the extreme, but waiting for him, there could only be one way. Even if he knew, he still stayed and died generously. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang turned around and resolutely rushed to the location of broken heaven and land. Di Qing followed him without hesitation at the moment he made a decision. But Jiang Li then appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, blocking his way. "You can't go," Jian Wushuang said in a condensed voice. "I can't. I just watched him stay, even if we leave together. If he doesn't stay, none of us can do without." Jiang Li said while looking at him. After a moment of contemplation, he said again, "I will go back, don't worry." After saying this sentence, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to leave. But Jiang Li suddenly stopped him at this moment. "You can't save him. If you go, it's like sending him to death." Jian Wushuang stopped at the same place and said nothing. "Don't be sent to death. If you go, he will die too worthless. Jiang Li said softly, his voice calm, as if he was telling something that had nothing to do with her. Remember, there is no happy land here or even in the heavens, and each has its own suffering. After speaking these last words, Jiang Li stretched out his hand to release a sword intent and bound Jian Wushuang, so that he could no longer make the next move. The world is empty, everything is bleak. Jian Wushuang also gave up resistance. Perhaps, as Jiang Li said, each has its own suffering. But an immortal uses his suffering to perfect a person who wants to be perfect, and it is always a bit tragic. Tianlu has been completely broken, sinking into the boundless sea. Everything has been swallowed by the chaos, but in this chaotic atmosphere, there is still a figure that is not tainted by chaos. Zuanhei's sword intent is still flowing all over him, facing the black cloud. He never takes a step back. The black cloud standing in the void looked at him with a smile, but a smile. Use your strongest sword. Let me see how strong you are, and I will consider whether to swallow your fairy body. Yan Fan's expression remained arrogant. I said before that no one can see my sword, not even you. It's so ridiculous, I can kill you with a single finger, and it's forever. Heiyun said coldly, Really? He sneered, If you could kill me with one finger, I'm afraid you would have done it long ago? Oh, don't you believe it? I don't believe it, but I know you can't. Yan Fan laughed, with 6 long swords on his waist. At this moment, Qi Qingming exploded with unparalleled momentum. Haiyun's complexion was completely gloomy, and the whole body was chaotic, rushing out. Chapter 4985. The huge throne behind him is even more magnificent and overwhelming. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Heiyun whispered, and the endless chaos aura surged from his mouth, rushing towards Yan Fan in fear. Yan Fan, who had been hit hard in the previous confrontation, did not back down in the face of the endless chaos. He raised his sword and confronted forward resolutely. At this moment, the sky reflects the magnificent sword curtain. Each space revealed a pure and mighty sword intent. When the two collided, the most terrifying aura of destruction erupted. Under this aura, even rank 6 Dian Immortal would never survive. At this moment, Yan Fan backed away thousands of feet. A trace of divine blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth and immediately disappeared completely. His powerful sword was enough to kill Wan Yangxian's army and even easily crush the Nineth rank Dianxian of the same realm without even raising his head. But now he was facing the dark cloud that had already controlled the Emperor's luck. Everything was different. The sky-covering sword curtain was easily torn apart, and the chaotic aura swallowed and wiped everything frantically. Facing the chaotic aura from Guy, Yan Fan drew out his second long sword. It was a weird long sword with a blade on one side. It was more appropriate than a straight sword rather than a long sword. At the moment this weird sword appeared, his breath completely changed, his sharpness was reduced, as if he had fallen asleep. As soon as the chaotic atmosphere came, Yan Fan suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a horrifying gesture. At the next moment, he raised the sword in his hand and cut it straight down. Just like the beginning of the heavens and the earth, the turbid air sank and the clear air rose, opening an unimaginable crack. Under this rift, even this terrifying chaotic atmosphere had to be cut away. Yan Fan yelled in a low voice, and the palm of his hand holding the sword hilt was already under this tremendous force, and the blood was dripping with blood. The robes of his upper body shattered directly at this moment, revealing a solid chest. Then the blood overflowed from every pore on his fairy body, spilling into the void. Facing the chaotic aura with CC Emperor's luck, everything seemed unstoppable. But Yan Fan never backed away, just shook the long sword in his hands, cutting away the chaotic atmosphere. Accompanied by his anger, the sword's strength was open to the sky. It turned out to be abruptly cutting away the breath. The infinite sword intent rushed, and the chaotic aura that split into two pieces also dissipated. Haiyun's strange and inexplicable face appeared, and he looked at Yen Fan with a smile, seemingly satisfied. With her chest rising and falling violently, Yen Fan wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at him solemnly. Yes, you are several times stronger than the sword fairy that I erased a long time ago. You can break my breath with your own power. I start to hope you will be stronger. Only if you become stronger can you arouse me. Haiyun's arms slowly raised, and the chaotic emperor seat behind him, which could cover all the heavens, directly soared. It broke through the void, carrying an aura of endless chaos, and went straight to Yen Fan. Heaven and earth became distorted under this chaotic emperor's seat, and a treacherous way of heaven quietly swallowed everything. There was a bit of bitterness at the corner of Yen Fan's mouth, but he was still aloof and cold, like a long sword with a hidden front waiting to be opened. Facing this chaotic emperor, the sword came from his waist. 6 long swords and 6 infinite sword intents clung to Yen Fan's body. They hovered quietly behind him. Their respective sword intents turned into a touch of Changhong and condensed an invisible sword in Yen Fan's hands. The colorful sword body also reflects the general trend of overwhelming heaven. Yen Fan's eyes were indifferent. Even if he was facing a chaotic emperor with the emperor's luck, he dismissed it. In the next moment, he directly led the sword, and the 6th sword intent turned into a Changhong to penetrate the world. Under this sword, the treacherous heavenly Tao constructed by the black cloud was torn apart, and even the chaotic aura that escaped outside was strangled. This is the sword of Jinghong, and the final sword. Under this absolute sword, there is a kendo that has been silent for many years. This is the anger of the sword immortal, with the decisive spirit of burning jade and stone. Seeing this sword, even Haiyun couldn't hide his surprise, but immediately became more greedy. He was almost certain that if he could use Yen Fan's fairy body for his own use, he would be enough to tear the borderless sea and escape successfully. The Emperor Huang's seat came down, letting all the power surrender. The sword immortal's Haoxing sword collided with it. This is a battle beyond the realm of rank 9 Dian Immortal. Even rank 9 Dian Immortal can't even imagine how terrifying this battle will be. This is the peak battle between the strongest sword immortal and the 9th rank Dian Immortal, who controls the Emperor's luck. If this is not the borderless sea, then just relying on this terrifying aura can easily tear any heaven and immortal territory. Under this battle, the way of heaven is like a child's play, and the majestic brilliance can't even be stopped by the 9th rank Dian. The sword immortal's sword collided with the Chaos Emperor's seat, and there was no terrible loud noise erupted at all, and no sound was even made. But the void collapsed into a black hole and became an eternal nothingness. In this nothingness, even the power of growth cannot escape. The void has become a vacuum zone of eternal nothingness. Everything has lost its color, and the void is extinguished and collapsed in large areas. The chaotic emperor's seat, which included the emperor's luck, was stopped at this moment, and there was no further. And what prevented it was a sword fairy with a colorful halo. At this moment, Yen Fan was covered with blood, but his fairy body was not damaged or even distorted. He actually withstood the emperor's luck. It is impossible to imagine that with the power of the Nineth rank Great Immortal, it is impossible to resist the impact of the emperor's luck. But now it actually happened, even though Yen Fan was already the end of the crossbow. Haiyun laughed wildly at this moment, with greed in his eyes. He directly waved his arms, and the Chaos Emperor's seat that was originally held by Yen Fan's sword sank. The Emperor's luck was even worse. The exhausted Yen Fan could no longer resist, and was swallowed by the chaotic Emperor. Everything belongs to the eternal nothingness. Only under the nothingness, there remains chaos. As the source of the chaos, the black cloud that controls the Emperor's luck has quietly gone forward. He waved away the chaos and looked at Yen Fan lying in the eternal void. Only ecstasy and greed were left in his eyes. Give me your immortal body. Only under my guidance can he break through that shackle. Yen Fan, whose fairy body was broken to the extreme, couldn't even move his fingers and could only lie quietly in nothingness. The last ray of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 4986. The 6 long swords were scattered in nothingness, floating without a trace of charm. And Yen Fan is also fading irretrievably. I don't want to grab it. I just want you to hand over the fairy to me, so that the fit will be the highest. After a moment of silence, Yen Fan slowly said, "Yes, but you have to promise me 2 conditions. As long as you can do it, I will give you the immortal body." Heiyun asked, "What conditions?" "Let them go." Heiyun was silent, and then said, "As long as you give up the fairy body completely, I can promise you to let them go and never kill them." "Can." "One more condition." Yen Fan slowly closed his eyes. "Keep all my sword in the sheath." Heiyun lifted his eyes slightly, but didn't say much, just waved the 6 long swords that had completely lost their charm and sent them into the scabbard at Yen Fan's waist. "Give the fairy to me. I will take him out of here." Yen Fan stopped talking. An array of glow began to glow above the fairy body. Heiyun smiled, and the whole void figure began to approach. Once it merges and tears the sea of no edges, it is just around the corner. Just when he was about to swallow the fairy, a voice filled with real anger resounded. "How dare you!" Accompanied by this real anger and loud noise, Heiyun suddenly raised his head, and he saw a rapid burst of light shooting towards him. Because this speed is too fast, when he wants to react it is too late. The light suddenly penetrated his chest and then burst completely. Immediately afterwards, a crisp scream that shook the sky and the earth, enough to cover the sky, also rushed forward and landed endless golden feathers. There was another cry resounding, and a relatively small golden phoenix treasure came over the sky, disturbing all the breath. Unprepared, Heiyun's emptiness was directly annihilated into nothingness. "Quickly, you take him away, I stay," Jiang Li said in a deep voice in the void space that had been stirred up to a little chaos. Jian Wushuang nodded behind her, then quickly took out more than a dozen D-pin pills and stuffed them into Yen Fan's mouth. "Wu Wushuang, why are you here?" "Yen, Hugh's divine consciousness has been a little confused. Even with the death of Emperor Pinpill, it can't be recovered for a while." "Don't say so much. You have a good night's sleep," Jian Wushuang said quickly, and then returned Yen to Di Qing's arms. "Go." Di Qing, Fu Yao Xianjun, and Jian Wushuang quietly disappeared after holding Yen Fan's broken fairy body, as if they had never appeared before. In this eternal nothingness, only Jiang Li stood with his sword. But then the chaotic aura gathered again, once again condensing the figure of Heiyun. At this moment, he can no longer suppress the aura of anger. The various general trends that came over the sky just now did not cause him the slightest harm. Only the sword that penetrated his chest forced him to disintegrate himself and dissolve the terrifying power of that sword. "I want your life. Today you have 1 count. Don't even think of leaving one alive from my hands." Heiyun was furious, and the infinite chaotic aura came out from all over him, terrifying to the extreme. However, Jiang Li only looked at him contemptuously, as if looking at a pile of inflowing garbage. "It's shameful to strengthen myself by devouring the luck of dying immortal. If I cut you with a sword, it is considered to have dirtied my sword." Heiyun looked gloomy. "You have exhausted my patience, all become my nourishment." Jiang Li smiled disdainfully, waved his palm, and then a long sword was unsheathed and slashed forward with a terrifying force. "Looking for death." The black cloud burst out, and the chaotic breath swallowed and swallowed away. This was another terrible collision, as Yen Fan's sword companion, Jiang Li, who was even more mysterious, seemed not afraid of black clouds at all. The surging sword intent can actually resist it, but Heiyun had obviously lost his patience, and the immortal body he had gotten disappeared in vain. How could this not make him angry? With a wave of his arm, one party suddenly covered the sky and pressed against Jiangli. Standing in this eternal emptiness, Jiangli was not afraid. Facing the endless palm above her head, she just slapped the hilt of her waist. In an instant, another 3 long sword came out, strangling away resolutely. If Yan Fan's swordsmanship has an endless and endless momentum, then Jiangli's swordsmanship is the ultimate expression of majestic and majestic. It was just 3 long swords, but it broke out with an unparalleled general trend, and even the chaotic aura released by the black cloud could not be compared with it. But it was this incomparable general trend that showed signs of decline when faced with the chaotic aura of the Emperor's luck. The 3 long swords drew up from the sky, blocking the tendency of the endless palm to press down. Give me annihilation. Heiyun was furious and waved his hand heavily. Accompanied by his swing, the endless palm directly shattered the sword intent and banged on Jiangli. At this moment, the remaining 2 swords were also swung, and a total of 6 swords rose into the sky at the same time, protecting Jiangli's immortal body. The martyrdom broke out again in the eternal nothingness. Jiangli retreated 1,000,000 feet. Almost all of the fairy body was almost torn apart. The blood of the gods wetted her clothes, dripping down into the void along the corners of the clothes. The 6 true swords, with a full blow, blocked an emperor's luck, which was an unprecedented rumor. When the infinite sword intent and chaotic aura disappeared, Heiyun's strange figure appeared again. His face was gloomy, mixed with some incredible. He had never thought that the 2 sword immortals had broken his emperor's luck one after another. While furious, there is also fear. Reaching out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiangli sneered, his eyes even more disdainful. If I guessed right, the emperor's luck you control is running out, right? And now you can't derive luck at all, right? Heiyun heard this, and Yu read www. Okanshu. Calm's eyes flashed a wave of fluctuations. So what? I killed you in a flash. Jiangli smiled. Then you say, how many emperor luck can I intercept you desperately? It's a delusion. Go to hell. Heiyun said angrily, slamming at her with his palm. In the next moment, the thousands of emerald green sword intent were like a blade of grass, quietly clinging to Jiangli's waist, and then holding her back. Jiangli was shocked, until he saw the figure around him clearly. He was even more shocked. Wu Wushuang! Jian Wushuang lowered his eyebrows, nodded, and smiled. I'm here. After she came back to her senses, she was anxious. Why are you coming back? Don't you know that all we did is to let you go? I know, but if I leave like this, I will be in all suffering again and really leave some regrets. Jiangli was silent. She already knew that Jian Wushuang would make a change. Chapter 4987. He was determined to move forward resolutely even in the face of the black cloud that controls the emperor's heavenly way. An invisible sword is condensed from the hand, with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally to the eternal nothingness. Jiangli stood up behind him. Although she was hit hard by the emperor's luck, she didn't hurt her roots at all. She quickly took out half of the emperor pin pill from her arms and put it into her mouth, instantly recovering more than half of her injuries. The overbearing medicinal effect of this emperor pin pill has greatly benefited Jiangli, both the 9th rank Dian Immortal and the Sword Immortal. You must know that these emperor pin pills were all hidden by Emperor Lu Kro before his death, and they were unattainable treasures. The efficacy of one medicine was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Jiangli was very reluctant to eat the whole emperor pin pill, but only divided one into 2 and ate it in half, although Jian Wushuang gave her several of them when he was just talent, and being able to squander like this would cost more than a dozen of them. I'm afraid there are only alternatives like Jian Wushuang. Seeing the figure standing in front of him without flinching, Heiyun only felt funny and then became completely angry. When did even Yanxian dare to fight him? A dust-like guy dare to confront me? The black cloud roared, and the chaotic atmosphere surged up like a huge river. Jian Wushuang, at this moment, had his eyes solemn. He is just the peak of immortal relation. Even if he can cross the border to kill rank 3, even rank 6 Dayan. But at this moment, it was different. His opposite was the 9-turned Dayan immortal who could control the Emperor's luck. This almost crossed a whole great realm, and it was to meet the Emperor's luck. This is an unimaginable and impossible thing. Even if Jian Wushuang once again carried Sandow on his back, there was absolutely no possibility of a battle against Heiyun. The only one who can fight Black Cloud now is the sword of the same realm, under the powerful medicinal effect of the D-pin pill. She, who had recovered 90%, quietly stood in front of Jian Wushuang. The 6 swords came out together, turned into a spinning Changhong, swept away, shrouded the chaos that was swallowed by madness in Changhong's sword intent, strangling constantly. "Come on." Jiang Li turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything in vain. Remember that you can't die anyway, because you haven't realized our kendo." Jian Wushuang's heart trembled, and Jiang Li had already completely regarded him as an apprentice as he taught the original kendo. "I'm afraid I won't be able to lead you to comprehend my swordsmanship, but Yan Fan will know how to do it. You must take it seriously." She smiled slightly, as heroic and arrogant as when she first met. In the next moment, Jiang Li turned around and greeted the chaos in the sky with a touch of Jinghong. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. The Emperor's luck represents absolute control. Under that control, even the sword fairy of the same realm can only die. When Jiang Li left, it was for Jian Wushuang to win the possibility of leaving alive. He stood there. Only loneliness was left in his eyes. Zuanhei's divine pattern rose from the tips of his hair and then drifted into nothingness. The straps holding the long hair fell off, and the long hair with a hint of faint gold flew. At this moment, the true shadow of selflessness is added. It represents the guardian way of the universe, the way of killing that represents the great cause and effect of killing, and the unparalleled sword way that contains the sword of the galaxy, lake, and the sea. 3 pluses! This is a magnificent scene. In the pale, eternal emptiness, great luck is blooming. With the eternal emptiness of the true shadow of an ego, put his hands together, his eyelids closed tightly, and a steady stream of luck was circulating. Jian Wushuang stood in nothingness, and a 7-star system bloomed in the space between his brows. The huamang of the invisible sword in his hand has never been so prosperous at this moment, and the 3 avenues of luck are returned to the blade, and it escapes infinitely. Facing the chaotic aura that could even extinguish the eternal emptiness, Jian Wushuang drew his sword up. At this moment, even if he died, he did not regret it. With a true shadow of selflessness and a sword blessed by the 3 great avenues, it is enough to easily kill rank 6 Dayan immortal. And on the basis of these, what will happen if the sword intent of the word lake is released? The sword intent of lake is the strongest sword in Xinghe Lake. This is a sword that can't even be imagined, and even Jian Wushuang can't believe its appearance. As long as this sword is out, it is the rule of numerology. This is a sword that even the Emperor can never stop. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, 3rd style, lake. This was Jian Wushuang's strongest time, and Jian Yi was the strongest time. In the eternal paleness, a giant gate appears, the gate of luck. It is so magnificent that even the stars of Tsangyu and the plane of heaven are nothing but a shudder in the ocean. It is impossible to use words to describe the magnificence of this giant gate, but it does exist, making everyone who hears it feel incomparable. The supreme air transport composed of light gold, dark red, and sky blue, entangled into a tranquil lake, flows out of the giant gate of the sky. The pale and eternal nothingness was all tainted at this moment. Within the Chiyun Lake, Tsangyu stars and giant sun planets are all being born, and all the chi luck they are born into is one. Inside the giant gate of the sky, The true shadow of the selfless opened his eyes quietly at this moment. Binoculars seem to contain the universe, and all origins are being born. Then Wu Mei Jining cried. A drop of tears passed by like a pity. Jian Wushuang came from Tianmen. Wrapped by supreme luck, it is no longer possible to see his full picture, but the blood of the gods had all rushed out of his immortal body at this moment. And Zhu Tian Yixuan seemed to be a little unable to bear that kind of luck and began to burn. This sword is unstoppable. In the eternal emptiness, 90% of them were swallowed by the chaotic atmosphere. But at this moment, Jiang Li, who was carrying 6 swords and was already planning to confess to Xian Yuan, suddenly opened his eyes. She felt the mighty breath coming from behind her. That kind of breath is magnificent, with an unstoppable momentum. That kind of aura, even her heart palpitations. In the chaos, she looked back with all her strength and saw the scene that made her engraved in her heart. It can no longer be described with a sword, as if it is the common fluctuating movement of the entire universe, magnificent and shocking. Then Jiang Li saw Jian Wushuang approaching with a sword. At this moment, no one can compete with him. Even the sword fairy can only be overshadowed. Seeing the sword intent of Qi luck, all the chaotic auras seemed to have consciousness, and they retreated madly. The black cloud, who was grinning, was shocked when he saw this scene. From the bottom of his heart, there was an incomparable heart palpitations, as if he had returned to the endless years, facing the real emperor's anger. No, it's impossible. How can there be another emperor here? I am the master here. I am the only emperor. Chapter 4988. The black cloud roared hysterically. The horror that swept through the supreme magnificence made him completely timid. He doesn't want to die, he wants to live. Since being exiled to the sea of no edge, he can't remember why he is still alive. The only belief that supports him is growth and revenge. Countless Yanxian and Dianxian died tragically under his hands, swallowed by luck. Those luck made him touch the emperor's level. But now, when he hasn't fully grown up, he is overwhelmed by this kind of luck. How can he not be frightened? The black cloud was hysterical and almost became crazy. No one wants to kill me again, including Zhan Wuyang. I am already an emperor. Who can stop me? He roared, and the endless chaotic breath was released from his body. Then a huge, chaotic throne appeared. Heiyun raised his arms high, raised the throne of chaos, and smashed away, hoping to stop the sword. Not only the throne of chaos, but also the endless aura of chaos was overwhelmed. In the pale, eternal nothingness, this strongest blow was completely released. Through the sword, the endless sword intent is like a blast, stimulating the power of the entire universe in the giant gate, easily tearing the chaotic atmosphere. The chaotic emperor seat that had severely damaged Yen Fan and contained the emperor's luck, under the strong sword, only lasted for a moment and then shattered. The sword intent of the word lake is unstoppable. While shattering the chaos emperor's seat, Jian Wushuang's right arm holding the sword was completely shattered, and his fairy body simply couldn't withstand this level of impact. Had it not been for the protection of Zhu Tian Yixuan, he would have become a fan at the same time that the chaotic emperor was shattered. But there is no if. Jian Wushuang is still alive, even though his right arm is completely broken. He uses his left arm to hold up the invisible sword and move forward resolutely. Numerous hoarse pains resounded, and the chaotic breath collapsed under the impact. Only the black cloud stood in place, looking at him in disbelief. The eyes are facing each other, and the strong sword will come. Go through with one sword. The eternal emptiness trembles. At this moment, the giant gate of the sky is shattered, and even the universe within it is turned into luck and explodes together. The complexity and terrifying degree of this sword have reached an unimaginable level. Even the eternal emptiness was extinguished, and the breath produced by the terrible explosion made Jiang Li as a sword immortal unable to stand, and was suddenly repulsed by 1,000,000 feet. Divine blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Li was still completely shocked. She began to realize that this sword was released by Jian Wushuang. This sword completely pushed him to the real, another height. That kind of height is the sword fairy. With the body of Yen Xian board the sword fairy. Jiang Li smiled and then wept. As a sword immortal, how could she not feel this sword? It was too vast and could not be supported by Jian Wushuang's fairy body. This is an absolute sword. He cannot survive at all. A real grief flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, but nothing could be changed. The appearance of this sword is destined to have no room for reversal. The pale, eternal nothingness is shattered and everything is gone. The chaotic atmosphere has completely faded, replaced by a magnificent sword intent. The meaning of sword becomes a sea and everything is endless. Jiang Li didn't stay anymore and went to search like crazy. In the sea of swords, the injuries on her body are recovering at a slow speed, as if being wrapped in shinri. But the more so, the more flustered she became, until after searching the entire Jinhai, she didn't see any trace of Jian Wushuang. Really, terrible junior. A hoarse voice that couldn't hold back the pain resounded in the dying void. Then a great power descended, erasing the endless sword sea. Only then did Jiang Li see their figures. Haiyin's immortal body, which was originally nothingness, had been completely shattered and was slowly and continuously spliced together. But at the position of his heart, a trace of the sword cut could not heal anyway. On the opposite side of the black cloud, there is a more broken fairy. Almost all his celestial bodies except his chest were shattered. The blood of the gods had long been drained, and the bones of the celestial bodies were shattered. Only Jiutian Yixian still exudes the blue meaning. Under the strong sword, his arms no longer exist, and the pupils of the meaning of pure gold have completely dimmed. He just stood there, but anyone could see that his vitality was being lost irretrievably. The traces of numerology have completely disappeared. This is a complete death. Like a broken meteor, countless stars soared out from behind him, turning into a smear of nebula to fill the eternal nothingness of the endless sea. Jiang Li went crazy and rushed to Jian Wushuang's face. When he reached out and touched him, he fell on his back. The already bleak golden eyes are chaotic to the extreme, which is a symbol of the disappearance of traces of numerology. Although his immortal body is still there, it has truly died out. Seeing this scene, Heiyun whispered, "I killed a seedling who can become an emperor. I killed a seedling who can become an emperor." Jiang Li couldn't speak, and he was crying secretly around Jian Wushuang's immortal body, whose numerology was broken. Immediately afterwards, the dark cloud was in shock. His eyes were completely replaced by greed. He looked at Jian Wushuang's fairy body. "Give me his fairy body. I will let you go. I only want his fairy body." Heiyun said solemnly. Jiang Li suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of determination. "I will kill you." Looking for death. Heiyun was furious, lifted his palm and wanted to smash forward. But his big palm did not fall. Instead, he backed away quickly with extreme panic. Heiyun was completely speechless in shock. He saw a scene that was impossible to appear. This unimaginable scene even horrified him even more than seeing Zhen Wuyan, because he saw the three true shadows in the royal clothes. And the emperor clothes only emperors can wear. Those are three true emperors. At this moment, Yang Jun, Su He, and Dao Gong walked out of the Poyang bottle, standing behind Jiang Li, looking at the black clouds with solemn eyes. They completely witnessed and knew Jian Wushuang's irreversible death of the previous magnificent battle. It was precisely because of this that they were so angry that they walked out of the Yang bottle regardless of their true soul state. "You, who are you? Don't pretend to be fools." Heiyun was already completely shocked, and the panic in his eyes revealed his state of mind at this time. He didn't believe it anyhow. He would bump into three emperors at the same time. When would the emperor be so overwhelmed that there were three in a row? But without waiting for him to question, when the kind of emperor who belongs to the emperor can be condensed, His face is ashamed. The so-called Dihui is a symbol of the real emperor's luck and the difficulty of cohesion. Even he who has realized the emperor's luck has no way to condense. Chapter 4989. Once you have Dihui, you are the real emperor. Facing that Dihui, the black cloud's face was as gray as death, and he didn't even have the thought to resist. The three emperors could not resist this at all. Jianli was also shocked. She never thought that three emperors would appear together, which was even more impossible. In her memory, even that chaotic era does not seem to happen. Leave with his immortal body. Yang Jun, a tall and thin old man in the emperor's clothes, looked at Jianli and said, then stretched out his hand to release Emperor Jian Wushuang's immortal body. Jianli was startled, then gratefully looked at San Dijuan, quickly picked up Jian Wushuang, and left for the endless void. Seeing this scene, Haiyan's eyes were dripping blood. The coveting of the immortal Jian Wushuang had even exceeded the fear of the three emperors. Jian Wushuang's immortal body is an indispensable thing for him to achieve godless king. He can't just let Jianli leave. And almost at the same time that Jianli was leaving, He Yun's footsteps were going to chase after him. How dare you! Dao Gong shouted. Wu Shenhui followed overwhelmingly, blocking the road ahead of He Yun. Don't stop me. He Yun is already close to madness in order to obtain Jian Wushuang's immortal body, in order to become godless king, so that he is not afraid of three emperors. I want to become the emperor. No one can stop me today. Whoever stops me, even if my luck is gone, it will never make you feel good. The three emperors heard the words and looked at each other, and they all saw the meaning of decisiveness in the eyes of the other party. Having lost their emperor body, they have always been in a true soul state, and even under the nourishment of the Bo-Yang bottle, they are still weak. Facing the almost maddened He Yun, they had no chance of winning, but they are still determined. Wake up and stop sleeping. Nothingness is ethereal, like smoke, like dust, like dream, like illusion. Everything seems like a world away. It is a kind of unspeakable pain, deep in spiritual thoughts. As if drowning on the shore, he suddenly opened his eyes, and as his eyes opened, the broken fairy body completely recovered in an instant. As far as I can see, it is a psychedelic realm like smoke and dust. He panted heavily, and unknown luck began to flow around him again. Where is this? Am I already dead? You haven't died now, but without me, you would have died before. A figure wearing an imperial suit gradually became clear, and then stood in front of him. Jian Wushuang Wushan's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't be more familiar with this figure. It is the Emperor of Jinwu, who rests in the heavenly palace on the White Bone Road, under the river of blood and bones. It was when you were about to fall I shot and held your true soul in the ring. Otherwise it would be impossible to withstand your own sword in your realm. Emperor Jinwu said, looking at him. Jian Wushuang came back to his senses and tried his best to reluctantly hand over. Thank you for your life-saving grace. I wrote it down. Emperor Jinwu didn't speak until a moment later he said, Your previous performance was something I didn't imagine. I thought you were just a little Yen Xian with a good talent and some chances, but now it seems I was wrong. You are an immortal who cannot be guessed or guessed. Speaking of this, Emperor Jinwu slowly lowered his head, looked at Jian Wushuang's true eyes, and quietly burst out a killing intent. You said, Should I kill a good seedling that can become an emperor now? Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly opened, and then he recovered his composure. You won't kill me, at least not now. Emperor Jinwu Jundao, tell me the reason, a reason not to kill you. When the matter was over, he had to grit his teeth and said, Only I can leave here. Once you kill me, you don't want to leave here. If you lie to me, you can't live without it. I will never lie to you. If you realize that I lie to you by then, it will not be too late for you to do it again. Hearing these words, Emperor Jinwu smiled unclearly. Then I will save you for the time being, but if you have to say if you do the same stupid thing as before, Don't blame me for being rude." Jian Wushuang nodded, a wisp of cold sweat streaming from his temples. Since Emperor Zenwis's gaze burst out with murderous intent just now, he knew that for a moment Emperor Jinwu absolutely wanted to do something against him. But because of scruples, he didn't hurt him. And this scruples is to use his hand to escape from this endless sea. Anxiety flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Emperor Jinwu was definitely not a good person. If he could escape from the borderless sea, he might not be able to escape the poisonous hand. Failure to escape is death, and it is very likely that escape is death, which makes Jian Wushuang extremely big for a while. But soon he wanted to drive. The top priority now is not to think about the future, but to solve the dark cloud. Thinking of this, he looked around. "Where is this?" "In your ring." "Then can I wake up?" "Of course, you can at any time. But I want to warn you, don't do those stupid things anymore. Some Dian Immortals can be thrown away after you use them. They are just the cornerstone of your progress." Jian Wushuang curled his lips secretly, completely taking what he said as farting. But then Emperor Zenwis's words made him sweat in a cold sweat. "Don't forget, I can know what you are thinking." "I'm wrong." In the endless void, Jian Wushuang, who was supported by Zhangli, quietly opened his eyes at this moment. The chaos and gloom faded. Qi Jin reappeared in his pupils, and the broken fairy body slowly recovered. Boom! In the dying nihility, the Emperor radiates all the chaotic atmosphere. But under that chaotic atmosphere, even though Dihui was brilliant, it was already a bit declining. The true soul of the three emperors was still too weak after all. Their emperor body was completely deprived. Only the true soul was left, facing the emperor black cloud. They could no longer deal with it. Heiyun also calmed down from the previous shock and anger, only to discover the weakness of the three emperors and was overjoyed. The three emperors who caused limited damage to him, in his view, are truly delicacies. Once their emperor's luck is swallowed, I am afraid that without Jian Wushuang's immortal body, he can directly become Wu Shenjun. It's so lucky that I deserve to be the emperor today. Heiyun laughed wildly, a unique suction centered on him, sweeping out. The three emperors who were struggling to resist saw this. Their complexion changed slightly. "You two go first, here I will bear it," Dao Gong said suddenly with indisputable words. Chapter 4990. Hearing this, Yang Jun hummed heavily and said angrily, "Dao Gong, what do you mean? I can't look down on this emperor." Dao Gong nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I just can't look at you, and staying still won't help much, so I should leave as soon as possible." Dao Gong Lao Er, you are shameless. I knew I would not help your broken heavens. Let it fend for itself. It's as if you were rescued. If you come a moment later, I thought you were drinking with Shan Weiyang. Damn it, Dao Gong, you don't want to insult me. Looking at the two emperors who were about to fight first, Su He, who dared not say anything, began to dissuade him. Okay, well, they are all old brothers for so many years. The quarrel depends on the occasion. Su He, don't pretend to be a good person, because the great heaven official and Dian Immortal who belong to your heavenly court are not up to the grade, which led to the loss of the original. Fucking, I did it with you. Seeing the three emperors who were fighting each other, the black cloud on the side almost laughed out loud, overjoyed in my heart. You must know that under the sword of Jian Wushuang earlier, he was seriously injured, and even if the three emperors were unhelpful, they could use Dihui to inflict wounds on him. But now, there is nothing better than their infighting and fighting each other. Heiyun even only needs to attack from the side to subdue the three emperors without any effort. Heiyun couldn't restrain his excitement when he thought of Sandaijin's true soul and energy luck, which would be swallowed and absorbed by himself in a moment. As long as he can absorb them all, then he will be able to tear open the borderless sea and become a true emperor. Feeling the infinite aura of chaos all over his body relax slightly, the three emperors who were fighting each other suddenly stopped working and looked at each other extremely quickly. In the next moment, they suddenly burst out of incomparable Dihui, and then, like a shining rainbow, directly broke through the chaotic atmosphere and rushed towards the endless void. The black cloud, who was still sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight, was shocked at the sight of the scene and hurriedly turned into endless chaos and rushed forward. "Run! That guy is going to catch up!" Dao Gong shouted. "Yang Jun, stay behind to stop the enemy!" Yang Jun, who ran faster than the other two emperors, didn't even look back at this time. It is wishful thinking to want this emperor to cushion your back. It depends on who can run away. Don't worry, you can turn your head. I will let Wu Shuang burn some paper money for you. Fucking, the emperor ate you alive. Wanna go? As a quasi-emperor, Heiyun has suffered successive damages, but facing the true soul of the three emperors, his strength is still more than enough. However, he caught up in a flash, his palms suddenly emptied, and the endless chaos aura fell. Although he was wounded, but with only the real soul and no entity, the damage of Jian Wushuang's sword was reduced to the minimum, so now he is still alive and well. Seeing the overwhelming atmosphere of chaos over his head, Dao Gong at the end gritted his teeth and stopped directly, then turned to face the chaotic atmosphere, and released Dihui with all his strength. He wants to block this breath with his own power and buy time for them to leave. The magnificent Dihui collided with the chaotic atmosphere, violent to the extreme. Dao Gong was forced to retreat thousands of feet, and the true shadow of Emperor was even a little bleak. But he still never took a step back, manipulating Dihui to abruptly block the chaos. Just when he was already a little tired and couldn't stop him, the two figures, infinite Dihui, overturned. None of Yang Jun and Su He left. Didn't you let you leave? Why are you still staying? Dao Gong eagerly shouted in a deep voice. Yang Jun curled his lips. If you let us leave, we will leave? Find out our identity. You are the emperor, and we are also the emperor. We are in an equal position. If we just leave like this, wouldn't we fall behind? If you want to go together, if you want to stay, then stay together. Suhi smiled. We never took a step back when heaven was destroyed, let alone now. You guys. Dao Gong sighed quietly, but then his eyes became firm. Okay, let's do it this last time. Yang Jun laughed when he heard the words, "This is right. How dare you fight against the emperor, this bug-like junior?" After speaking these last words, the three emperors laughed at the same time. The chaotic aura was also torn apart by Di Hui, and the black cloud quickly retreated, looking at them very vigilantly. Three emperors stepped forward slowly, looking at the dark clouds that were full of gloom with disdain. The Dian Immortal made by you like this is also worthy of understanding the emperor's luck? Dao Gong said angrily, "Don't humiliate the emperor's name. If this is the first time when my heaven is still there, I will be the first you are the one who killed." He laughed strangely when he heard the words, "Still worry about yourselves. Only when you become one with me. You won't be able to stay alive. Just because you are like a bug, you deserve to be on the same level as us." Yang Jun disdainfully stepped out, and layers of Dihui flowed around him. At this moment, the three of them seemed to return to the sky and became the Lord of Heaven. 3 emperors are enough to destroy the quartet. Even if the Tianhe River dries up and the heavenly court is broken, they still cannot change the fact that they are emperors. Even though Heiyun is the quasi-emperor, he still felt fear in the face of the real emperor. That is a deep-seated fear, suppressed by blood. At the beginning, the emperor was not afraid of true Wuyang, let alone you bugs. Suhi said loudly, "This emperor is going to destroy the quartet again today." At this moment, the 3 emperors returned to the beginning. The incomparable Dihui shone out and shattered the quartet. Heiyun didn't dare to entrust him, even if he believed that he had eaten them. He did not dare to slack in the slightest. Thinking of this, a huge chaotic emperor resurfaced behind him, with an unimaginable momentum, and crashed into the 3 emperors. The extinguished nihility broke out once again with a shocking momentum. The chaotic emperor swept over with chaotic aura, madly swallowing the escaped Dihue. As the black cloud that swallowed Dian Immortal step by step, it was no problem to swallow Dihue. He stood in the void, his belly rolled up, swallowing in an unimaginable situation. However, the three emperors are still the three emperors, as terrifying beings who could fight against Zhenwuan emperors in that ancient age. Even so, they only have the true souls left, but they are still powerful. They have experienced the collapse of the heavens, millions of immortals have become enemies, and they have not been afraid of a moment when they walked out of the sea of blood. A little quasi-emperor, not even a quasi-emperor, they really disdain. Chapter 4991. Dihue shines, chaos comes. Facing the chaotic emperor seat, the three emperors never took a step back. Although Dihue was suppressed and even retreated steadily, he was still suppressing the chaotic atmosphere at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heiyun became more panicked. He thought he had already eaten the true soul of the three emperors. But as time passed and his own strength continued to fade, he began to panic. If you don't swallow them in a short time, I'm afraid it will change again. Thinking of this, Heiyun shouted angrily, manipulating the huge chaotic emperor directly to smash it. As the throne burst open, he opened his arms again, exploding into an unimaginable trend. The endless chaos aura condensed from behind him and turned into an ugly and magnificent supreme face. The huge face was so ugly, a big mouth occupies almost 2/3 of the size of the whole face, and when he appeared, he opened the huge mouth, releasing strong suction. Under this suction force, even Dihue couldn't hold on, it was a little broken, and even the emptiness of nirvana was swallowed by the giant face. The true soul of the three emperors who resisted hard was really weak at this moment. Come on, one can go, there's no need to stay here, Dao Gong said in a deep voice. Don't forget, if we all stay here, how can we find the old man from Zhanjiang to avenge the old man in the future? Yang Jun is going, he is the worst, Suhi said loudly. Yang Jun was immediately extremely embarrassed and angry. Why? Dare you to make fun of this emperor? That emperor will not leave today. I will let you see who can't. After he finished speaking, the endless Dihue burst out from the palm of his hand, even covering Suhi and Dao Gong for a while. After a while, Dao Gong said in a deep voice, Suhi Yangjun, you go first, I will stay with it for a while. Don't kill our last true soul here. Think go. Also depends on whether you can leave. Yang Jun's face turned red, and he was already doing his best to prevent the chaos from corroding. Dao Gong didn't say much anymore, and while Yang Jun and Suhi were full of attention, he directly shook them 200 meters away with a palm, keeping them away from this chaotic place. Go fast. Don't take a step back. If anyone takes a step back, I respectfully break the true soul on the spot. He shouted angrily, full of indisputable determination. At this moment, Yang Jun and Suha were stunned in place, unable to speak, and unable to return to his senses for a long time. Hurry up! Dao Gong was already at the end of the crossbow, and the endless Dihue was about to be swallowed by the chaotic aura. Old fellow we, Yang Jun murmured. He didn't wait for him to finish speaking, and immediately grabbed him and swept away into the distant void, without seeing any traces in a moment. Heiyun was very anxious when he saw this. He definitely couldn't let them escape. Want to chase them? Go through this emperor first, little bug. Dao Gong laughed and manipulated Dihue to directly block his way. You're looking for death. Heiyun was furious and slammed down with his palm. Dao Gong took the initiative to respond, but he was already extremely weak, unable to deal with it effectively, and the last layer of Dihue was heavily shattered. Then Heiyun manipulated the chaotic breath, turned it into a big palm, and grabbed him. Dao Gong still laughed, and his gaze at Heiyun was still contemptuous. Being controlled by you is really detrimental to the emperor's prestige. After he said these last words, there was no hesitation in the true soul of Broken Emperor. Heiyun smiled weirdly, and the ugly giant face behind him opened his mouth to swallow Daogong in, and prevented him from breaking his true soul. An emperor's true soul fell into his abdomen, and he shuddered with excitement, and he could clearly feel the increase in strength. As long as you swallow the other two, you can enter the realm of the emperor. After trying to understand this, his body shape was directly decomposed, turned into inexhaustible chaos, and disappeared into nothingness. The old guy's breath is gone. In the void, Yang Jun stopped abruptly and turned around to look towards the endless void. He also stopped. Loneliness flashed deep in his eyes. Has he gone too? Yang Jun slowly closed his eyes. His voice was low and hoarse. I'm tired. Don't be tired. We still have things to do. He suddenly opened his eyes. We still need to find Zhanwyang, Lao heir to avenge, and avenge Daogong. Do we still have a chance? He was stunned, and he thought of Jian Wushuang in his mind, and he nodded his head immediately. Of course, as long as we don't fall, everything can be done. Yang Jun's eyes gradually became clear. Then leave here and make plans later. As his voice fell, the entire dying void suddenly appeared in the shape of a black cloud. "Want to leave? How am I willing to let you leave? All in my stomach." He smiled weirdly and waved down a chaotic cage. The cage was pressed down, completely enclosing the two emperors. Yang Jun looked at Su He with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. "This time we really can't do without." The black cloud laughed wildly, and the huge face behind it opened its mouth and swallowed it in an instant. Yang Jun and Su He only felt that the Dihui in their bodies was fading quickly, and even the true soul began to dim. "It's really unpleasant. I knew it was so. I ended up with Zhanwyang in the first place. How could I end up in this situation?" He shook his head and sighed. Yang Jun also sighed slightly. Everything was already powerless. Falling in this nameless place, in the hands of the nameless, really refutes the emperor's face. But everything is so helpless. But the imaginary scene did not happen. The huge chaotic cage burst and shattered in the next moment without any warning. Both Yang Jun and Su He were shocked, and then subconsciously looked at the place where the cage was broken. Only disbelief remained in their eyes. "No, Wushuang!" Along with the retreat of endless chaos, Jian Wushuang led the sword with his hand and stepped into the air. Jiu Tian Yixian exudes the meaning of sky blue, O Khonshu. On his chest there was unimaginable luck. Behind him stood Jiang Lian Return, Diqing, and Fu Yao Xianjun. They all should have left, but now they all returned. But at this moment, both Yang Jun and Su He looked at Jian Wushuang, leaving only an incredible shock in their eyes. They felt very clearly that the ancient luck flowing out of Jian Wushuang's body was so terrifying and so familiar. That kind of luck is the emperor's luck. Jian Wushuang, carrying the emperor's luck. Not only did they feel it, but even Heiyun felt it, and the panic in his eyes had reached the point where it could not be added. The last moment he had no luck. He was too dead to die, but he came back alive in half a day. This is too unimaginable. Chapter 4992. What is even more unimaginable is that Jian Wushuang's whole body is flowing out of emperor luck. Even the Black Cloud, who is a quasi-emperor, can't cover the emperor's luck. Only the real emperor can do it. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did it. Not only did he do it, but he also directly released Dihui. Heiyun was already horrified and couldn't say anything. Even if he didn't believe it anymore, this scene still appeared in front of him. The mere, triumphant emperor who hit him severely with a single sword, at this moment became the emperor with the luck of the emperor. Escape! This is the only thought left in Heiyun's mind. He has never been willing to do two dangerous things since growing up. For example, Jian Wushuang at the moment, he is really weird, but in the realm of Yanxian he has made a series of shocking forces. Even when he was the Emperor Zhuan, his heart trembled when he saw Jian Wushuang. Thinking of this, Heiyun didn't hesitate anymore. He straightened his body and wanted to flee. However, with the emperor's luck, his eyes showed Jian Wushuang, who was awe-inspiring, and he hummed coldly, "Want to leave?" At this moment, with the same force of heaven and earth, surrendering to his feet, an unimaginable emperor's heavenly path was suppressed and hit the black cloud heavily. He Yun was shocked. He fled in a panic, but in any case could not escape the control of Emperor Heaven. But in an instant he was firmly held down by the Emperor Tiandao. Even if he changed a lot, he would never escape the slightest. Seeing him catching the black cloud almost effortlessly, Yang Jun and Su's two emperors were so startled that their jaws almost fell to the ground. They didn't believe that Jian Wushuang was carrying the emperor's luck, but now they all believed it. Not only the two emperors, but Jiang Lian's return to the two sword immortals, as well as the immortals Diqing and Fuyao were shocked. They were far from understanding what was going on. They saw Jian Wushuang become emperor in a daze, and then raised his hand to catch Heiyun. Jiang Lian glanced back at each other, seeing a bitterness in the other's eyes. The apprentice they strongly recognized has far exceeded their expectations. Jian Wushuang, who carried the extremely heavy emperor's luck on his body, waved lightly in the air, and the immovable black cloud suppressed by the emperor's heavenly way was forced to come to him. Facing the real emperor's luck, Heiyun was so frightened that he could not be added. He was just a quasi-emperor. How could he dare to resist the real emperor? At this moment, Jian Wushuang was like a different person. His eyes were full of majesty, and there was no emotion. And all this is also because of Emperor Jinwu. In the previous Jinwu emperor, a strand of Jian Wushuang's true soul had been arrested and hidden in the ring to avoid his direct death. After recovering, Jian Wushuang did not heed his warning and insisted on saving the three emperors and Jiang Lian. In desperation, Emperor Jinwu wanted to use his luck to make him suffer, but never thought that Jian Wushuang's fairy body could perfectly fit his emperor's luck without any repulsive behavior. This surprised Emperor Jinwu at the same time and agreed to help, inject the emperor's luck into his body within the range Jian Wushuang's immortal body could bear. This made Jian Wushuang carry the emperor's way of heaven and became the emperor in a short time. Jian Wushuang, who became an emperor, the first thing is to find the black cloud and seal it, feeling the emperor's luck like an arm. He looked at the black cloud in front of him and waved to kill. But at this time Yang Jun and Su he said anxiously, "Wait, Wushuang, Dao Gong is still in his stomach." Jian Wushuang heard this and looked at the black cloud again. Heiyun trembled. "Let me go. I am willing to return him." He smiled contemptuously, and then he dissected it by himself. "No, you can't. I promise you I will return it immediately." But it was too late. Jian Wushuang used his hand as a sword and opened his belly with a single sword. In an instant, the void of dying trembling, endless chaos rushed out, frantic to the extreme. However, this chaos was directly wiped out by Jian Wushuang with a palm. With the emperor's luck, he is already too terrifying. Even the quasi-emperor Black Cloud can only be slaughtered. Along with the chaotic breath surging out, there was another true soul that almost became transparent. That true soul is Dao Gong. Yang Jun Suha rushed over, laughed, and patted Dao Gong, who was still in a state of confusion. "Old thing, congratulations, you haven't left before us." I haven't fallen yet. I shouldn't. I remember I was breathless." Dao scratched his head respectfully. "If it wasn't for Wushuang, little friend, you would be gone, so thank you." Yang Jun patted him and blamed. Dao Gong reacted and quickly looked at Jian Wushuang. Under this look, his eyes almost flew out. "I'm going. How long have I slept? And Wushuang little friends have become emperors." "It didn't take long before I slept for less than half a day." What? Using godless King Heaven to break the black cloud, his remaining emperor's luck and chaos are all wiped out, dying, and it seems likely to fall at any time. But even so, he still tried his best to say, "Let go, let me go, I will disappear." Jian Wushuang sneered coldly, as if he had heard the funniest thing. Everything that happened today was caused by the dark clouds. Jiang Lian was almost seriously injured and dying. The 3 emperors almost died in order to save him. Even he himself, if it weren't for the help of Emperor Jinwu, would have disappeared. Therefore, Heiyun must die today. Even if he is a quasi-emperor, he cannot escape death. The emperor with Zhenwu Emperor's luck is added www. Until novel. Calm Jian Wushuang has the strength to cover the black cloud. Looking at the dying black cloud, he was ready to kill it with a palm. But just as he waved his palm, his gaze penetrated the hazy black mist and saw a thing emitting a colorful halo in the belly of the black cloud hole. Jian Wushuang didn't know what it was, and with a subconscious wave of his palm, he pulled it out of Haiyun's body. Haiyun's eyes dimmed for an instant, and his emptiness of a mortal body quickly died out at this moment. As soon as this thing came out, it suddenly became magnificent and glorious for hundreds of thousands of miles, and all the colors dimmed. It was a shiny ink bone as long as a forearm. The unspeakable mystery runes seemed to have been flowing since the ancient times, making the hearers have an urge to worship. And the 3 emperors who watched this scene from a distance, all of their complexions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but say in unison, "Emperor Bones!" Chapter 4993. Emperor Bone. It is the symbol of the peak Dian Immortal ascending to the throne of Emperor and controlling Emperor Hui. Once the bones of the Emperor are condensed, it means that the road to the Emperor has been opened. This is the bone of the Emperor that is side by side with the Emperor and the Emperor's heaven. For the Emperor, it is a forbidden existence. The 3 emperors did not expect that the black clouds had already condensed the Emperor bones. If he was not too greedy and provoked Jian Wushuang, and this series of battles broke out, he would definitely be able to create a heavenly court and ascend the Emperor's position within the 5-year period. But there is no if. The evil consequences he created can only be eaten by himself. The black cloud that was pulled out of the Emperor's bones by Shengsheng wailed miserably, and the sound shook the nirvana. "Give it back to me! Give it back to me!" He was completely mad, reaching out and grabbing Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang, with the Emperor's luck flowing all over his body, was no longer something he could touch. Almost at the same time, the Emperor's luck shattered his arms. Losing the bones of the Emperor and being cut off by the Emperor Heaven, Heiyun fell into despair. Even if Jian Wushuang does not kill him now, losing the Emperor bone means that he will live forever and never become an emperor. Looking at the Mayu Emperor's sovereign bone in his hand that was as long as the forearm, Jian Wushuang thought for a moment, and instead of destroying it, he placed it in the Boyang bottle. Losing the Emperor's bones, the black cloud face was like ashes. His Emperor's luck began to slowly collapse, and the phantom, without the immortal body, gradually dimmed. Seeing that everything was powerless, he was completely desperate, and then the dark pupils suddenly exuded an aura of destruction. Jian Wushuang sensed something was wrong and hurriedly reached out to destroy him. But a strange scene appeared. When Emperor Tiandao smashed into the black cloud, he was suddenly blocked by a layer of invisible and qualitative fluctuations, and he couldn't make any further progress. The black cloud swept away the previous panic and replaced it with madness and destruction. At the same time, the chaotic aura that had almost completely disappeared rushed out of his open belly again. "I am the Emperor. Who can kill me? I can only die in my own hands," he roared. "Those who want to kill me have become a part of me. Today, even if I am destroyed, I will let you and this entire sea of boundless burials for me." As his voice fell, a chaotic aura that couldn't be resisted and could not be stopped broke out completely. Sandy June was the first to react, and when he noticed the unstable fluctuations, they all shouted anxiously, "Little friend Wushuang, run, he is destroying his luck!" Jian Wushuang also noticed Haiyun's thoughts, but he did not leave, but looked at Heiyun calmly, with only disdain in his eyes. "Be buried for me. It's worth it to be able to hold you with me at the last moment." He smiled evilly, and all his aura entered irreversible destruction. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang didn't see any panic in his eyes, only the supreme majesty of disdain and overlooking the insects. Even if Heiyun finally fell into discomfort, he was also a quasi-emperor, and the final death of a quasi-emperor before his death is unimaginable. All the immortals and sword immortals present, only the true soul of the three emperors have experienced emperor fall, so they are the most nervous. Even if it was a quasi-emperor, his self-defeating momentum was not something they could bear. As a sword immortal, Jiang Lian also knew the seriousness of this. The next moment, they didn't even think about it. They rushed to Jian Wushuang's side and released a powerful enchantment. Each took a deep-in pill. Jiang Lian, who had recovered 90% of the trauma, still stood in front of him. The supreme prestige gradually retreated, and Jian Wushuang's true eyes showed warmth. And then he reached out and used the Emperor's heavenly way to push the two sword immortals behind him. "Wushuang, don't be careless. Let's go together," Yan Fan said in a narrow voice, a little urgent. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, then faced them, releasing all the Emperor's luck in the immortal body and sheltering them. At this moment, the three Emperors, Jiang Lian, Diqing, and Fuyao Immortal, were all protected. The destruction of the Emperor's self-explanation has completely begun. The broken city of exile, the plane of heaven and earth, instantly turned into nothingness. The endless sea of boundlessness, at this moment, directly collapses hundreds of millions of meters, like an abyss. The shattered void, under the aura of destruction, also collapsed and turned into an ancient pale nihilism. The Emperor Quasi explained his destruction. The energy released was too terrifying, and it covered an innumerable sea area in an instant, and everything was destroyed with it. The void rolled back, and the sea of no edge collapsed. Under this destruction, even the 9th rank Dian Immortal could not survive. The destructive aura stretches for hundreds of millions of miles, but Jian Wushuang has one thing to be sure. If this destructive aura is placed outside, it can wipe out millions of heavens and countless stars in an instant. This is really terrifying. The final self-explanation of a quasi-emperor can definitely make a corner of Desiyu collapse into Wangu ruins. Jian Wushuang snorted, and his complexion turned red for a moment. Then he turned around, turned his back to them, and looked at the void that had turned into nothingness. As he turned around, his 7 orifices poured out a large amount of divine blood at the same time, and even the exposed fairy body cracked. In the end, he underestimated Jundi Haiyun's self-understanding, but there was no other way. The Emperor's luck that the Emperor Zhenwu left in his body has been exhausted, and there is no way to support him to make any movements. So he simply turned the last ray of Emperor's gas in his body into a gas barrier, sheltering them. But as part of the Qi luck barrier, nearly 70% of the aura of destruction fell on Jian Wushuang's body. Under the squeeze inside and outside, if it weren't for the protection of Ju Tian Yishan, he was almost broken again and died on the spot. The endless aura of destruction still continued, but Jian Wushuang never took a step back, and the divine blood gushing out of his 7 orifices was evaporated before it hit the ground. As a part of the enchantment of Qi luck, he can only support it hard and cannot retreat. Once he retreats, all the people behind him to guard will no longer exist. Jiang Li saw that something was wrong. Her eyes showed unbearable, and she wanted to come forward and resist together. But Yan Fan immediately held her down and shook his head slightly. Jian Wushuang was in front of him for a moment, and he was the Emperor for a moment. Even the Nineth rank Dian Immortal would never touch his fingers. And at this moment, even if his fairy body is shattered, he is still an unquestionable Emperor. In the realm of Yanxian, shoulder to shoulder with Emperor, the clothes were broken, the bones and blood of the immortal body turned into nothingness, and even the last Emperor's luck had left him. Everything eventually fell silent as the aura of destruction slowly dissipated. Chapter 4994. Jiang Li couldn't help it anymore and rushed forward directly. Yan Fan did not stop him anymore and went forward together. Diqing, The three emperors stretched out their hands together, supporting Jian Wushuang that fell from the sky. Except for the chest protected by Jiu Tianxian, his whole body was almost a skeleton, already angered. But when they saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Jian Wushuang had a sigh of relief, he would definitely wake up. Di Qing took one out of his arms at the right time, and the emperor pin pill that had been left behind was stuffed into his mouth. The pill enters the throat and turns into a clear spring, flowing to the limbs and 100 skeletons. Every clear spring is quickly repairing broken meridians and repairing any damage completely. Seeing this scene of great good fortune, the Sandijuan and the others who held Jian Wushuang's immortal body all breathed their breath. As the Emperor's 6 Crow Emperors collection, the Emperor pills had reached a quite terrifying point. Even if Jiang Lian returned to such an existence, as long as he swallowed half of it, he could instantly stick to his source, let alone Jian Wushuang. Within dozens of breaths of time, Jian Wushuang's broken immortal body was completely repaired and recovered. However, he did not wake up from his deep sleep. Di Qing frowned. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. You must know that Jian Wushuang's recovery ability has reached an unthinkable level, almost capable of jumping alive when he is dying. But this time his fairy body recovered completely, but he did not wake up. Di Qing was flustered and wanted to reach out to explore his condition, but the three emperors took a step ahead of him and all released the gentle and moist Di Hui enveloped Jian Wushuang's body. The previous kind of luck is not something he can bear. Even if the 9th rank Dian Immortal wants to bear it, it will only end in a body explosion. Dao Gong said slowly, I don't know where Wushuang Xiaoyu borrowed that fortune, and I don't know what method he used to bear it, but the final consequences have just begun. Once he can't bear the kind of emptiness in the divine mind, what is waiting for him will only fall completely. As soon as these words came out, they all gasped. Yang Jun heard this and hurriedly said angrily, Dao Gong, you must pretend to fart. Wushuang boy is absolutely fine. He is just too tired and needs rest. Dao Gong just sighed slightly but did not bicker. Seeing him like this, Yang Jun Su's heart sank completely, and they knew that Dao Gong was right. It is simply unimaginable absurdity to absorb the Emperor's luck with the body of evolving immortals. Even if Jian Wushuang was able to cross the border to kill Dian Immortal, the immortal body was unbelievably powerful. But if he wanted to absorb the Emperor's fortune and turn it into his own use, that would be impossible. But all this actually happened. Jian Wushuang perfectly absorbed the Emperor's luck given to him by Emperor Jinwu and successfully overwhelmed Jundi Heiyun. However, as Tao Gong said, the consequences have just begun. With the protection of Di Hui, the sword is calm, and there is no trace of pain. Di Qing's complexion was solemn, and immediately he seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly took out a palm-sized weird fruit from his arms. This can make Wushuang advance to Dian Immortals. Qi luck, Dao fruit. Eat it for him. Can you carry it? Seeing Dao Guo in his hand, Yan Fan subconsciously said the name. Han Yuan has no haigua? Di Qing was startled slightly, and then looked at the three emperors with hope. But then Yan Fan shook his head. This Hanyuan Waheguo is useless for Wushuang. He had eaten one before, but he can't tell. But I am afraid it is really useless at this critical juncture. Dao Gong also spoke at this moment. I am afraid that all external forces will have no effect. Wushuang will only be able to wake up if he has survived the divine consciousness level. Di Qing heard the words, and my heart sank. Xinyan is so mysterious, it's hard to figure out, and naturally external forces can't provide any help. You know, even the 9th rank Dian Immortal will be troubled by divine minds from time to time. All of them present were already suspecting that Jian Wushuang's spirit was weak, but their conjecture was just wrong. As early as the divine power universe, Jian Wushuang's divine mind had already reached a perfect state. Even when facing the 6 Crow Emperor, he had not suffered any damage when he left the 6 Crow Emperor when in his mind. Just when they were thinking Jian Wushuang, who had been in a drowsy state, quietly opened his eyes. Xianjun Fuyao was the first to notice and said in amazement, "Wake up, he wakes up!" 3 emperors and Jiang Lian were overjoyed when they saw this. Jian Wushuang really woke up. "Ai, how long have you slept?" Jian Wushuang directly sat up, stretched out a long waist, and suddenly knuckles. "It's been less than half a day, little friend Wushuang. Your recovery speed is too terrible," Dao Gong said in astonishment. Yang Jun, who was on the side, blew his beard and stared. "I know that this old guy will not put any good farts when he opens his mouth, little friend Wushuang. Remember, don't save this guy in the future." "Rabble nonsense. Why don't I fart well? I used to say according to the worst plan. Don't you understand?" Little friend Wushuang couldn't resist the trauma of being replaced by rank 9 Dian Immortal. Listening to these 3 emperors' true souls confronting like living treasures, Jian Wushuang stood up, dumbfounded, seeing Jiang Li and Yan Fan, who looked at him with the same enthusiastic eyes. He responded with a smile. Yan Fan looked up and down Jian Wushuang carefully and finally patted him on the shoulder. "Good boy." Jiang Li returned to his previous heroic spirit and unsmiling, but his eyes were much warmer. Finally, Jian Wushuang and Di Qing smiled at each other. Di Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and then raised the one in his hand. Hanyuan no Haigua, which exudes a strong sense of luck, shook it. "It seems that the fairy giant tree was beaten by you, to be honest." Jian Wushuang smiled. He also laughed. "It seems that the tree really sued you. I learned something about you from the fairy tree, and then I came." Di Qing walked to Jian Wufang and said sincerely, "Thank you, I have nothing to report." Before he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang directly grabbed his shoulders and laughed loudly. "Don't say this, it's already over." Di Qing smiled knowingly and reached out and handed Hanyuan Waheguo to him. "Find time to eat it. This is likely to be an opportunity to break through Dian." "I know. After leaving here, I'm absorbing." Watching the scene, Yang Jun stretched out. "Finally, I am free. My old bone can't stand the tossing anymore." Suhi laughed. "Dao Gong really made you right. This old fellow Yang Jun is indeed the weakest of the 3 of us. Don't talk nonsense. When the Emperor was still in heaven, who of you dare?" Chapter 4995. The Black Cloud of Xuandi died of self-dissolution. Centering on the plane of heaven and land where he was, the aura of destruction swept through and spread in unknown directions. The void sky firmament has completely become the nothingness of silence, so pale that it cannot perceive the birth of any power. But the same collapsed sea of no edge has completely recovered as before, leaving no traces. Under the destruction of such a quasi-emperor's air transport, I don't know how much sea area will be affected, but Jian Wushuang initially guessed the location of the sea area affected will be vast beyond imagination. I don't know how many Dian immortals will die in this impact. These are not the issues he should consider now. Now that Di Qing has found it, it is time to end this treacherous journey to the borderless sea. But Jian Wushuang still had a headache. One is how to leave, and the other is Jinwu Emperor in the ring. He was able to enter the borderless sea at first, because of the assistance of the little emperor and the function of the golden jade ring. Jian Wushuang felt that the golden jade ring in his hand should still be able to open the channel of the borderless sea, but he did not know how to open it. But now he is not eager to leave the borderless sea, but is thinking about one thing that concerns whether they can survive. Except for Jian Wushuang himself, no one of them knew that there was still an emperor waiting on them. And that emperor is precisely the most terrifying existence. It was precisely because Jian Wushuang borrowed his power that he was able to see his terrible place. The Emperor Jinwu sleeping in the heavenly palace on the white bone road under the river of blood and blood of 10,000 immortals was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen other than Emperor Wuyang. Moreover, he is most likely in his heyday without any trauma. Precisely because of this, Jian Wushuang was worried about taking him out of the borderless sea, and he might be involved in a turmoil. But these are still trivial matters. What he is really worried about is that Emperor Jinwu suddenly rises up and slaughters them clean. In the face of the Emperor, even if it is as strong as Jiang Lian's return, he can only wait for death. This risk is really a bit big. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang had already thought in another direction, but immediately stopped, cold sweat oozing from his back. He remembered that Emperor Jinwu could see through Yangxian's thoughts and thoughts. Once he was aware of a crooked mind, he would probably be broken his neck before he got out of the borderless sea. Converging his mind, Jian Wushuang was about to leave here. The three emperors re-entered the Boyang vase, surrounded by the two strongest sword immortals, Jiang Lian, and the terrifying Diqing, as well as the 6th rank Dian immortal Fuyao. This kind of background is enough to hit any plane in the borderless sea. After all, an existence like Zundi's level was basically impossible for the next journey. When Jian Wushuang and the others left, the eternal nihilism was completely silent. This place is full of chaos, unknown and barren. Even if the rank 6 Dian immortal inadvertently breaks into this place, he will definitely be lost in it. I don't know how long it took. When ripples appeared on the completely silent sea, the two figures set foot here. If Jian Wushuang saw these two figures, he would definitely be shocked, because these two figures were not others but the old acquaintances from the last heaven and land plane, Bian Ziwen and the young emperor. They set foot in this place of eternal emptiness, and the young emperor who was walking in the forefront stretched out his hand to release a kind of mysterious and gorgeous light, and there was a certain unknown qi luck flowing out. With the flow of this unknown luck, everything seems to be slowly going back. The complexion of the young emperor turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the eternal nothingness, the stars finally condensed together, forming a black cloud with no specific shape. Ah, I am not dead? You are dead, but I will let you recover. Why do you do this? Because my seat needs you, I can revive you, and naturally there is a way to die. So from the moment you revive, you can only be loyal to me. And as a reward, I can promise you that the Yanxian you want to kill will eventually kneel at your feet. As he continued to move forward, Jian Wushuang became more and more frightened, and the place where the eternal dying emptiness affected was far wider than he had imagined. At the speed that they swept with all their strength, they hadn't even left the chaotic sea. They are enough to pass through a heavenly plane in a few breaths, and what they see right now is still the chaotic and void sea. This shows how terrifying the Emperor Zhuin's self-defeating air luck is. When the pale nirvana of the void sky was replaced by the dim sky, they were completely out of reach. Since Diqing had found it, there was no point in staying in this boundless sea. But Jian Wushuang did not dare to imagine what happened after he left. He was afraid that as soon as the passage was opened, the Emperor Jinwu hiding in the ring would rise up and kill them all. After all, in the previous period, Emperor Zenwis's undisguised, murderous gaze still made Jian Wushuang's memory fresh. Now, as long as he can linger, he is ready to come up with a complete method before planning to go out. At this moment, Yan Fan on the side also began to ask, "Wushuang, now your friend has been found. How are you going to go out?" This is a difficult problem, but Jian Wushuang had to answer again. He quickly said, "I found the entrance location for memory. Once I find it, it's time to go out." "Really? Can you still remember the original entrance location?" Yan Fan was a little surprised. What else did he want to ask more? Jiang Li slapped his head and calmed down. "Don't ask so much if you shouldn't." Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief secretly. He was not sure whether Emperor Zhen Wu hidden in the ring could hear their conversation, so he could only try not to reveal any news. It was Jian Wushuang's rhetoric to find the original entrance location. As early as when he entered the borderless sea, the passage had been completely closed, and there was no possibility of opening it again. Even if the passage is opened again, there is absolutely no chance that he will find it back. In this borderless sea with almost no signs, returning to the original position is tantamount to a dream. What he can do now is to move on and find a way that Emperor Jinwu will not kill them. While Jian Wushuang thought about this question, he kept moving forward with them. This borderless sea is infinite, so there is no need to worry about reaching the end, because there is no end at all. Chapter 4996. And in this last time, he had to think of a surefire way to save his life. As long as Emperor Jinwu doesn't do anything to him, this journey is over. As for he can't leave for the time being, as long as he is in this borderless sea for a moment, that moment is safe. During this time, he was also thinking about one thing. This is how the 9 heavens immortal monarch Chang Duoling escaped from the sea of no edge. This is his puzzle. You know, there are even quasi-emperors, emperors, and other terrible existences in this borderless sea, and the lowest level is Dian Immortal in the initial realm. And when Chang Duoling was exiled in the borderless sea, he was only the Dian Immortal in the initial realm. Under this extremely harsh environment, how did he survive and escape? Does he know something? Or did he find the crack in the sea of no edge? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. But Chang Duoling was already dead, and naturally there was no answer to everything. But when Jian Wushuang was certain that there would be cracks in this borderless sea, cracks that could go from here to the outside world. If you can find this kind of crack, maybe you can save yourself from finding other ways to get out of here. After all, if there was no help from Xiaotajin and only the golden jade ring, Jian Wushuang would still be a little worried about not opening the channel. Leaving the sea area destroyed by Jundi Black Cloud, Jian Wushuang brought Jiang Lian back. Diqing and Fuyao Xianjun continued to move forward, not knowing when to stop. I said, shouldn't you leave? Along the way, he was tightly held by the handsome Fuyao Xianjun. Diqing was already full of black lines and wanted to have attacked several times, but thought that she was here for help, so she had to bear it. But to the back, looking at the uncontrollable fieriness, Xianjun Fuyao, who seemed to be ready to merge his blood at any time, felt cold in the bottom of Daiking's heart and said the sentence without being able to take care of him anymore. Ah, are you going to drive me away? Xianjun Fuyao recovered from the heat. Only loss was left in his eyes. Diqing was speechless, knowing that he had said something wrong and had to hesitate. No, what I want to say is maybe you can go back and see if there is anything wrong with your Tianlu. Hearing these words, Fairy Fu Yao smiled. It's okay, they can protect themselves. If they can't protect themselves, it won't help the girl go. Now I'm not going anywhere, just follow you. Diqing died, looking at Jian Wushuang as if asking for help. However, Jian Wushuang gave him a voice that couldn't help but smile. You have been alone for so many years, and it's not impossible to be at ease for a while. Feeling Daiking's faintly resentful gaze, Jian Wushuang continued to look straight and flew forward. Girl, please respect yourself. Don't call me a girl. You can just tell me Fuyao. The edge of the sea is still at a loss. If the Dian Immortal who is exiled here does not find a place to rest, he will eventually get lost in the sea and become the nourishment of the endless sea. And Jian Wushuang also began to understand that all the heavens and the land of the sea of no edge were built from the corpses of Yanxian. And he guessed that in the Wangu era, when Zhenliang became the emperor, he definitely not only exiled Dianxian here, but Yanxian also occupied a part. But to this day, why didn't I see Yanxian in the endless sea? The answer is somewhat clear. Those heaven and land plains for Dian Immortals, rest were laid out from Yanxian's bones. As for the Desiu, which encompassed countless universes, the reason why Dianxian was so scarcely scarce that it had nothing to do with Jinliang, because Dian Immortal had already been exiled by him in the sea of no bounds. Although there are only a few words, the tragic and meaning in it is absolutely unforgettable. The Dian Immortal, who has survived in the Sea of Edgeless until now, has also declined to a certain level in strength, and is no longer the original immortal appearance. They are living in a wrong era, and the endless lifespan has become a real prison for them. After this journey, Jian Wushuang has a new understanding of Jinliang, and being able to exile so many Dian Immortals here is enough to prove his terrifying in the ancient age. And he finally knew the meaning of what Six Crow Emperor said before his complete death. Zhen Wuyang is terrible. If he is the opponent, even the emperor will have to pay the consequences of the emperor's luck. After sighing in his heart, Jian Wushuang moved on. There are 3 rank 9 Dian Immortals, among them 2 Sword Immortals and Sword Companions as their guards. No one on the heavenly land plane in this borderless sea can hardly have an enemy. The sea was silent, but as they continued to advance, Jian Wushuang and the others became vigilant, because he found that there was a breath of breath that couldn't be ignored. This is really weird because in this borderless sea, there is absolutely no possibility of this kind of breath-breeding luck. But the scene that appeared next just happened to explain their confusion. In front of the boundless silence, a real plain of heaven and land unfolded in front of them. This Tianlu was so huge that Jian Wushuang could intuitively know that the Tianlu plain at the moment was larger than he had seen before. Even the heaven and land plane where the Zhuan Emperor Black Cloud is located can never be compared with it. The heaven and land plane controlled by Emperor Fuyao is even more insignificant in front of him. This is a plane of heaven and land that almost spans 10 directions of heaven and earth. It is boundless, and it is impossible to see the scene in heaven and land from the outside, because there is a grand barrier that is enough to contain the entire heaven and land plane. And the breath-breathing luck that Jian Wushuang had noticed earlier was emitted from that layer of enchantment. Looking at the super heaven and land plane in front of him, Jian Wushuang hesitated a little. He suspected that he could control this super heaven and land. Might be another quasi-emperor. Jiang, Lian returned, as well as Emperor Qing's expression a little dignified. They have not fully recovered from the previous battle. If they meet another quasi-emperor, they will be really powerless. Leave a detour, lest something happens again. Finally, Jian Wushuang made up his mind and said, They nodded. After all, in this kind of naughty eyes, it would not be a wise move to enter it hastily. Although this super sky land is vast, it is not insurmountable, and it can be passed in less than 100 breaths of time. But it is this time of 110 breaths that is the real danger. Jian Wushuang held his breath and concentrated, bringing Jiang Lian back. Diqing and Fuyao Xianjun quickly passed through the super heaven and land and headed for the boundless front. But at the same time they set off, they suddenly changed. Chapter 4997. The hazy life barrier that enveloped the entire super heaven and land, at this moment suddenly exploded hundreds of millions of huge flowers, like a beam of light blasting at them. Jian Wushuang had predicted that he wouldn't be so calm, so he was ready to do it now. But Yen returned a step faster than him. The real sword on his waist was unsheathed instantly and then returned. The whole process didn't even take a breath. Rumble. Then the hundreds of millions of huge beams of light were all cut off in the middle and shattered. That majestic trend didn't even affect them, and it was completely wiped out. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn. He knew this was just the beginning. Next, just as he had imagined, as the hundreds of millions of beams of light shattered, the breath-bearing barrier began to fluctuate. Then one body after another, like a streamer, flew out from under this barrier. No more than 10. 10 body shapes, but not all realms are too high. All of them are Qinji Ishui's initial realm, the Great Emperor. This made Jian Wushuang's eyes slightly lifted, and he felt that the master of the land plane seemed to be testing them this day. Sure enough, next, the front of the 10 figures, facing some quite mature Dian Immortals, stepped forward and said, "What do you guys do? Have a covetous heart for my Tianlu?" Jian Wushuang immediately said, "It's not the case. We are just on the road, passing by here, and don't want to be disturbed." "Hurry up. Where to go? What is your purpose?" The old man Dian asked immediately. He said quietly, "These don't seem to have anything to do with you. We're just rushing to disturb you. Please let us go." "Oh, since it has nothing to do with us, then we don't have to ask too much," said the old-fashioned Dian Xian, "but you have to pay for the passage." "Death!" Diqing yelled. already unable to bear their provocation. However, he was stopped by Jian Wushuang at random. He said calmly, "I was a little anxious on the way. I don't have those vulgar things on my body. I think even if there are, Gishenlu will not collect those things. Some words are not leaking, so they can't find fault." But Lao Chengdian continued, "If you say there is no, then there is no? Dare to let us search?" Jian Wushuang was almost amused by them. These Dayan immortals' horrified expressions were almost out of words. But he still bite the bullet to find a hammer. This is something that a guy with no brains can do. You know, Jian Wushuang and the others have just gone through a battle of life and death. And every breath has not been deliberately hidden. Not to mention Jian Wushuang, just Jiang Lian, and the three of Diqing. They are all 9-turn Dayan immortals who have grown up from the Wangu era to the present day. And these Dayan immortals can be crucified with almost a spit. Terrible existence. Even Xianjun Fuyao, with the weakest strength, was a real rank 6 Dayan immortal, and it was not what they could contend with. But these Dayan immortals still provoked. The only possibility was that the people behind them instructed them to do so, forcing Jian Wushuang to take the lead. But Jian Wushuang finally endured it and smiled faintly. "I let you search. Do you dare to search?" As soon as the statement came out, the 10 Dayan immortals looked at each other, and no one dared to say anything, especially the old adult de Yenxian headed. His calves started to feel a little weak. Terrible, it's too terrible. The Dayan immortals who can survive in the sea of no edge to this day are all intelligent and extremely clever existences. How could they not be aware of the terrible aura on their uninvited guests? Each of these seemingly calm figures, the kind of Yuan Yu Ji breath that exudes from his body, was oppressive. He almost couldn't breathe. Especially that Xiao Zhao Yangxian with a calm face and a faint smile. His breath is even more powerful, like a mountain entangled. The big sun and the stars are crawling under his feet. This kind of breath is unheard of and cannot be looked at directly. A wisp of cold sweat shed from the temples of the old man Dayan immortal. He could already be sure that if he uttered a provocative statement, he would definitely be dead and even scum left. "You go back. I don't make it difficult for you." Jian Wushuang opened his mouth to make a relief and let them leave. Lao Chengdian sighed in relief, but in the end he bit his head and said, "Or are you trying to beat me and wait?" At this moment, Jiang Lian looked weird, and the corners of Diqing's eyes twitched. Facing this bizarre question, Jian Wushuang finally couldn't hold back and laughed. "Why, say the reason. I'm considering whether to teach you a lesson." Old Chengdian also realized that he was an idiot. His face flushed and finally said, "Forget it. You should leave now. I'm afraid you will ruin this place." Jian Wushuang heard the words without asking too much, and after nodding his head, he was ready to leave. But at this time, the hazy life barrier waved again. A total of nearly 100 figures suddenly swept out, like a black cloud, blocking their way. Jian was double-sided color condensed, only to realize that there were so many Dayan immortals waiting under the barrier. If they had just started, they would have already been surrounded. Looking at Dayan immortal, who was like a cloud in front of him, he was not worried, but was a little confused about what the person behind this was going to do. "Everyone, if you are not too eager to hurry, please come and sit for a while on the 3/5 heaven. There are things that I want to talk about." At the forefront of these hundreds of Dayan immortals was an old man who was very old and said with a faint smile. But Jian Wushuang was not moved, but he was thinking quickly in his heart. In the words of the old man revealed 2 pieces of news. The first piece of news is that this super heavenly land is called Sanwu's Hongshan, which is a bit confusing. The second piece of news is that the owner of this super Tianlu is a fairy. The so-called Xianjun is actually a title handed down from the Wangu era. All Dayan immortals under the quasi-emperor can be called Xianjun, which is an elegant title, but it also has some respect for strength. Although the term Xianjun has rarely been called Dayanxian in the outside world, it is still widely used in this borderless sea. And this old man claims that the master behind these 3 or 5 heavens is the fairy monarch. then it shows that the strength of the people behind this has not reached the quasi-emperor. This undoubtedly released a friendly message, and Jian Wushuang's heart also settled down. The senile old man seemed to have noticed that he had let go of his guard a little bit, and he smiled and invited, "Please go to the 3 or 5 heavens and give a brief description. With your strength, let us leave and stay. It is impossible to control." Chapter 4998. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wushuang looked at the old man and said, "There is no intersection between us. I think there is nothing too easy to talk about." "No, no. What this fairy king said is true rejection. If it is something that is not good for you, I will definitely not block your way. It is an extremely important thing, and it is beneficial to you." The old man speaks very calmly and never reveals any important information. But Jian Wushuang didn't know what to plan for a while, and looked at Jiang Lian's return and cleared them up. "Promise him and see what is going on," Yan Fan said in a low voice with a mysterious expression on his face. Jiang Li and Di Qing didn't make much sense either, and nodded in agreement. "Will it be too dangerous?" Fu Yao Xianjun said with some worry. Di Qing opened his mouth and finally said, "Speak carefully." Finally, after thinking about it for a while, Jian Wushuang agreed to the old man's request. The old man nodded and smiled, then waved his hand to open the barrier. The vast vitality barrier opened heavily, revealing the heaven and land scene within it. Along with the opening of the enchantment, a strong to the extreme spirit breath rose up, nourishing all Dayan immortals. "Everyone, come with me." Stepping into this super heavenly land, full of vitality, the breath enchantment closed again. The feet are not gray-white fairy bones, but leg-high fairy grasses. They are rhythmically moving, and endless spirits are emitted from them. This is a paradise, of course, for the cruel environment of the borderless sea. Jian Wushuang looked around. There were only endless emerald green grass and no other buildings. After entering the enchantment, all Dayan immortals consciously avoided. Only the aging old man and Jian Wushuang walked side by side. And he didn't ask much, just moved forward leisurely. In the end, the old man took the lead to speak. "Xianjun, here is the 3rd heaven, the outermost part of the entire 3rd and 5th heaven, and the inner part is the 5th heaven." "Oh, under this barrier there is still a plane hidden?" Jian Wushuang looked forward and said. The old man smiled faintly. Xianjun did not think wrong. The 5th heaven is actually located on the 3rd heaven. His voice fell, and he directly reached out to the void in front of him. In an instant, the void fluctuated like a water curtain, and then it seemed to fade, and the previous scene began to disappear. The vine-green grassland disappeared, and replaced by a heavenly temple sitting in the void. The big sun and the stars circulated above the temple on that day, and the Dayan immortal patrolled and practiced on the vast square, like a real hidden heaven. Looking at the mysterious scene in this crack, the old man nodded slightly. "Xianjun, there is the 5th heaven in this, and it is also the place where the fairy king lives." Jian Wushuang came back to his senses and looked at the old man with some meaning. Being able to show this real secret realm to some outsiders who they met for the first time shows that the people behind them have absolute confidence in their own strength, and secondly, they have issued a friendly and sincere attitude. For a while, even Jian Wushuang was a little curious about what the people behind this would think. The old man smiled and led them from the triple sky to the 5th day. The structure of these 3 5th heavens is extremely delicate and mysterious. They are 2 different spaces, but they are unimaginably superimposed together. If an external force breaks in, even if the 3rd heaven is completely destroyed, they will never find the shadow of the 5th heaven, because they can't perceive the 5th heaven, but in fact the 5th heaven is right in front of them. The triple heaven is an appearance, and the 5th genius is what really matters. This kind of mysterious heaven and land plane is enough to deal with any impact. Stepping into the 5-layer day, looking at the magnificent sun and stars above his head, Jian Wushuang began to reconsider the true strength of the people behind it. Stepping up the jade steps of the ladder, Jian Wushuang, Jiang Lian, Di Qing, and Fuyao Immortal King all came to this magnificent temple. The heavenly gate of the Temple of Heaven was open, and the mist came out of it. Immediately afterwards, a little Taoist boy with red lips and white teeth, holding a double hair bun, walked out of the temple and said with a smile, "Everyone, please come in. My fairy has been waiting for a long time." The old man arched his hand, and his body slowly disappeared in place. Looking at the open sky gate, Jian Wushuang stepped into it without any hesitation. Clouds and smoke curled, and the bright Tianhe circulated on the dome of the Temple of Heaven, which was so beautiful. The whole temple is filled with immortal jade, continuously emitting a breath of life. As soon as he stepped into the temple, Jian Wushuang's eyes locked on the only figure standing in the middle of the temple. It was a woman, dressed in Feiyin uniform, neat and neat. She has long eyebrows in her temples. She is neither charming nor heroic. She only gives people a very gentle temperament, and she can never give rise to dangerous and vigilant thoughts. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang remained silent and had roughly guessed that this woman was the main messenger of all this. "It's really good." Yan returned a subconscious comment. "I think you want to die," Jiang Li said lightly, but it was full of murderous intent. "Madam, you want to be crooked and talking about her realm." As Yen Fan said, the gentlewoman in Feiyan's uniform is indeed very good at her cultivation level. She did not deliberately hide her cultivation level. The chi luck belonging to the Nineth rank Dayan Immortal flows slowly to support the entire temple. Operation. Seeing the 5 figures in the temple, the gentlewoman walked towards them slowly. The eyes that looked like Qiu Shu's silhouette slowly swept past, but eventually fell on Jian Wushuang, who was not very eye-catching. Then she smiled slightly. "I don't remember how many Chinese years I have been since I saw an alien Yenxian last time. I feel pretty good seeing you today. My name is Yu Yao, the creator of these 3 or 5 heavens." After the gentlewoman who called herself Yu Yao finished speaking, Khan looked at Jian Wushuang. She seemed to only want to know his name. Slightly hesitating, he cherished words and said, "Misty Pears." "Misty? It's really a weird name. I wrote it down." The Wenrun woman said, and then waved, "You guys, please sit down." No one left. They all looked at him steadily. Finally, Jian Wushuang spoke slowly. "I don't know if there is something to stop us. If nothing happens, we will leave." The gentlewoman laughed when she heard the words. "Of course there is something to discuss, but if we all stand and say things, it would be too uncomfortable. If this is spread out, saying that Yao doesn't understand the way of hospitality, I want great. So, you guys please take a seat first and talk about important matters immediately." Jian Wushuang didn't say much anymore, sitting at a jade case at will. When Jiang Lian returned, Di Qing and the others also took their seats. Their expressions varied, and they seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 4999. The immortals were seated, and the temple was silent. There are rivers of stars turning on the bright dome, and the beauty is endless. As they took their seats, the gentlewoman named Yu Yao also sat in the top position in the center of the temple. All were seated. The heavenly hall was still empty and silent. Jian Wushuang looked at it carefully. This is almost the entire 5-layer heaven as the foundation, piled up the mysterious heaven. He didn't know what Yu Yao meant by stopping them and inviting them here, but he was able to faintly guess that Yu Yao's purpose seemed not simple. Moreover, the courage of this woman is quite extraordinary, far from being comparable to that of ordinary Dayanxian, and she will not be absolute in everything she does, leaving room for maneuver. You know, Jiang Lian and Di Qing did not deliberately hide their aura. Their aura is even more extraordinary than that of the 9th rank Dayan Immortal. Facing these 3 terrifying 9th rank Dayan Immortals, Yu Yao's face remained unchanged, even as calm as before. In this case, Yu Yao can only have 2 plans. The first one is that she is betting that Jian Wushuang and others are good people. The second type is to rely on something, That kind of reliance is very powerful. Jian Wushuang guessed that the second type might be the greatest. To support such a magnificent super heaven and land, a rank 9 Dayan immortal might be exhausted. It is very possible that there are at least 2 rank 9 Dayan immortals following Yu Yao. In the journey of the borderless sea, to this day, the Dayan immortals in the initial realm are endless, and there are not a few in the 3rd stage, but the Dayan fairy in the 6th stage and even the 9th stage is completely scarce, almost rare. Pull. It can be seen that even though countless stunned arrogances appeared in that age, rank 6 was the real watershed. Once you have crossed the watershed of rank 6, you are eligible to be honored as a fairy. Seeing them all seated, Yu Yao's gaze slowly scanned again, and finally stopped on Jian Wushuang's body. His gaze revealed a little doubt. She thought it was a little weird. How did a little Yanxian manage to have such a strong and terrifying luck? Even if he sits side by side with the 9th rank big Yanxian, his luck can be resisted. Weird. Too weird. Would he hide the supreme secrets of his realm? It must be so. Yu Yao thought to herself, subconsciously taking Jian Wushuang as the most dangerous existence. Seeing them all seated, she smiled slightly, then stretched out her hand in the air and stroked it, and the space fluctuated in time. Layers of ripples continue to fluctuate in the space. The big sun and stars circulate in it, and the heavenly hall becomes a galaxy. Being in it, I just feel extremely mysterious. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Dayan Immortal would come here again. Just as he thought, with the galaxy surging in the heavenly hall, one body after another came out of the ripples. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lian returned. Di Qing and the others all looked down, and they all noticed the terrible fluctuations in the galaxy. The only thing that can keep them in their hearts is the 9th rank Dayan Immortal. Just as Jian Wushuang thought, a total of 6 9 rank Dayan Immortals stepped out of the galaxy, and Wuyan general momentum flowed out of their bodies. The 6 9th rank Dayan Immortals are all in the time of the British year, and the endless years have not left any traces on their immortal bodies, and even as long as they have a divine mind, they can return to their ignorant years. They all wore Feiyan uniforms, exactly the same as Yuyo's clothes. Seeing them appear, Jian Wushuang finally knew why Yu Yao dared to stop them, and even dared to expose the hinterland of the 3rd or 5th heaven. Because she is not afraid, there are a total of 7 rank 9 Dayan Immortals. This is an unimaginable force, enough to cause a devastating blow to any place in the Sea of Endless. The 6 rank 9 Dayan Immortals walked out of the galaxy, and their eyes were naturally locked on Jian Wushuang and others for the first time. Of course, their gaze will only fall on Jiang Lian's body and Di Qing's body. Immediately afterwards, under the guidance of Yu Yao, 6 9th rank Dayan Immortals sat in front of the confrontation on the other side of the temple, faintly confronting each other. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it, but if Yu Yao and the others had a little bit of malice, then it was definitely the most tragic destruction. All the powers were seated, and Yu Yao slowly got up, step by step, full of vigorous momentum. She smiled slightly at Jian Wushuang and the others, then looked to the other side and whispered, "I'll introduce." Yu Yao's words were only spoken for half of a while, and she was interrupted by an immortal 9-turned Dayan Immortal, who was pure face and needless. "You don't need to introduce it." Jiang Lian returned the names of the 2 immortals. "I have already heard about it more than a decade ago." As his voice fell, the other 5 9 ranked Dayan Immortals nodded slightly. "Oh, I seem to be superficial." Yu Yao said indifferently, "Respect the ancient fairy, can you tell me?" The 9 turns Dayan Immortal, whose name is Respect the Ancients, smiled slightly, looked over Yu Yao in the center, and looked towards Jiang Lian. "A dozen or so years ago, before I was promoted to rank 9, these 2 sword immortals had already become famous for a long time, and they moved millions of domains. At that time, it was rumored that as long as an emperor obtains 2 sword immortal monarchs, it will be enough to destroy any heavenly court and establish the highest heavenly court. It is rumored that the two of them are also the closest existence to the Emperor. I originally thought that they would be able to ascend the Emperor's position under heavy pressure, but I never thought that they were also exiled here by Zhen Wuyan. Speaking of this, the ancient fairy ridiculed himself. It seems that even if I can go out, I won't be able to take revenge in my life. The temple was silent. Jiang Li was unmoved, O Khonshu. Calm Yen Fan scratched his head. His face was a little embarrassed. He never thought that there would be Dian Immortal recognize him here, and said, out of the rumors of the year. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he was not too surprised. The sword fairy, who could only practice the action of drawing the sword for a year, could not be judged by common sense. After listening to this secret story about the ancient fairy monarch, Yu Yao smiled. In this case, it seems that the fairy formation is enough to open up a channel. Zun Gu heard the words, looked at Jiang Lian, then looked at her. If there are two sword immortals as protection, the immortal formation is enough to open, but I am afraid the two sword immortals will not pay attention to me. After Yu Yao heard this, she didn't say much, her expression still warm, and she came to Jian Wushuang and the others. Everyone, Yu Yao wants to invite all of you to work together to open the Galaxy Fairy Array. As soon as this remark came out, Jian Wushuang looked at Zhang Lianfan, Di Qing and the others, and his own spiritual thoughts trembled slightly at this moment. Not only him, but even Jiang Lian felt an uneasy throb in his heart at this moment. Chapter 5000. The Galaxy Immortal Formation is suddenly coming. In the dark, Jian Wushuang clearly perceives that this so-called Galaxy Immortal Formation is absolutely related to leaving the Sea of Endless. Jiang Lian returned. Di Qing and Fu Yao Xianjun did not speak, but all looked at Jian Wushuang. Yu Yao, who had seen this scene in her eyes, was even more surprised and shocked, and then she was even more sure that Jian Wushuang was not simple. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and looked at Yu Yao. Tell us what the Star River Immortal Formation is. Of course it will, she nodded without hesitation. Then she turned around and came to the center of the whole temple. Facing the starry sky dome above her head, she raised her arms. At the next moment, the whole temple rumbling and trembling. Accompanied by the tremor, the starry sky dome began to flow. Just like the roar of Tianhe swept through, the boundless aura of stars, as well as Hongmeng purple intentions, are all blooming at this moment. A series of tassel-like Hongmeng purple intentions fell from the Tianhe River, seeming to submerge the entire temple. Accompanied by the endless purple intent, the Tianhe carrying the giant sun and stars roared and surged. Even though the nine-turned Dian Immortal was here, his heart was surging. These forces are too shocking, and even have a faint meaning of detachment. Every fall of the grandiose purple meaning condenses and rises in the temple, and gradually condenses the appearance of a magnificent fairy formation. But these immortal formations only existed for dozens of breaths of time, and they broke and disappeared. Yu Yao, who stood in the eyes of the immortal formation, was extremely pale, and even stood a little unstable. Reluctantly standing upright, Yu Yao looked at Jian Wushuang and the others. Everyone, all that I have shown is the Galaxy Immortal Formation. Once it can be fully opened, it will be time for us to leave the Sea of No Edge. Hearing that the Galaxy Immortal Formation was the great formation that opened the channel, Jiang Lian's hearts trembled slightly in the crowd. Just being able to leave the borderless sea is enough to make their hearts throbbing. But they still had no waves in their faces, just waiting for Jian Wushuang to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wushuang said, You immortal formation, can you really leave the Sea of No Edge? Yu Yao said, I can be sure that as long as the blessing is enough, this galaxy array can tear the space of the borderless sea. Have you tried before? He said, slowly unmoved. Yu Yao slowly shook her head. No, not once. Since the creation of the Galaxy Immortal Formation, it has only existed in the imagination today, because we only have one chance to tear the Sea of Nowhere. But I can be sure that once it is fully opened, It will inevitably tear the sea of no edge. How can I believe you, if this is just your speculation? I am afraid that the consequences will not be able to bear. Jian Wushuang looked at her firmly and said, "Boom!" A heavy voice resounded, and the ancient immortal monarch clashed on the case, his expression a little unkind. When is a little Yenxian qualified to interrupt? The next moment, a snowflake-long sword rose up without any warning, and almost instantly hovered in front of Zunga's eyes. The point of the sword was only a line away from his true eye. Although there is only one sword, it is like a mountain, and sea will be poured, making all the strengths lose their color. A wisp of cold sweat ran down from the temples of the ancients, and he was horrified to find that even though he had reached the level of the 9th rank, he still could not produce any thoughts of resistance in the face of this sword. "Now, are you eligible?" Yen Fan said quietly, with an undisguised killing intent bursting out. Zun Gu didn't dare to speak, and could only support himself to sit on the ground without being frightened. And Jian Wushuang never looked at him from beginning to end. "Just looked at you, Yao. You haven't answered my question." Yu Yao came back to her senses, and she began to realize that she was so wrong. Jian Wushuang and the others were never good people to be handled, and even a battle might break out at any time in the future. Putting away her inner thoughts, she gritted her teeth gently and then said, "Yes, this immortal formation is too magnificent. Even if we gather the power of our 7 ranks, it is difficult to build this immortal formation. In fact, this Fang Xianhe immortal formation is built on the basis of 100,000 evolving immortal qi luck. The general qi luck contained in it is beyond our control, and its power can be imagined. And the most important point is the location of the 3 or 5 heavens, the weakest place in the entire borderless sea. We only need to open the galaxy immortal formation and bombard the weakest point, and then we can tear open the endless sea." After Yu Yao finished speaking, she looked at Jian Wushuang and the others nervously. If they didn't agree, then they could only leave. Once they leave, it is almost impossible to gather so many fairy monarchs. At this moment, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and Yu Yao's words were extremely credible. He had previously guessed that there must be a weakness in the borderless sea, and blasting the weakness with the power of the immortal array would be quite feasible. If this is really a weak spot, then the gathering of 10 rank 9 great Yanxians and the power of 100,000 Yanxians' luck will surely be able to tear a crack. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's heart beat faster. If they miss this time, can they leave again? Without the help of the little emperor, if he wanted to use the golden jade ring to open the passage, the feasibility was not even as high as tearing the cracks with the Star River Fairy Formation. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wushuang looked at Zhang Lian and cleared them. "You can give it a try." Yen returned to his ears with a voice that only they could hear. "I have been trapped in this borderless sea for too long. Seize the opportunity to leave." Di Qing didn't say much. Jian Wushuang made up his mind it was his idea. Next, he raised his head to look at Yu Yao. "Yes, we should go, but there is one thing. Once we discover any concealment, you will never bear the consequences." Yu Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. "We have been waiting for this day for too long, and we only need to work together once to leave." This simple conversation finally ended with Jian Wushuang agreeing to join. At this moment, all the fairy monarchs are working together to prepare for the opening of the Star River Fairy Formation. The Galaxy Immortal Formation, based on the luck of 100,000 celestial evolving breath, combined with the power of 7 rank 9 great celestial beings, could not work. Now, with Zhang Lian's return and the 3 9th rank Dian Immortals of Diqing joined, it is possible to operate. This Galaxy Immortal Array does not have a mandatory eye, but because of this, its upper limit is even more terrifying. Jian Wushuang can already be sure that once the fairy formation is opened, it will be able to tear the borderless sea and open the passage. Will something happen? Fu Yao Xianjun said with some worry. Chapter 5001. After experiencing this series of battles, she became a lot more cautious and calm. But none of Yanxian present could give her an answer. When will it start? Jian Wushuang asked. At any time, we have been waiting for this day. We have waited for countless years. Yu Yao said. Her smiley eyes were extremely firm. Are you determined? The ancient immortal monarch who was threatened by Yan Fanijian was extremely unsightly, but he put down his face and asked. Yu Yao nodded and said, We are 7 plus 3 for a total of 10 rank 9 Dynamortals. We should be able to completely open the fairy formation. No, not necessarily. I'm afraid that we will not be able to open the fairy formation if we gather the power of 10 of us. Zun Gu Xianjun looked a little solemn. But in the first stage, I am afraid it is difficult to control. Hearing this, Yu Yao also fell silent. She didn't know that the more Dian Immortals joined, the better, but the 10-9 ranked Dian Immortals were already at the limit. At this time, Jian Wushuang asked, There are 2 stages in the immortal formation. What do you mean? Yu Yao didn't want to conceal it either. She whispered, Actually, this galaxy immortal array was not created by us, but has been preserved in eternity, but it is already broken. After finding this Fang Xinhai immortal formation, I started to repair it, but its broken origin cannot be repaired anyhow. It can only be replaced by external force and luck. So we call this immortal formation 2 stages. The first stage is the original problem, which is a big problem, and the second stage is to open the problem. To open the problem with the power of our 10 great immortals, it is enough to run the immortal formation. But I am afraid that it will not be able to control the origin of the immortal formation at that time, and it will fall short. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang had clearly understood what she meant. It needs a living 9-rank great Yan immortal who can use his own energy to repair the original problem during the first phase of the fairy formation. After a while, Jian Wushuang said softly, Leave the first stage questions to me. As soon as the statement came out, Jiang Lian returned and Di Qing directly denied it. How do they not know the meaning of Yu Yao's previous words? Acting as the first stage of the Star River immortal formation, the possibility of falling is almost as high as 99%, because that is to promote the operation of the fairy formation at the price of Yanxian's luck. Once the fairy formation has problems in the first stage, then the Yanxian acting as the formation I may be drained in an instant. Di Qing's eyes cooled down almost instantly. He stepped out and said coldly, Are you kidding us? Want us to die? Yu Yao was silent, and she had nothing to say, because once the galaxy immortal formation had problems in the first stage, then the Yanxian who acted as the formations I would inevitably die. At this time, Zun Gu Xianjun coldly snorted, Don't forget, some immortals are not even qualified to die. In the first stage, it is impossible to appoint a small Yanxian to act as an eyeball. What is needed is a 9-rank great Yanxian. Di Qing was furious and wanted to do something, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. Zun Gu Xianjun glanced at Jian Wushuang and then came to Yu Yao. I will do the first stage of the formation. As soon as he said this, even Jian Wushuang looked at him in surprise. The impression that Zun Gu Xianjun gave him was not good, and it could even be described as bad. So after he said this decision, it was still unbelievable. Even Yu Yao was a little surprised, and then shook his head. No, respect ancient fairy monarch. At least 10 ranks of 9 powers are required to open the fairy formation. Once you leave, only 9 are left. The ancient immortal monarch smiled when he heard the words, This galaxy immortal formation does require the luck of about 10-9 ranks Dian immortals to be opened, but it is different now. When he said this, he glanced at Jiang Lian and continued after returning. If it is an ordinary rank 9, then 10 people are really needed, but with 2 sword immortal monarchs joining, it is enough to replace me. And when I am free, I will be able to act as the first stage. Speaking of this, Zungu Xianjun let out a sigh. That's how it is decided. I will be the first stage of the battle. In the end, it was concluded that all the 9 ranks Dayan immortals present were not indecisive. Now that the first stage of the formation has been decided, the opening of the Star River Immortal Formation will be in a flash. It depends on you, Yao being in the middle, under the guidance of her arms. The majestic Tianhe is here again. At this moment, Jian Lian returned, and the 3 Diqing 9-rank Dayan immortals were already standing in the center of the temple. Excluding the respected ancient immortal monarch, the 9 ranks Dayan immortals have already formed around. They all unreservedly released their most peak development realm. This is the most shocking scene. The extraordinary powers of all colors are surging to the sky, and the unspeakable general trend finally converges at one point, allowing the entire magnificent fairy formation to come here. Among them, it was only Jian Lian's return to the 2 sword immortals that he almost contributed more than half of his luck. Then it was Diqing, as a man who did not put Zhenwiang Emperor in his eyes at all. Even if his luck was not as great as Jian Lian's return, it was almost the same. But the rest of the 9th rank Dayan immortal, the ones that were squeezed, were quite out of place. As the despised Jian Wushuang and Fuyao Xianjun, they stood at the outermost periphery of the galaxy immortal array, watching this scene closely. Zungu Xianjun stood behind Yu Yao, his eyes firm and decisive. He seemed to have made that decision long ago without any hesitation. Layers of Hongmeng purple meanings descend from the Tianhe, blessing the whole body of each Nineth rank Dayan immortal, and gradually condensing the appearance of a magnificent immortal formation. Hundreds of millions of stars flow in it, is full of ancient, desolate silence. With the help of Yu Yao at the center, a total of 9 magnificent air transports merged into one, and finally opened the galaxy immortal array. Along with the omnipotence and purple meaning enveloping the wild, the infinite glow seems to protrude from the sky, covering everything in it, shined by Hongmeng purple meaning and Xiaoguang. Jian Wushuang felt that his own power was growing at an extremely slow speed. Xianjin Kai. At this moment, such a huge immortal formation, almost as large as the entire 5-layer heaven and the entire land plane, was finally opened. Combining the power of the luck of the 9 rank 9 great Yangtzeans, the entire galaxy immortal formation, which had been sealed in dust for an unknown number of years, was completely opened. With Yu Yao as the center, the Temple of Heaven was directly fragmented and instantly turned into powder, disappearing. A dazzling, huge beam of light with endless purple meaning rose up into the sky, making the dark sky full of light.